Whoa, whoa. Uh-oh. I'm way up here, everybody. I shrunk. Watch this magic. All right, ready? Whoop, whoop, whoop. And I grew into a full-grown boy. Hello, everybody. I thought I'd start it with something kind of funny. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming into the stream. I appreciate you all being here. I've been fooling around with my camera. It's been like glitching the matrix. So welcome to this stream. I always like to throw you guys off sometimes. Pretty fun. Let's get into it. We're going to have some fun playing some games today. Man, look at me starting on time and everything. I'm here right on time, ready to play some games. Trying to really put a lot of extra effort into the stream, being on time and playing lots of games. Really going above and beyond now. Working on a whole bunch of stuff behind the scenes. Feel like I'm really making some progress now. Making some progress forward. I also played some more Animal Crossing with my kids yesterday. That was kind of fun. And I said, okay, that's it. I gotta walk away. I'll queue up a ton of videos. I'll get a ton of stuff done. So I feel like I'm getting something working behind the scenes. Then my kids are like, hey, can we play Animal Crossing? I said, I get to play first. So because we only have one Switch. So I got up there and I said, okay, well, how do I get my house? So that my kids like school me on Animal Crossing. They're like, oh, well, you got to go do this and you got to get this. And then you got the thing and you got to basically get a loan and then you get so many bells and you pay for it. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I was running around and I was diving and getting all sorts of sea animals. And I was running around with a net capturing butterflies and all that kind of fun stuff. Fun little offline game to do with my kids, just kind of between me and my kids kind of thing. And I go back and forth whether I want to do like a Friday, bring the kids in and we'll all play on stream and whatnot. But sometimes, you just want to wind down, right? You want to wind down after a long day of stuff that you've been working on. So that's what we did. We had lots of fun. Probably gonna play a little bit more later today because I'm gonna get my house today, so I have to check it out. My one of my twins already got her house. She's like a genius when it comes to Animal Crossing. We're getting it going on. Oh, look out! We're getting a raid coming in right here at the top of the stream. I'm just getting started. Thank you, House of Doggers, for coming in. Showing that love right here at the top of the stream. Now, my raid alert's not going to pop up because I'm not on my other screen. But thank you so much for bringing your awesome community into mine. Now, if you're just coming into my channel, my name is Kismet. We're just getting fired up right here. We're going to play some Satisfactory here in a minute. We're going to do some stream raiders in about 30 minutes. We're going to fire that up once everybody gets here in the stream. We're going to have some fun time as well. Let's go ahead and give a shout out there, mods. Let's see. Let's see what he was playing. What were you playing, House of Doggers? What were you up to? I hope you had a fantastic stream. Hope you're having an awesome day as well. I see Mega Gaming coming in. Oh, look at that little emote. Oh, I love it. It's got a little doggy heart. Oh, that's too cute. Too cute. Love that emote. Halkin Hand coming in as well, showing a lot of playing some Satisfactory. Awesome. We're going to get into it here in just a second. This is kind of my intro. I come in and I say hello, and I talk to Pete for a few minutes, and then we get into it. I greatly appreciate you bringing your community to mind again. Now, if you're new to my stream, again, my name is Kismet. They call me Overseer Kismet or the Wasteland Tycoon. Play a lot of Fallout, 7 Days to Die, building games like Satisfactory or kind of real more factory games. Stuff like Astroneer. We play No Man's Sky. We do a lot of different games. I don't limit myself. I'm the OG, the original gamer from back in the day. I played the very first console when it first came out. Stand-up arcade games, thousands and thousands of games over the last 40 years. That's right, I'm older. That's right, I'm 50 years old. Turned 50. I'm amazed I'm still alive at this point. 50 years old last month, June 23rd. Also, fifth year being a streamer here on Twitch, as well as I'm a 50-year-old disabled partner here on Twitch. I know, pretty crazy, right? The chance of that happening, 0.05%. Very, very low. But hey, if you hang in there, you do what you love to do, and you just pour all your passion into it and never give up and be relentless like me, which took me 2 years to become partner. I've been partner for 3 years now. Took me a long time, but I never give up. That's the greatest thing. That's the greatest thing about me. So thanks for coming in. We're going to have some fun. Ani or Factorio? I have actually not played Factorio. I know you're like, Kismet, how could you not play that? Well, I'm also the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. We've been together for 17 plus years with over 800 members. And I can tell you, managing that many people is a job in itself, for sure. For all you guild leaders out there, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You're like, oh gosh, drama. Hold on, I gotta go solve the drama now. Somebody took someone's ore node. Now we're gonna have 2 weeks of battles going on. So we played a lot of different games. We played Lineage. We played World of Warcraft. We used to do 40-man raids. In fact, we do dual 40-mans at the same time. Have lots of fun. Lord of the Rings Online. Let's see what else we played. I got 2 lifetime subscriptions to that. As well as Star Wars The Old Republic Guild Wars 2, which is a really fantastic game. The base game is really fantastic. As well as Elder Scrolls Online and a whole bunch of others that my members have basically played every game, if you think about it, across all of them. But me, I prefer to play more single-player or teamwork-based games. Like, I can't wait till they go Satisfactory with servers, right? Because we have a private servers for 7 Days to Die. We've had private servers for Atlas and for Ark and for Dark and Light, which is like a magical version of Ark. And we've also played, Conan. We played all of those ones, those survival ones. My favorite, though, is 7 Days to Die. I played for thousands of hours. Cost me $10. That game cost me $10, and I played it for thousands of hours, which is pretty amazing. Same thing for Satisfactory. I absolutely love it. I feel like it would have a massive boon if it had private servers. I'd go to my buddies over at Nitrato, who are official sponsor of my stream, and hook us up with a mega server, baby. We'd hook up with a mega server just like my other mega servers I have for Astroneer and again for 7 Days to Die. And we'd hook up a mega server and we'd be going and building some big stuff. Speaking of building some big stuff, let's say hello to the heroes behind the stream. Today we got Dovey helping me out. It is daytime. Sometimes I don't know because I stream late overnight sometimes. So Dovey's coming in helping us out. My awesome mod. Show him lots of love in the chat. Make sure to follow those chat rules. Make his job nice and easy. Also do me a huge favor. A great way to support the stream for free is to go and follow that link. Go up onto Twitter. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. For every 5 retweets, I'm going to press a button right here. Gives you 1,000 Kiz Caps. Now, just if you're new to my stream, guess what? Last year, I gave away almost $10,000. That's right, $10,000 worth of free stuff right in the stream. My accountant wanted to backhand slap me. He's like, what are you doing over there? And I said, this is not a for-profit enterprise, bro. They give it to me. I just give it out to my peeps. That's how it is. That's how it is up in this stream. So make sure to hang out. Make sure to hang out in the stream when you retweet. Of course, you're earning those Kiz Caps, so you can, of course, have more chance of winning the giveaways. Now, right now, we got a giveaway going for $25. The second we find the Augur in 7 Days to Die, we're going to be playing it later tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with my crew. You also come and join me on the Mega server, as well as on Wednesday, we'll be doing it. Now, one of those days when we get the Augur, and we're able to use the Augur for the benefit of the group, that's going to instantly trigger a $25 Steam gift card for one of you out there. Now, I'd hang out in the stream all the time, though, because as you just sit in the stream, whether you're a subscriber or whether you're just a lurker, that's okay. I love my lurkers. I have lots and lots of lurkers who just chill in my stream like it's a podcast. They're not even watching me. They're just, right now, they're working on their dishes. They're, eating their breakfast. They're taking care of their kids while they got me up on the TV or in the background. And I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. But if you're just hanging out in the stream, guess what? You're earning those Kiz Caps passively. If you're off making a sandwich, you're earning those Kiz Caps. There you go. So that does help a lot, and it's a free way of helping out here in the stream, as well as you go ahead and host the channel /host Kismet, just like House of Doggos did, showed the love over here. Whether you're a streamer or whether you're a viewer, either way does help the stream tremendously, and it's a free way to help out. Now, if you go ahead and hang out on Amazon or something like that, you can also follow that Amazon link down there. Know that every single penny that's donated to the stream, subscribes, all that stuff, all goes right back into the stream. I don't make a dime doing this. You're like, Kismet, how do you survive? The wife's working. That's how. My wife is supporting this crazy dream of mine to bring little moments of joy to people every single day. And that's what we're going to do today. And thank you again, House of Doggos, for coming in, showing my stream some love. We're going to get into some gameplay here in just a second. First, I love to say hello to everybody. Again, I have a little intro here. I say hello to everybody. I make sure everybody's doing well in the chat. Nalva's coming in saying hi. Hello, hello. Lonely Trucker. Always great to see you, man. Thanks for coming in, showing that love. The Void Hunter says, hey-oh, Kismet, what's up, Void Hunter? Good to see ya. There's Dovey hanging out in the chat. There we go. Who else we got hanging out? Who I might have missed here? I think I got most of you. Let's see. Yeah, that was coming in. Dark and Light was pretty nice, but haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I know, right? The House of Dogs. I can't think of another game that I paid $10 for and literally got thousands of hours out of it. I mean, I bought collector's editions. I bought thousands of games. I even am a high admiral in Star Citizen, baby. That's like $2,000 I dropped on that before I got sick. Before I had to step down from my epic job at Apple where I was making that cheddar. Before I got very ill, I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. I was trapped in the bed for over a year, and then I had to go to 11 different doctors, and they basically told me to lay down and die, and I told them, go screw themselves. I said, that's not the way I go out. I said, I got to take better care of myself. I got to take better care of my health. I lost 50 pounds by substituting all that terrible candy I was eating all the time for fruit and vegetables, and then started working on my health, started working at the gym, working with a personal trainer who helped me a lot, and then I lost about 50 pounds as well. So yeah, I'm a hardcore gamer up in here. Hardcore. So let's get into it, everybody. Let's go ahead and play some Satisfactory. Let's do it. All right, everybody, we're going to get into it. Now, we're going to play some Stream Raiders right here in about 30 minutes, a little side game that we play. We're going to come right back to that as well. Bam, there we go. And I'm going to replay that since I always replay all my alerts when I get into my main screen. There we go. Thank you very much for nuking the channel. Appreciate that. I love my... See, I was one of the very first people here on Twitch, by the way, to not have what I call baby alerts. Little baby alerts. They're all so cute. They're down in the corner. You can barely see them. I'm full screen, baby. I'm full screen on them alerts, man. You blow it up in my channel, I want to show it off. Star Citizen is a cool game. It is. It's taken a long time, but that's okay. You know, I would rather them take a long time, make a great game, than make a sucky game and push it out because of some corporate person saying, hey, push that sucky game out so everybody can be disappointed. Unlike Satisfactory right here, which is in early access, which is one of my favorite games of all time now. Incredibly fantastically done. Probably has one of the best building systems in any game. I love the simple fact of this. Watch this. I hit F like I'm going to take it out. I hit the middle mouse button, right? The mouse wheel. Bam, it picks up that and says, hey, Kismet, go ahead and build what you need to build. And then this metal edge here, if you roll over that, it will then go boom and go out like that. Now, that doesn't seem like much, but I can tell you it doesn't do that in 7 Days to Die. It doesn't do that in a whole lot of building games. It knows in what direction that you want to build. And that simple, kind of thorough thought through of building and stuff is what makes the subtlety of this game and the building in this game second to none. It doesn't do it in Minecraft either. So someone thought that out. They thought, you know what really sucks is doing this. Leaning over the edge all the time, right? Remember, I do that all the time in 7 Days to Die. I got to lean over the edge to try to get that edge. Or there's like a microscopic 1 pixel edge that you can get in 7 Days to Die to push it forward. Where here, all you got to do is look at this edge right here, right? You got this big metal edge. You can roll over it. You can put it up there. You say, I want to grab this. I can grab that, put that up there, put it up here, just based on where my cursor is, right? That's awesome, bro. The subtlety of that is amazing. And grabbing stuff from way over there, right? I could build that way over there. Look at that. I can build it. I don't know if you can even see it. It's so far out there. It's like 15, 20 foundations away, right? You could build gigantic ramps like this, and you could have a gigantic base, which I did right there. And you're like, well, Kismet, where'd your base go? Well, I tore it all down because I'm hardcore, bro. When I get to different stages in the game, I will tear down certain sections of that base or the entire base so that I can rebuild it better, right? And I feel like, especially at the very beginning, where you don't even have your stackers. You don't even have your stackers yet. If you don't have your stackers, you're in trouble. I don't want to search nothing. I want to turn my light on. If you don't have your stackers, it's rough. It's rough. You're just running spaghetti everywhere. And that's what I do. I love to trigger people who come in my channel. When I'm playing Satisfactory, right at the very beginning of the game, I just like, spaghetti! And then I'm just running over. It's like, Kismet, clean that up, clean that up. I can't handle it. My ADHD's kicking in. That's funny. But then after, at the beginning of the game, I'll do that just to get, plates going and rods and all that stuff. And then we wipe it all out. Now, one of my favorite things we've been working on, and let's go ahead and jump down from up here. We've been hanging out up here, working a bit on our down-fed, our top-fed machinery here. And we've got a lot of good stuff going there, so let's jump down over here. I love these vertical hyper tubes, by the way. Boom! They launch you out of there big time. So we've been working on rebuilding our basics. Now, I already have it unlocked all the way up to tier 7 and 8. I have played through the game multiple times, but in update 3 here, this is about as far as we've gone in update 3 because I don't rush. I'm not a person that's got to be to the end of a game as quick as possible. I take my time. The one thing we haven't done yet is nuclear power. We'll get there, don't worry. And then also over here, we're working on that gas mask and all this other stuff down here, which we'll get to. That's a later stuff. We'll get around to it. We got our coffee. Get a little zag of coffee there, by the way. I'm this hyper and I don't even drink coffee. How about that? I'm crazy. What can I say? Now we got little mini factories. Now there's 3 levels of building that I do. There is the basic building where you go ahead and start off Spaghetti City. Don't worry about it. Hey, you can clean it up later. It's okay. You can hold down control, take 50 items out at no time. I've already taken my base down twice. That's right. I've taken it down right about tier 4 into 5, taking it all down when I got to the next level. Miners, took that all down, redid it, moved it over here, had a great time, built it up, put my space elevator, filled all my stuff in my space elevator, built a massive, massive factory. And then, of course, gravity fed all the water down. That was really cool because you can put it up on the top of that waterfall, and actually gravity will cause it to come down and then go wherever you need it to go. So you don't need as many pumps. Very, very cool idea. But it does have a lot of overhead and a lot of resources you need to make it work. So I would rather be as efficient as possible than, running resources all over the place. So I tried to run all the basic resources into a central hub. And it works great. If that's your thing, you like doing central hubs, more thing. I'm on tier 4 and I'm like, time to redo the base. That's exactly when I redo it. Whenever my miner gets upgraded, that's when I redo. So I did that at tier 4 into 5. And then when I got to tier 7, when you get your level 3 miner, then I've actually tore everything down again. And then we had a lot of fun because we made a mega sorter. Now, I've made a mega sorter, God, I don't know how long it is now, maybe 3-4 years ago, in Fallout 4. And what it would do is it would go and take all my stuff, and you got your fusion cores coming down the line. It would then take it and run it off to the side. Nice factory. How many hours? Oh, well, this is the torn apart factory. I don't know. Let's see. 169 right now. 169 hours into this one. So what I've done is I've done what I call the mega sorter, right? The mega sorter first filters out all the trash, right? What is trash in my opinion? Ore, ignites, things like that. Blah, get it out of there. I don't want it to go through the rest of my sorter. That could just be taken and run in the awesome sink, right? So that's what we got all these boxes for here, because literally as far as the eye could see, let's get over here. As far as the eye could see, I had nothing but containers full of stuff, right? And I'm not going to go running back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and be throwing that in the awesome sink. So what I did is I connected them all together with a highest speed conveyor. I ran that conveyor where this one is now down here into that sorter, and it literally went and sorted everything for me, or ran it into the awesome sink right here into my central junction. Now you're like, whoa, Kismet, what the heck? Yes, this is a junction of every single part that I am going to make in the game. And you can see over here, we've got all of our stuff for our space elevator. There's some items there. Black powder, we've got some AI stuff there. We've got our AI limiter and circuit boards. We've got our heavy modular frames, etc., 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 all the way down the line. Now, what we're working on right now is we're working toward this thing right here called the turbo motor. Turbo motors allow you to have level 3 extractors, so you can go ahead and really up your input, which means you can also up your output. Now, there are some things that these factories are doing right here. Now, I don't really use enclosed factories in the beginning, or not until I get to like tier 7. If you like to do enclosed factories, more power to you, but you don't really have a lot of the parts and whatnot in the lower levels, I feel, to make a great factory. So I make little mini factories. I am of the mindset of make the factory at the node instead of sending the raw ore, which takes you massive amount of additional resources. And I tried it this time. I tried it I just spent hours and hours and hours doing it. And I knew I wasn't going to like it, but I did it anyway just to see if I can learn. And I learned some new stuff along the way. But I prefer to have something like this. See, this is doing steel pipes right here, right? Over there, it is feeding both coal and steel or iron into that factory. That factory is then sending the final product as opposed to sending the raw product, right? Especially early game, when you're sending a lot of the raw product, you're having a problem with your real slow conveyors. You can't combine conveyors, so then you're doing 5, 10, 15, 100, whatnot. What is Stream Raiders? Oh, Stream Raiders is this. But bang! This is Stream Raiders right here. We're going to play this in just a bit. Really fun, free-to-play game that everybody in the chat plays together, so feel free to come and join us here in just a bit. We've got about another, I'd say about another 10 minutes. We're going to fire that up. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 10 minutes. Oh, she's not listening. She's over here. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 10 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set for 10 minutes.
That's all she does. She's like $1,000 egg timer. I rarely use it for a phone. I only use it rarely for text, but it pretty much does that all the time. And it does math for me, too, so I don't have to do the math myself. So that's what we got here. So we got little factories at the node that are generating those particular things. Like this one up here is doing screws. This one up here is doing wires and whatnot. Now, as you can see here, now this is not really for my production per se. This is for me. Whenever I need something, I can literally just walk right over here. I need some wire. Well, bam, I got it right there. If I pull that wire out, watch what happens. I'm going to pull that wire out. Look how it's instantly replaced. That's because it's feeding down from the top, right, from up here. So what it does is it comes in from over here. It runs into this top box. That top box then feeds it down to the bottom box and the second box. And then the first box here, that top box, if there's any overflow, we'll run it out, up and over, and then up back to the top and into the awesome sink. I have all my stuff running constantly. As you can see, we're not really using that much power because we're always working very efficiently on utilizing our power. Now, right now, we have taken out a lot of the basics, so we put some of it back in again. We're doing plates and we're doing rods, which are going into screws, as well as, because I don't need a lot of rods, I'm fine, I'm past the rod stage. And then also we're producing a lot of other stuff, which are our basics, right? Now, like Kismet, how come you organize your stuff like this? Now, the reason why I've organized it like that is because I organize it based on the actual production. So if you go in here and you look in the constructor, we get out of there, there we go. You can see it's iron plate, rod, screw, copper sheet, steel beam, steel pipe, and I've also got some alternate recipes that I use. Same thing with wire, cable, quick wire. And if you look, that's how I have all my stuff organized. And that's typically how I build my stuff too, in that particular way. See, I have it all by the actual constructor itself. So if I do need to do something or produce something, it is all right here. Now, I've been to the highest levels of the game before, Update 3, but Update 3 has some fluids and has a whole bunch of other fun stuff that we've been exploring in this playthrough, and we take our time. I'm never in a rush, never in a way. One of the two games that I find are wonderfully relaxing, Astroneer and Satisfactory. You're not fighting space aliens. You're not trying to take on, space battles. You're not going pew, pew, pew with people all day long. You are building a factory at whatever pace you want to build it. You can make it however you want, and that's what's great. There is no wrong way to do it, though some people will argue with that, too much spaghetti, but you build it however you want. It's your world. You build it how you want, right? Now, what we're doing over here is we're siphoning off some of these now over this way. Over here, instead of running it up into here. We've got plenty of wire, in fact, more wire than we'll probably ever need. We're running this wire into here now, and we're using this alternate recipe for iron stitch iron plates. So what it's doing is taking iron plates and wire and producing those at a certain rate, and then running those up and over, and we're down feeding it from the top and down. We split it up there at the top. We're feeding it down to the different levels so that it can go ahead and just run right into these. There it goes. And another thing we need to work on is our iron rods. So we're going to work on that today. We got plenty of that going on right over there that we can tap into, and then we'll run it over into the factory, and then we'll run all those iron rods up to the top and then down feed them into the sink. So a very, very fun way of doing it. And so I tear everything down, and then I very efficiently, because I have faster belts and faster pieces, and I have wall units, and I have the ability to put hypertube holes in the wall, and I have the wire connectors that connect to the side of the buildings and things like that. Then that's when I start building factories, separate little mini factories to work together. And I like to send the final product, and I like to have them basically as autonomous as possible, but I do like to have central power. Central power is always a nice thing because it load balances a lot of your stuff, so when some things might kick off, then you can use that power for other things and so on, balance them back and forth. And I also build away from my factory. I never build toward it because you usually run out of room. And if I get too much stuff on me and I say, hey, you know what? I got too much junk on me. Could you do me a favor? Go in there and sort it. I can literally run right over here, drop all this stuff in here, and it will take all of that and put it in its appropriate box for me. We call it the Mega Sorter. Now, if you want to know the linchpin behind the Mega Sorter, it is the Smart Splitter right here. The Smart Splitter, you can go ahead and put these in a row, and you can say, hey, okay, if it's copper sheet, run it out to the left, or in the center in this case. If it's a screw, run it out to the right. If it's nothing, if it's neither of those, then go ahead and just send it down the rest of the line, which is any undefined, and we'll send it down the rest of the line. So if it's a screw, it's going to send it up and into the top of the box. And why do I send it to the top of the box? Because if there's any overflow, it will then flow out into the awesome sink. So it basically sorted thousands and thousands of resources. And if you've ever sorted anything in this game, you know how many hours that is. That's like 4, 5, 6, 10, 15 hours to do thousands of sorting and putting it in its appropriate box and whatever. This did it all for me, and all the excess, it runs all the way to the other side around all of these boxes. And you can see it sorting behind here. Right there, you can see it putting that quick wire where it goes, utilizing that Smart Splitter. And then anything that's left over comes into these last boxes right here, which is nothing in this case because I've really taken the sorter all the way up. And again, you can see it coming up over the top. It runs behind all of this and back feeds into the top. If it's sorting, if it's not sorting, then it'll eventually run all the way to the end boxes there as the overflow. But right now, we got nothing that's doing that. We're just running our quick wire through there and having it put it away, or we're having it throw it away. In this case, because the quick wire is going up and into the awesome sink at the top. So that's a little bit of where we're at right now and what we need to do next. So we're going to run over here and we're going to go ahead and check on our nodes. Now, one of the things that I like to do early on, because it's pretty cheap, is to run around and tap all the nodes. And by tapping the node, that doesn't mean I'm using the node. I just put a miner on the node, and then I'll put a lifter on there so I don't accidentally go and put a thing over the top of my actual miner. Another thing I like to do is I like to have a little bit of an angle or something really close to it so I don't have to go to the ground level, because the mobs do respawn. Even though you put stuff near them, they respawn in the thing. Now, I feel like they've kind of fixed it a little bit so they don't respawn as much, but they do respawn. Sometimes you jump down there and boom, they come from behind you and they wipe you out. So what I like to do is just to be able to get down to it, look at it. Okay, this is an iron node, 60 per minute, which means, because it's a level 2, which means that it's a impure node. So it's an okay node, but hey, still good. It's still good enough to make me some iron rods. That's what it's all about. This one over here is up on a hill, so I can go ahead and get a little closer to that one. There we go, another impure node there with an MK2. Now, eventually we'll replace those with MK3s, but we got to make some iron rods, and we got to take those iron rods, we got to run it right to that factory right there. And you're like, Kismet, haven't you already done iron rods, and haven't you already done plastic and all that stuff? Obviously I have, because I have boxes and boxes full of it. That's what used to be right here. And we're just going in and re-putting it in more efficiently. Look at that one. That's up there doing Caterium ore, making that quick wire. More quick wire than I'll ever need, by the way. Never, never, never. What happens if you die? Load to save. If you die, you just respawn, and you just run back and grab your loot, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. All right, let me talk about, back to chat here for a second. Nice factory, how many hours? Yeah, I have a few. I love coffee. There you go, yeah. I love the smell of coffee, not the taste. Plus, they have to make coffee so watered down that it literally becomes a shake for me. Like, you know, the iced mocha coffee, that kind of stuff. I would rather just have a shake than have coffee. There we go. Plus, coffee and caffeine is a roller coaster ride. I love Dr. Pepper. It's my favorite soda. But you're always riding that caffeine ups and downs and ups and downs. So it also adds 10 pounds, by the way. Did you know that just drinking soda alone adds 10 pounds, 5 to 10 pounds easy? How do I know? I stopped drinking soda for like 2, 3, 4, 5 months, and I lost it without any other changes, with no working out, with nothing, no other changes. Boom, I lost that weight and then started feeling better, and then I started working out after that. I started taking better care of myself, lost 50 pounds, everybody. 50 pounds, that's quite the goal. And then what happens? You hit a plateau, and then you have to, make sure you keep yourself up, watching out you're not eating those giant sundaes every day. Which I have a big sweet tooth, so I got to watch out. That's why I don't leave M&Ms over here. I used to have a giant bowl of M&Ms. I used to have right here at my desk. The problem with that is just like nachos, right? You start eating it, and then before you know it, oh my God, I just ate that giant bowl of M&Ms or nachos or whatever it is, right? Each stack is 3 of those big containers. Yes. Yeah, it is. It is three containers high. That requires big containers with then two outputs. It doesn't have to have two outputs, but it definitely does help. I have done that at the beginning also, just with the single stackers. But the dual outputs is great because you can actually control the outflow of your boxes as well. So you can control, this one's coming out on a 120 belt. This one's coming out on a 60 belt. Well, guess what? That's coming out at 180, right? And you can send this here and that there. That's what's great about the dual containers as well. Oh, it's time for some stream raiders. All right. We might actually get some of these iron bars going today. let's do some stream raiders here. All right, let's figure out our path. Now, again, this little side game, you're welcome to come join us. You're going to see a link in the chat here in just a second. I'm going to figure out the path of least resistance here. Well, it's definitely not that way. Oh, my gosh. Look at all those. Look at all those fours that way. Holy moly. Let's look at this. There's a four. There's a dual four. There's three fours that way. Holy mackerel. Yeah, I feel like we got to do this and then this, which is most likely a four. God, there's a four there. Oh, okay. Up, through here, down, this one, down, down, this one. All right, well, if nothing else, we'll get some gold. And if nothing else, everybody, we'll get some gold today. Now, again, this little side game, we're doing an event right now. This is a really fantastic game, by the way. Really fun, kind of just, while you're watching the stream, just chilling out. It is free to play. You can play it in your web browser, like your Chrome browser, on your desktop or your laptop. There's no mobile version yet, but they are working on it. I'll let you know the second that drops. But you can see I got a little custom character in there. Look at that. It's me, the Wasteland Tycoon. All dressed up and ready to go. Look, I'm getting my calisthenics in. All right, come on. Let's get this battle going. Let's get this battle going. Now, again, you can follow that link right there in the chat. Again, it is free to play. You can find me, your captain. You sign up. You go in. You search for your captain, Kismet, Kismet. Then you can see the battle board. You go ahead and put your units down. You get epic units, legendary units. You can unlock all sorts of fun skins and stuff. And if you do want to support the stream, feel free to get the Wasteland Tycoon skins there with the yellow fedora, because that's how you get the wins, everybody. That's how we get the wins. How many wins we got, actually? We've killed 376 bosses. That's a lot. That's a lot of bosses. All right, so we'll come back to that. So we're going to let that run for about another 28 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a timer for... Hey, Siri, set a timer for 28 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, your timer is set for 28 minutes.
There we go.
Seconds.
I talk like your doctor. I like it. Hey, good checkup. You're looking good. Take good care of yourself. There you go. I write like a doctor. Does that count? Can I get the paycheck? Can I get the paycheck if I just write like a doctor, even though I have no idea about doctor stuff, even though I've been to so many doctors, and it cost me literally tens of thousands of dollars to go to all these doctors so I didn't die? That's scary. Scary that I didn't learn anything going to all these different doctors. I learned one thing. Doctors are like auto mechanics. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? There's a couple good ones, and there's a whole lot of bad ones who just want to capture your billing. Watch out for those ones. I told them people to go screw themselves. My main doctor was awesome, though. He came to me and says, Kismet, guess what? You've got, sleep apnea and a constant vertigo. This is probably something you're going to have to live with for the rest of your life. And that gives you a choice then. I like people when they're honest like that. I don't like people when they're sugarcoating everything. They're just like, hey, Kismet, this is the way it is, bro. And I appreciate that, because then it makes, now I'm not just waiting around for some doctor, wave a magic wand or give me a magic pill that fixes my problem. Now I got to fix the problem. I got to go to physical rehab. I got to figure out how to live again, right? With my condition. I have to learn to live with it. And I did that. I did that for many years. For the last 5 years, I've been working on it. I'm dizzy at this very moment. It will never go away. I've seen all the different doctors. I've had the CPAP machines. I've had CT scans and the big one, whatever it is, when they put you inside there. That one too. Whatever they call that one. I went right out of my head. Whatnot. And it's harder for me now because I do have that sleep apnea where I constantly kind of go to sleep and wake up and go to sleep and wake up. So every day it feels like I've only got about 30 minutes of sleep no matter how much I rest. But you have a choice then. You have a choice. Lay down and die, which is what my doctors basically told me because they said there was nothing they could do. Or you get up and you find a way to live. And I said, okay, well, I got to step down from my epic job at Apple. That's right, the Apple that makes the iPhone, that one. I work from home for one of the most amazing jobs, like the brass ring job you work your whole entire career for. I had to step down from that and find something else that I love to do, and I'm doing it right this moment. It gets me out of the bed every day. It allows me to create moments of joy. I give out tons of loot here in the stream. I convince awesome sponsors of mine to give you guys stuff. I feel like that's kind of my mission now. My mission now is to keep working on my health and then bring moments of joy. So that's what I plan to do. And let's get into it. Let's get into playing some games here. Suri wants a day off. Well, she gets lots of days off when I'm not streaming. She gets all that time off. Literally, she sits there and does nothing. Does nothing most of the time. It actually irritates me just a little bit. I'm that guy who always likes to get the maximum value out of stuff that you buy and things like that. For sure, for sure. Let's see. He works Suri to the bone. I know. She has to calculate all the time. Did you experiment with trains, trucks, and Satisfactory? Oh, yes. When I first started playing Satisfactory, when it first came out, it was already an 8. 8 out of 10. For sure, for sure. Incredibly well done. Well thought out. The building is phenomenal. And then they came out with trains, and I'm like, this game's a 10 out of 10. That's it. And that was before they even added all the new stuff they added, too. Now it's like a 10 plus plus plus. It's an insta-buy for me. If you love building stuff, if you like going resources, you like exploring, you like any of this stuff, you got to snatch this up, bro. They have it on Steam now, too, so you can snatch it up over there or whatever favorite platform you want to grab it on, the Epic Game Store, wherever. This is an instant buy. I'm a builder. You just got to say, hey, am I a builder? I'm a builder. Boom, Satisfactory. There you go. That's how we do. All right, so we've already got our thing going here, so we got to make ourselves a little factory over here. We got to figure some stuff out. We got to figure out how to make enough of these poles to keep our stuff going over here. So actually, we need to go over here and figure out how many poles we need. That'd probably be a good start. We have 120 raw ore that we can start with over there, so that's a good number to keep in our head to start with. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Just passing through. That's my copper right there doing its thing. There we go. Okay. That's the one we're looking for over here. Now, we currently have 2 assemblers down here. We have 2 assemblers on the second level. Right now, we're trying to make modular frames. So right now, we need 12 per minute. So 2 of them are going to be 24. 24 plus 2 is 48. So we need 48 rods per minute feeding in here, and that's not going to be a problem at all, everybody. Iron rods are the things that you have so many of, you don't know what to do with after a while. You're running them into the awesome sink. That's why I actually have no iron rod production right now, because there's just so many of them. You're like, I got way too many. I already got 3 boxes of it sitting over there. I'm good. If I need any, I can also kind of siphon them off, use them, and then put them back into production. So we need 48, and let's go ahead and just write that down because I have a terrible memory now that I have sleep apnea over the last 5 years. It's only getting worse and worse and worse. So I literally have to write stuff down all the time. So let's say 48 is our magic number. So we've got 2 options. We've got our iron rod, right, where we can just go ahead and bring in our iron ingot, or we can go ahead and alternate steel, so we can bring in steel ignits and do that if we have enough coal. Now, right now, my coal supply is low, though I could use a awesome technique of oil, and you can go ahead and do your petroleum coke, and then use your petroleum coke to make steel ignits, and so on and so forth. That's too much work. We don't need to do all of that. Let's just start with the basics, everybody. Let's go ahead and just do an iron rod. We've got 2 iron nodes just sitting here and doing nothing. Let's get it going. So right now, they're going to go ahead and produce those at 15 per minute. So remember, the other ones were 12. So we really only need 4 of them, right? So 4 of them, we only need to have 15 iron ignits per minute coming in. Right now, we're going to have a lot because it's going to produce a massive amount. So we need to backtrack by 1, though, by 1 factory, because we still need to do our smelter ahead of time. This is what I call the play yard, by the way. When I just throw stuff down and I'm looking at all the numbers and that kind of stuff. And I like to take you guys on the journey, right, along with me while we're figuring out all this fun stuff. So what we need to do is we need to have iron ore coming in at 30 per minute, and then it's going to go out at 30. Right? And we only need half of that. We need 15. So we're going to, in this game, you do halves and thirds and halves and thirds and halves and thirds. And sometimes you go halves and then you go into thirds, and then the thirds recombine into halves and thirds and halves and thirds. So you're always splitting and merging, splitting and merging, splitting and halves and thirds. In this case, this is one of the easiest maths to do. It is, 30 iron in, 30 iron ignits out, right? That's easy. That's easy math. And then when you get to your plates, when you get to your rods, it's going to come in at 15 and go out at 15. All right, easy math, right? How many do we need? We need 4 because each one requires 12. So we're going to actually end up with an excess of iron rods. So really, we could just do 4 of these and we'd be just fine. So if we got 60 coming in, right, we cut that into 30 and 30. Then that's going to be 30 and 30 out. then that's going to be cut down into 15, 15, and 15. So that's 4 right there with one node. One node right here, we're going to have our factory for our iron rods, run them in there, make ourselves some modular frames. GG, we're good, right? So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Now, I always start with my constructors. Now, why do I start with my constructors? Because the constructors take the largest amount of space. Now, one of the things also you're going to notice on my base, and one of the kind of revolutionary things that I started in this particular thing, at least for me anyway, is to make roads. That's right, I've made roads in my base. These are called painting your foundations. And once I started making roads, you know what happened? A lot of the things that shouldn't happen happened before, but don't happen now. And that is, I don't build stuff on my roads anymore, right? I have my transport, I have a road where I can drive along in case my power goes out, and I never build stuff on these particular squares. Right now I have a road going down the middle. You're like, Kismet, how do you take roads out? Oh, that's a good question. You can try to unpaint them, but you know what's even easier? You just hold down control and bada bing, bada boom, and then you hit your middle mouse button, pick that up, and now you're good, right? And then again, look at the building in this game. Look, I'm standing way over here. I'm way over here building stuff way down there perfectly, exactly as I want them built. Get that one. That's a tricky one. Get in there. There we go. And I just replaced all of that right back again, and notice it no longer has the road. So I'm going to take that road out now, and we're going to be pretty good there. What do we got over here? Oh, look at this. And again, one of my favorite things, you hit F like you're going to take something out, middle mouse button, get that item. I've been trying to train myself to do that lately. And then I hold down control. Control is going to allow me to dismantle multiple things. Uh-oh, I got the wrong one there. If you get the wrong one, right click to get out of it. F again, hold down control, and then take out our road, pick this back up, put our road back in again. There we go. So now we no longer have a road there. We'll consider that a non-road, and then we'll go ahead and construct some stuff across here. And we'll build a road probably in somewhere in the middle or whatnot, depending on how our factory goes. Now, this is actually going to be part of the factory. I'm going to have it inside the factory itself. Now, you do have different keys down here that you can use. Survey reminders have been a game changer for me. Oh, absolutely, cows. I use it all the time. I have like 55 different alarms and alerts and whatnot. And the problem is if I don't do it right at the moment that it reminds me, I will forget 10 seconds later. So I have to make sure I always kind of do the stuff right away. That's what works pretty good. Now, I've got another road on this side, which looks okay. I think we'll go ahead and keep that road. And what we're going to do is go ahead and start with a little bit of outer. Now, I could put it right here. But we got a bit of a road there. I feel like we might be able to get away with that, but let's just put it out there. Now, we need a bit of resources, so we're going to run back. One of my favorite things in the entire game, they just did a phenomenal job on this, is this little vehicle, man. It's so good. It's so good. It makes me laugh every single time. He's in there and he's crouched down in there. He's like, come on, man, let's get this factory done. You know, that's a standard factory worker right there, you know. You get the short end of the stick. You don't have no Lambo to drive around the factory, right? You got the cheapest thing you can possibly get, but I love it. I think it's pretty great. I also put the little thing on. Loot coming through. Emergency loot coming through, everybody. Look out, coming through. Now, we could have used our hypertube as well, but yeah, I love using my little car. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. We need to come back here. We need to get a little bit of loot. Now, this is why all this loot is here, by the way. Oh, look out. Bad driving. This loot is here for me to utilize, right? It's for me to utilize in stuff. Now, right now, I've run out of a whole bunch of this, so we're going to go ahead and feed that. Now, watch as it feeds down. Watch as, even if you can't see the numbers, it will actually start to fill in those empty spots there. See that? And that's because it's feeding from up above. One of my more genius ideas in this playthrough as well is the down feed. And then get rid of the excess off the top. Makes it much, much easier. All right, what else do we got? We need, looks like we need some plates. We need that. Well, guess what? We got plenty of that. Always pick up your vehicle, by the way. Always pick it up. Keep it in your inventory in case you get stuck out in the middle of nowhere. You got your little car. You're good to go. All right, plenty of plates over here. Let's go ahead and get these plates in here as well. Now, one of the things that I like to do is when I am getting more of something is I put the less amount back. Meaning that if I say I'm getting this right here and I'm getting a couple stacks of 100 out of these, right? And then I have one that's left over 30, I'll put it back in. And the reason why I want to put it in right away is because that particular item, like in this case, oh, let's take 100 out, put the 64 back in. that particular item, if it's just like 5 or 10 of them, is taking up a full inventory slot. And your inventory slots are precious, everybody. They're very, very precious. So make sure that you do have additional stuff that you can use. We'll use a little bit of that. What else might we use here? We got our aluminum there. We have a good amount. We got to get our aluminum going again, too. But we'll get into all of that. We're just kind of rebuilding all the basics from scratch to kind of make them more efficient. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to utilize this left one here, or maybe we can utilize this right one. Let's take another look. Now, this one's right up against the road, which isn't too bad. I think we could probably get away with putting some stuff like this. Now, you're like, Kismet, why do you put stuff inside a factory? That is a great question. I know someone's going to ask me that very, very soon. Now, one of the reasons why you put it in the factory, especially if you have a lesser machine, is that it's going to start to bog down your frames, right? Your refresh. If you have too many things going. Now, I have a pretty decent machine. If you want to see all the stuff in my studio, feel free to go to my awesome website, kismet.gg. I know, how about that for a cool website address? We could go ahead and put it inside there so we don't have to watch the production, which allows your frames to be awesome like that. Especially if you have a whole bunch of big factories running all over the place. That's the reason why I build. And again, I do my basic builds, Spaghetti City. Then I go ahead and do my what I call my super builds, which are production based. Just bring me in the resources or bring me in the money, depending on what game I'm playing. And then we have the mega builds, where you're building something that's beautiful, right? That's not only functional, but is also beautiful. And that's for a later stage. We get our nuclear power up. We'll fool around with that. But right now, basics is the best, right? Because it costs less resources and you can get the same amount of stuff done. So let's do it right here. We're going to go ahead and start with our wall. Now, I like to put in a few doors on the sides so I can get in there. And I also like to turn my stuff a very specific way so that it's easy to get it going on. All right, so one of the things we're going to need right out of here is we're going to need our furnaces. Now, I'm going to take it and I'm going to turn it this way, and our factory is going to run along the side of the road here. So this is actually going to go that way like that. Now, one of the things we also want to think of is, do we want it to be all on the same level, right? Later on, hey, David, thanks for coming in. Levi, thanks for coming in, hanging out. Need some ergonomics in that thing. There you go. There you go. There you go. And thank you also for the follows, by the way, everybody. Thanks to Gun Battle. We got Evil Royd coming in. I'm going to butcher all your names, by the way. Patet Lobix, I think that is, and Dadder Levi, I think that is. That's part of my charm. I butcher everybody's name. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. All right, so what we're going to do, again, is think about what do we want to do. Now, when I first start off, it's called horizontal building. Horizontal building is when you just build it all at the same level and you keep building further and further and further out. Pretty much like we did here, right? The horizontal building is usually what I do in tier 4 to 5, and in the early tiers as well. Just horizontal building, no big deal. But later on, you want to come back later when you have the pieces and the parts that allow you to do vertical building. Vertical building takes less space, and also it's more efficient when it comes to outputs and inputs and all of that stuff, because you can use a lot of stuff that's going to help you with that. So one of the things we're going to do here is we're going to have this area over here, but we don't really need a lot of this area, right? We go ahead and just kind of take this and kind of put that like that, right? Because we're going to take this and we're going to turn it and we're going to run it here, and then we'll widen out the factory. Now, we're also going to be thinking about, okay, if I'm running 60, right, for my, and this is all about the numbers, this game. If you like the logical side, I'm going to appeal to your logical side with numbers. And if you like the visual side, like me, I'm both logical and visual. Very, very rare mix in people, because I've been a graphic designer for over 30 years. I do love to know the numbers, and I also love to do it visually as well. So I'm going to show you both ways. First, of course, we have to think about how many smelters we need. We need 2 smelters, right? Because 30 input into the smelter. We got 60 coming out, so we're going to need 2. Right, so we're going to go ahead and start with that. Now, one of the things you want to do with your smelter is kind of think, okay, am I going to run out of the smelter and then go up? If you are going to run it out of the smelter, we don't really need that much room behind the smelter. But if you are going to go up, make sure that you're thinking about, okay, where am I going to put my wall, right? And is this item centered off of that wall if you want to make it beautiful, right? If you want to make it beautiful. So this game's not only about building and producing the thing, but it's also learning how to make it efficient, beautiful, all that kind of stuff. That is a whole nother level to the game that a lot of people play, and I'm very much that type of person. But I don't like spending too much time on something I find inefficient, because your time is probably your most valuable thing that you have. And if you're spending, 5 hours just running raw materials into your main base, while it might pay off in the long run, in the short run, you're getting nothing done other than running lines. But hey, if it's that's the way you like to do your base, more power to you. I tried it in this playthrough. I did not like it. I like to build it at the node. Like, see, this, I'm going to have it build the item I want and then run it down the line, as opposed to running the raw stuff down there and then doing it all in the same place and whatnot. I like to have separate little factories. Very, very fun. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put that in there. We're going to kind of line it up down the center so that we can go ahead and take that conveyor right out of there into there. We're also going to bring this in here, and we're going to say, oh, we need to split this. Oh, wait a minute, this wall's a little too close. So hold down Control, take that wall out. It's a little too close, not giving us enough room to split. So we'll then go ahead and put another smelter right down the center again, right here. We'll try to line them up watching the green line there. Make sure that we have them going in the right direction. Now, how do you know whether your stuff is going in the right direction or not? Easy. You look right here. These 3 lines mean that's an input. Whenever you see a green or yellow arrows on your storage boxes, like this, is kind of like an arrow, and that says output, right? Green is output, orange is input, but also you can tell by the lines as well. So that will help you a lot. So we've got 60 coming in. We want to split it. We want to run it in here. Now, again, this is one of the most basic things you do in the game. If you're like, Kismet, this game is too complex, I can't do it. This is the easy stuff. You can do it. I'm sure you can. So we've got a splitter here. Now you're like, Kismet, how did you do the splitter without going into the menu? That's because I have a whole bunch of sets down here of different pieces and parts and conveyors and whatnot, and they actually have different quick key sets that you can use. Now, I also have one of my favorite mouses in the world, the Razer Naga Chroma Epic, which has like 5 names. I don't know why it has so many names, but it has the 12 buttons on the side. So I'm just pressing those 12 buttons on the side, various buttons to get splitters and mergers and all that stuff. Now, I am a fan of center splitting, where you go ahead and go like this, put it right there in the center, and then you go ahead, feed it in, feed it in. Now, there are a lot of ways of doing splitting. Now, I could lift it up and then bring it up from up above, so you don't have all the conveyors at ground level. They're up over your head. There's a whole bunch of other ways of doing splitting. There's smart splitting and all of that stuff as well. But this is the most basic way of doing it. You put a splitter, good to go. Now, there's also inline splitting. Inline splitting is where you put a splitter off the end of all of this, and then you just one straight line, and then it just splits here, and splits there, and splits there as it goes down the line. I feel like that might be a little less efficient when you first start it up, but it still is just as good once you have your factory running, and once that stuff's made it all the way down the line, then it is very efficiently running it in at a consistent speed. Then you're okay. Look at this guy. Look at this guy just sitting on my foundations over there. So there we go. So that's all we really need right there. And then we're going to go ahead and pull this in, and we're going to run this in here. Now, I'm using a Mark 1 belt. And the reason why is because this is just going at 60. There's no reason for me to go any faster than that. The whole entire rest of my assembly line here is not going to go any faster than 60. All right. And we got that going. Now we're going to go back to our other set, which is going to my key sets down here. Which is going to allow us to go ahead and choose another door here. And I think I got this one going the wrong way. Middle mouse button, that one. Turning it around, looking good. There we go. And more conveyors. Let's go to our conveyors here, and we'll run our conveyors into there. If it isn't perfectly straight, you know what? Roll with it. Roll with it, but that's pretty straight right there. Looking pretty sweet. So that's going to be level number 1. Easy, right? Easy, easy. And then we'll go ahead and grab, hit F, grab that so I don't have to find it in my bar, so I can keep my bar on my conveyors for right now. And then we're going to go ahead and put all of these in like this. That's nice. All right, we like that. We're going to go with that. Then we'll run around and get into here. All right, now we need some power, and that's going to be pretty easy. Now, one of my favorite new pieces that they've added is this really cool kind of double wall piece that you can use. So we can go ahead and use a kind of a higher end double wall piece, put it right there. And then what we can do is go ahead and hit F, and I can actually middle mouse button the power line and then run the power line like that. Once you master the middle mouse button, it really, really helps a lot in your building. You're not flipping the screens all so much. You're not bringing up the build menu all the time. Once you have one of them down, you can then just keep copying it and copying it and utilizing it in your base. All right, there we go. So we've got that going. And again, we'll go ahead and bring that power line from there down into there. There we go. And then we can go ahead and also utilize this power line, because this power line can run a lot more items at the same time, right? So more than 4. So you got an input, which is 1. We got 3 outputs right now, which is looking good. Now that's going to fire up, and it's going to come up into there. Now I need to tell it what to do. So we're going to do some iron over here, some iron ingots, and then iron ingots. Again, that's 30 and 30. That's 60 iron ingots. And again, remember, we only need 4 groups of 12, right? So we need 12, 12, 12, and 12. So we're going to have extra iron ingots, which we are going to run back into our storage and utilize it there. Now we're going to need a whole nother level. Now watch how wonderful this game is at building, right? So your middle mouse button, we got that. Then you just go like this, and then all of a sudden, once you got it locked in, boy, you're off and running. As long as you got enough concrete on you, you are building like a boss. Now, some of these require 3 high, and some of them require 4 high. 4 high is kind of a standard in most builds. I'm utilizing 3 right now, and I'm not a person who likes to have it as, you know, jammed in there as possible. That's a fun thing to do, but I like to have a little bit of space. It's, you know, I don't have to cram it in there because you got plenty of room in game. You have so much tremendous amount of room for sure. All right, there we go. Now, I just happen to know that these particular items here, these forges, are 3 blocks as high. And then we'll go ahead. Now we'll right-click to get out of there. We'll change our set again down here. We'll get number 6, which is our foundations. And I like to use a nice 8x2. They're thick enough to look like they would actually hold up a factory, but not so thick that they're going to cut into my stuff down below. And not so thin to look like they might, you know, the whole entire factory might come down on my head. That's what I like about those. And then we go out here like this, and oh, we got a little bit of, put that back in there. There we go. All right, so now we're like, Kismet, how you going to get up there to that top part? Well, here's what we do. We go ahead and grab this. We put that right there, and we're going to go ahead and work now with our transport. Now, I have a whole nother one over here, which is my transport one, which is number 3. A whole nother one here, which is a whole bunch of my transport stuff, which I'll show you here in the thing, is this right here. All this stuff down here. One of those is the hyper wall tube hole that we're going to use, which I have on number 6 down there. And we're going to go ahead and do that right there. And then we're going to go ahead and run this down. Now, I like to use a vertical, so I have to back up a little bit to see if it's vertical or not. There we go. Now, right now, it's in default mode. If I hit R, it's going to switch me between the different modes until I get a nice vertical entrance. And we're going to try to move it in there and try to make it a fun little vertical. Now, I'm going to go ahead and click once to say that the ground is good, and then I'm going to bring it up by 2. Now, why do I bring it up by 2? Because you have a tendency to get sucked into your hypertubes just when you're walking by and you're not paying attention. So I put them up higher so I don't accidentally get drawn into those as well. Then we'll go ahead and bring some power over from this power line into there. And then we'll kind of finish out a little bit here at the top because we're going to need some more power up there. So again, we'll go ahead and put that up there. There we go. And into our power item. Now, I could grab one of these, but I like to go in and just make sure I've got it going. I'm going to put it right there. And now we've got a problem right here, right? This one's filled. It's only a level 1 power pole, and that can only have 4 outputs. So we want to get this one right here, which can handle 7 right there. And then we just basically click on it to upgrade it. You can do the same thing with conveyors and other things. You can just upgrade it straight away without having to take it out and re-put it back in. And then we'll go ahead and run a power line right to the top, so we'll have power for our hypertube and all of that. Let's go. There we are. We're now on our upper level, and we'll make sure to go ahead and put an entrance onto there, and then go ahead and run our power line right over there so we can get back out when we're done. Now, what we've done over here is we've run our iron ingots right here. You can see they're already running. And they're hanging out right there. Where do they need to go? They need to go straight up. So we're going to have to line up these ones here by hitting the middle mouse button. I hit F first, then middle mouse button. Then I can kind of look at this one and say, okay, that's where my thing is. So we need to take it. We need to feed it to the upper stairs. We're going to do that using our logistics here, our conveyor lift. Now, again, this is basics, but I'm kind of redoing those basics, but this time as an actual factory, right? Instead of just having it horizontally on the ground. That actually missed. Make sure we always double check that that works out. Always make sure that everything's running properly. Make sure everything's lining up properly. before I move on to the next thing. There we go. All right. Gotta do a lot of eyeballing in this game. And there we go. So now they're lifting up and they're going into the upper factory. Man, it is dark. It is dark in this game. Let's go. I don't know what it is. I'm always building in the dark. All right, so now we can see them coming up, but oh no, look, I still didn't get it right. This one we got right. So again, I always double check that. If it's not, it's okay, just take it out. And then you can actually do a little bit of this. Again, watch how amazing this game is. I'm going to middle mouse button that. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to try to hit that. Look at it. I can hit that from up here, hanging off the side of the building. Isn't that amazing? I don't know of any other game that just gets it so right. Then I can come up here and say, okay, now it's lined up perfectly, because I know the bottom one's lined up perfectly. And then boom. Now we're looking good. It's going to go ahead, bring that up here, and we're good to go. Now, again, we're going to need to split these into separate. Now, I could have merged it and then run it as one line if I wanted to, but I just run it as separate lines because I'm going to split them anyway. Might as well be efficient. And now, again, we're going to need 4 constructors. So we're going to go ahead and line up our constructors here. Now, we're actually going to be building in this direction, but we're going to be sending it that way because instead of just sending it straight out across there, what I'm going to do is go ahead and utilize a line that I already have, right, to keep it nice and tidy. We're going to run it out on that side. We're going to get up on top of this line. We're going to run it back, and then up, boom, up into the top feed. Oh, hey, okay, I get it. We're going to do some stream raiders. Run it back, and then up to the top feed up there, and then let it run back down. Oh, actually, way over there. This one. That factory, not this factory. This is my copper there. This one over here, we're going to run it to. Run it up to the top, and then it's going to down feed into my stuff and make some modular frames. All right, let's do it. So again, we're going to try to put 4 of these across. Now, I like to leave a little extra room. That's just me. You can try to do it as compact as possible. A lot of people love to do that. Hey, more power to you, man. Whatever you want to do in your factory, you go ahead. Me, I like to spread them out a little bit. Get a little bit of room. Now, again, if it's not long enough, that's okay. I'll just extend it out. Oop, first, I'll make a mistake and put it way over there. Happens all the time. My mouse is ultra sensitive. Ultra sensitive to the clicking. Let's go ahead and just widen that out a little bit. There we go. And then more constructors. Again, this is among the easiest thing to do in the game. It's like your basic starter one. Your plates are probably your easiest. And then your rods are second easiest. Now, again, here we go again, right, with our splitter. So we're going to go ahead and split our, change our key sets down here, which I have. I'm going to go ahead and press 1 for a splitter. I'm going to do a center line split like this, and a center line split right there. Now, we got a little bit of a problem, right? Oh, my God. Wait. How are you going to get that in there, Kismet? Well, I could go like that and like that. No problem. That's because I moved the splitter up far enough, and I moved the items up far enough that I can actually put that in. Now, I could also try to center it, but then it's going to take more room in my base if I center it. It's no big deal. It's going to work just as good that way as it would straight out from the thing. So we're going to go ahead and run that into there. And again, this is why I like center line. Center line splits it and then evenly runs it in both sides like that. Look at that. Beautiful. Same thing over here. Again, I'm going to go ahead and pick a MK1 belt. Take that out. Now, also, I have the skates, by the way. I don't have the jetpack on right now. I have the skates. I love the skates because you can fall from a higher level. You can jump over the top and get on top of pipes and things that you normally could not jump over. That's what's so great about the Blade Runners is that they give you that extra boost. They let you fall further because I'm always falling and I'm always jumping over stuff at some point. All right, so that's easy, right? This is, again, one of the easiest things to set up. We've got it going. We've got our more advanced wall outlet 2. So that's going to allow us to go ahead and grab this power line and start running power lines and everything. Like that. So easy. So easy. Now, sometimes when you get a lot of power lines in there, it gets a little tough to get it. There we go. Whoa! Hey, oh gosh, that scared me. It made me jump. You see me jump, everybody? Oh my God, I got too close to the hyper tube. Oh God, that made me jump. See, I'm easily jump scared, everybody. Now, we're going to do that battle here in just a second. I haven't forgotten. I'm very aware, everybody. Don't worry. We're going to try to finish this up. If I don't finish this up, I'm going to forget something. That's why I try to, stay on one thing and then switch to another thing. All right. Well, while we're waiting for that to fire up, let's go ahead and do a nice, fun battle here. Hopefully, we've got lots of peeps. Oh, man. We don't have enough units, I don't think, but we'll give it a go, everybody. Let's give it a go. Let's see how we do. Oh, boy. I believe in you, everybody. I believe in you. Stay at it. Protect those healers. I'm standing still again. I don't know why I'm stuck in one place. I guess it's the spiders that make us stuck in one place or something. So that could cost us the whole entire game. Because we're stuck in one place. We can't go and attack the mobs. Those guys broke out. I'm still stuck. They're gonna get my ranged. What are you doing, Kismet? Go this way, Kismet. They got that handled. Go over here. I have no control over it. The AI handles it. There we go. I think we got the win. Oh, look out. Someone taking a hit. Oh, Menzel took a hit. Took one for the team. Pandarus going in. He's got it going. Go, Pandarus. Yes. We got this. Come on. Never give up. Never surrender. Yeah. Wow, with 4 people left. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Let's slide that over there. Boom. 20 gold going to Kellum Mall. Congrats on that random loot. And Razerol coming in overall MVP. Now, again, this is a very fun game to play. Come and join us, everybody. Oh, wait. Which way are we going? We're going up? Oh, we got to hit a mystery one, though. Oh, well, we'll do what we got to. Do what we got to do. Up, then here, then down, and then over. Yeah, we got to. I hate those mystery ones because they are sometimes pretty tough. But let's go this way. Right here. We'll just go right up the middle, try to wipe them out. Let's go. Again, you come join us, Stream Raiders or StreamCaptain.com. Again, the name of the game is Stream Raiders. Something, a little side thing we do here in the stream. All right, so here we go. Now we got to tell it what we want to make. We want to make some iron rods. And let's get those fired up. And we're just going to use our regular recipe because, yeah, iron rods are easy. You got tons of iron ignites. You just run them all day, every day. Okay, so again, this is going to output at 15 per minute. So we're going to have 15, 15 that's 30, and 60 total iron rods running out. And we only need 48, which is pretty funny if you think about it, right? That's a lot. So we could actually cut it down into 3, or what we could do is we could underclock, right? So instead of it outputting at 15, we could tell it, hey, you know what? Output at 12. So we're going to go ahead and turn this down. We're going to say, what about 85%? Now, why would I want to turn my things down? The reason why you would want to turn it down is because you want to definitely conserve the power wherever you can. So right now it's doing 12.7 because I'm at 85%. Now you can actually type the number in here if you want. You can say, okay, I want to be 83%, and then bam. I didn't know if that was 12 or not. I'm just taking a guess. 82%. Nope, that's not it. Let's say 80%. There we go. 12 right on the dot. So 80% is going to be 12. This one over here, 80%. Now that we know the magic number. And then this one over here, 80%. Because I don't need to make more than that. I don't really need to make it excess. I would rather have the power so I can make other stuff. So we're going to go ahead and reduce that or underclock items to reduce our overall power overhead. So there we go. So now we've got our 4 running at 12. Very, very nice. Now, we're going to have a lot of extra iron ignites because it's going to kind of backlog those iron ignites, and that's fine. We can backlog all day long. It'll be fine. It'll then turn the items off when they backlog, by the way. When they have too many, it'll stop part of your production, which gives you more power as well. So great thing to think about. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and combine all these together so we don't have to run 4 separate lines. So we're going to start using our mergers, and I like to do, again, middle-level mergers like this. And I'm watching which way this green arrow is going. It's going toward me. So that means that that's going to combine here on that side, and there, and then here, and then there. Now, same thing here in the middle. I'll go ahead and create another merger, and I'll watch these white lines here, right, over there in that corner. I'm watching how the white lines are, and I'm going to try to line it up somewhat in the center. Let's say right there. There we go. And once again, we'll go ahead and merge that together. And now we have an output of 48, right? 12, 12, 24, 48, perfectly exactly what we need. And then we want to go ahead and run that down the side and off to there. Now, one of the things I would do right here is I actually would not run it out right here. I would run it out on this side, which will prevent a little extra running of your stuff, right? So we go over here, and I can just kind of look over there, middle mouse button, give me that wall conveyor, and I'm going to go ahead and put it right here above my power, like that. Then we're going to go ahead and bring this up, and we're going to turn it going that way by using our logistics. We're going to use our conveyor lift, up and turn. And there we go, easy peasy. Oh, easy peasy, there we go. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Tried to get past it. I tried to get past it. Got me. All right, there we go. And we're going to go ahead and run this over to here. Now, what it's saying right now is floor too steep. But don't believe it. It's lying. It's because these power poles are in the way. Our power lines are in the way. So I just move forward a little bit so they're not in my way. Then click on it. GG. And there we go. Our output coming out 48 down the line. Now, am I going to fill out the rest of this whole entire factory and put a top on it? Nah, because I don't have any excess. If I had excess, I'd put a top on it, maybe put an awesome sink there. But what I'm going to do is just protect it visually. So when I'm down at the ground level, I won't see any of the production up here to keep my frames up. Again, I don't really have to worry about my frames because my machine's pretty robust, pretty decent. But eventually, no matter what machine you have, you can build a factory that will bring your any computer, any modern computer to its knees, for sure, in this game. And that's always something to keep in mind. Even if you had like a $50,000 PC, you could just keep building and building and building, and at some point, believe me, those frames are going to drop, for sure. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and do just a couple levels. Not going to put any ceiling on it or anything. Get this going on. I always prefer green arrows to point to the middle and place another merger there. In this scenario, more specific, efficient. Yeah, I like to. I like to put it in the center. Now, another thing we could do again was the inline, right? Where you could put the inline and just have it come off the end and merge all together, and then end up at the end. Or we could go this way and then kind of end up at the end, then up and then out. There's many different ways of doing it. I like doing center line like this. This is the way I feel like it looks beautiful, and also it's very efficient in my time. I consider everything else irrelevant. I consider my time the most valuable thing in the game, right? So you want to make sure you utilize your time the best because that's your most valuable resource, right? All right, so it's coming out of there, and we're going to go ahead and try to lock this in to this one over here. So we're going to use that. Now this one's going to be pretty tough to get it into this one right here, but we could do it. It might be a little wonky, but let's give it a try. See if we like it. See, what I do is I try stuff, and I'll know the second I do it whether I like it or not. See, if I do that, nah, see, it's not going to work, number one, and two, I don't like it anyway, so let's not do that. Now we can try to run it over here, like this, little side cross belt. I'm okay with that. I feel like that looks pretty decent coming off the side there. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff we could do to redo that, by the way. We could bring it down using a side thing, re-angle it, put it back that way, aim it back that way, circle it back around. There's like 50 different things I could do, but I'm just going to leave it like that because it works, and that's all we care about at this point. We're just doing super building. We're doing mega building. We'd make it look beautiful. We could run it under the things, by the way, because there is a gap underneath here. I could run it under here, and you'd never see it. It'd be underneath the base itself. Definitely something we'll do probably in a future revision of either this base or another playthrough. We'll do a lot of under building, as I like to call it. And we forgot a wall right up here. Let's go ahead and put that in. There we go. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and run our conveyor all the way back to where we need to go. And we're just going to run it and do the thing. Now, here's the thing. If you're on this side, you got this wire in your way. So that's why I have that extra side over here. So we just go ahead and get over there. Now, we also got a road in here and all that stuff. We'll fix that as we go. No big hurry. We're just going to take a moment to boost this. I feel like I really want to fix these too. Actually, let's fix this while we're at it. Let's take away our little play yard here. That's where I put a whole bunch of stuff down and we look at all the stuff. I feel like we want to go ahead and run this along this line now. Eventually, we're going to go ahead and tap into this over here too. So let's say right about here. And I'll show you a great little trick for corners. We'll go ahead and choose number 9. There we go. Whenever you're trying to turn a corner, one of the things that I'll do is I'll go like this. And I'll go like that. Right? So that's like a perfect edge corner that you're going to get because it's evenly spaced. Like that. Now, it's a little bit of a softer turn as opposed to a hard 90-degree turn. If you want to do a hard 90-degree turn, then you would do basically a 2-back, right? Where you go ahead and go like this, and then you go 1 and then 2 on that side, and then 2 on the other side, going around the other way in the opposite direction, vertically, and then you get that. But I'm okay with that because you know what? That allows me to put stuff here in the corner, like power poles and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead and take all of this out right up here, and we're going to rework this a little bit. All right, this was just a temporary thing I did to bring all the resources over to my base while I was revamping all of that. So let's grab all these resources. Let's hope we don't run out of space. No, we got plenty. Now, again, I'm holding down control, and I'm very carefully getting what I need, because you can all of a sudden get something way off in the back and have a problem. Hey, Soupy, what's up? You can all of a sudden get something like your hypertube or something like that way in the back. All of a sudden, your production's off. Be very, very aware of all of that, everybody. And there we go. So we got that right at the end. We're going to go ahead and redo all of this over here. And right now, we're going to go ahead and run that at 2. And again, right here, we're going to do that kind of nice soft turn right there. And here's a great little trick too. Middle mouse button on that. That gives you this one now. And then we can do that. Now look at us going downs, right? So we got to bring our stacker up a little bit and then up again. And then again, middle mouse button here to get the conveyor. Let's try to get the conveyor. There we go. All right, conveyor. And then line it up. And then the upper conveyor is going to be a number 4. Now, I could grab it from over there, but I got them just programmed down here. I can just press a button. I get it there. Now, I also have these at what I call max length. Max length so that I don't have to have a lot of poles along the way. As well as we need to make sure that we bring forward our power. Our power is running that way. Do we really need any power through there? Probably not right now. We can run that power later if we need it. Right now, we don't really need it. So max length is this. You run it, and then it will eventually get to a point where it says, nope, sorry, can't go any further. Right there. And that's usually about 6 foundations. So if you count, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There it is right there. And that tells you that you can go ahead and put one right here. And I like to inset. I don't like to set it on the edge. I like to be in one. And then I put my power poles right there where it comes together when I need to. And we also need to line it up. That would probably be helpful. This is actually off. This is actually inset like this. Normally I have it on the left side of that, but this one here is actually turning and coming down this way. So we need to go ahead and revamp this here. So we can kind of match that. Same thing here. There we go. Middle mouse button, pick that up. Going 3 high. And now we know what our distance is, and then we know what our corner distance is here. We're going to go ahead and go that way, and then we'll go right here. A little extra. That's okay. And then you usually want to do the top one first, by the way, because if you do the bottom one, then it's going to be in your way of running your top one later on. So I like to do the bottom one. That's just me. Now, it doesn't matter which way I run this belt, by the way. I can run it that way, or I can run it the opposite way. And you're like, Kismet, why doesn't it matter? It matters when you're running other stuff. True. But see, if I run it like this, it's going to block me. It's going to tell me, hey, you can't run it that way. It automatically knows in which direction the belt is going now. It knows that this belt is running off of there and it is running in this direction. So it will automatically tell you, hey, you can't do that. So very, very nice that it gives you that kind of help as it goes along. And then we'll middle mouse button that one. And we'll bring this down the line. Now, this is a level 5 belt. This is a very fast belt. It's 780 that that's going at. Now, one of the things I could do, by the way, is I could just combine it with this belt here, that belt and this belt, and run it on both of them and then smart sort it at the end. We might do that later on. We might come back and do a lot of smart sorting of our long runs here. But probably not today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then number 6 right here. Press number 4 to get my belt there, and then number 8 to get my higher level belt. And there. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we got to start lifting it upwards. Now, probably right here would be a good place to start lifting it up so that it can get to the top of this, right? And I want it to go ahead and feed up there. Now, one of the things about this is it actually needs to feed to this space right here, which I haven't even filled in the rest of it. I want it to go right there. So I can go ahead and now split this into a line that's going to run into this base. and then split the other part that goes up there. But it is a little too low because when I try to split this, it's going to be kind of covering up my base. So I can lift it here, which is the kind of the best place, I think, to make it a little bit higher up. So we're going to go in. We're going to take that out. We're going to stack this a little bit higher. It's going to let me. Oh, I'm out of plates. Let's run back, get some plates. So you're always out of something. Every time. Every day, all day, you're always out of something. You're always running back for some plates. You're always running back for this and that. And that's why I have this huge repository of loot there in case I need whatever I need. And I'm always usually building toward it when it comes to running my resources. So that's usually a good place to just run to. All right, so let's go ahead and keep them going. 1, 2, 3. We'll go ahead and take this out. Take that out. Again, we'll run this one more time. This one up nice and high. There we go. And then this one, same thing. Nice and high up. That also lets me get through that road. And then also makes it a little bit cleaner when you're running it up there. So you don't have the obstruction down in the lower area. And then we're going to turn this. We're going to run it right toward this. We're going to try to line it up. First, we'll do something like this. I'm going to go ahead and put a conveyor lift. Now, sometimes I'll make conveyor lifts just for reference, just to kind of see where I want it to go. Let's say, kind of like that. Roughly like that. Then we'll go ahead and try to line up our poles. Yeah, 3. Let's go 4. I say 5. Yeah, we might readjust that a little bit, but 5 looks good. And then we're going to go ahead and turn here. So again, we're going to line up. What I do is I roll it toward the item like this, and then I'll roll it back. Kind of get an idea of how it sits on the thing there, on the foundation. How many did we do over here? I already forgot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We did 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, there we go. And then number 4, up here, up to there, across here, up to there. That's a little low now, a little low, so we'll take that back out. We'll go ahead and redo it. And we'll try to line it up. Again, there's no, if you make a mistake, it's okay. Just, take it out, do it again. Because you don't lose your resources, which is pretty awesome. Huh. Oh. Oh. It thinks it's going that way. Let's go see what's attached up there. Do I have something attached there? Oh, I don't have it attached there. All right, that's the problem. It doesn't know what direction. It thinks I'm going that way when I really want to go this way. All right, so here's what we want to do. We want to actually take this out, and we want to set the direction going this way. Right, so now it knows which direction that it's actually feeding, which in this case is going to feed into this bottom one here, and then it's going to go ahead and run in the rest of these down below. So we'll go ahead and put that in all the way in here. So we'll put that into here so that it knows what direction the conveyor is going, and so when we put our bottom part in, it'll know it down there as well. Well, that's a dead giveaway when it won't connect. You're like, oh, wait a minute, something's up there. I couldn't remember. I did that the other day or last week. Which direction I had that running. All right, there we go. And let's do that again. Run it right there. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you, Spacey. Appreciate you coming in, showing the love to the stream. By hitting that follow button, dropping that dragon hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Wasteland Tycoons. Welcome. I can drop it down just a little bit more, I think. Just one more. Now, by the way, we can also count how many on the side. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 5 right there. 5 and a little extra. So we'll go ahead and do that. Right here. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a little extra. Let's say right there. There we go. 5 and a little extra. And there we go. Nice and straight. Looking beautiful. Awesome, awesome. Let's go ahead and hit middle mouse button. Let's go ahead and see if we put our walls in now. Oh, I hate it when it flips my walls around. Don't do that. Put them like this. There we go. And let's go ahead and fill in the rest of our walls here. And we'll fill them all the way down. Now, we got a little bit of a problem here on the output, and that's okay. We're going to extend that a little bit. But we're going to go ahead and wall this side up. Like this, if it wants to cooperate today. There we go. Talking about my mouse, not the game. My mouse being a little feisty. Because I do abuse this mouse and play lots and lots of games on it, so I guess I can't blame it that much. Alright, so this bottom part I'm going to leave a little bit more open because we're going to be feeding this out of here, over here. So we're going to kind of create a little extra area, which is why I kind of set that back a little bit, because I think that far ahead. Alright, so there we go. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we'll go ahead and put in a nice doorway here. Do we got a doorway we can just grab from? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and get out of there. Switch our set to doorway. There we go. Put it up. Tried to turn it around, but right as I clicked it, it went the other way. Let's put a doorway in on that side as well. And again, I'm turning it in such a way that it will, it'll run. All right, so we'll leave that open. We've got that going. So now what should happen, if we have this all ready to rock, is it should be feeding bars into the bottom here at 12 per, right? Because if we took 48 and we split it in half, that's going to give us 24. And then we take 24 and split that in half again. That's going to give us 12. So right now it's feeding those in. And as it hits number 12, which it's going to do here in just a second, boom, there it goes. Now it's starting up and it is doing us some modular frames. So we have 4 of these. We have 2 on this level. And again, we're top feeding today, which is kind of fun. From way up here on the top, you can see that we have our plates coming in from this direction, and we have our poles coming in, and they're feeding kind of half and half here into each of these, right? So we got our plates going in, we got our poles, we got our plates and poles, so on, and it's going down the side, feeding into the multiple levels that we have. So let's go look at the middle level, right over here. There we go, and it's fired up and ready to rock. It's doing its thing, and then it's got to come out of there. Oh. That's why you don't have those at ground level, because they suck you out of there all the time. We got a little bit of a problem here, right? We're like, all right, a minute, Kismet, how are you going to get that out of there? We're going to do the same thing up here. Take this out just a little bit, and we're going to have to try to get this to go out, right? Now, if you don't have it centered, like this one's fairly centered, you might be able to get away with it with a wall thing right there, and then try to get in there and say, okay, I'm going to run a conveyor in there. Grab a conveyor from over there. And try to run it in there. But I feel like it's a little too close. Don't like it. Definitely want to give myself a little bit more room, because I definitely want to merge this stuff back together and then run it across there. So you can see that this is a little too close and whatnot. But that's okay. We can actually control which direction this is going, so we can go kind of around it and push it forward as well. We can work on all of that. So let's push this forward just a little bit. Let's say, you know what, we don't like this. We want to go ahead and back that up a little bit, and go ahead and extend this side out like this. Now again, I'm using my middle mouse button to grab different pieces like this. There we go. We'll just extend the front of that a little bit, just like we did down below. And then we can go ahead and actually reverse run this if we want to in the opposite direction. But we're going to do a combine down below and do that. Or we can actually, let's do a combine up here. That's even more fun. Even more fun, we'll combine it and then run it out of this top part. Again, there is no wrong way to play the game. It's however you want to do your base. Don't let you answer to no one. It's your base. You build it however you want. Me, I'm going to build mine however I want. That's how I am. I'm that type of guy. I like to put it however I want, and if I want it to be this way, then that's the way it'll be. All right, so let's go ahead and combine these again. We're going to go ahead and do a nice center line merge like this, and we're going to see if we have enough space to do this and combine those and then run it to here. And then guess what we're going to do? That's right, we're going to run it right up into that top one. So we're going to go ahead and reorganize our conveyor, run it right up in there nicely. Hopefully we've got it lined up, because it's sometimes really hard to get those to be perfect. Yeah, it always goes, for me, it always seems like it's right, and then it's always like one a little bit too high. It'd be nice if it snapped. That would be useful. Well, let's say right there. There we go. All right. So it's going to take the output of down here, those modular frames, and run them to the upstairs, in which we're going to combine them. Now, why are we putting them up there and not at the bottom? And that's because we're going to run it up at the top to the appropriate box way over there. We're all through all of our different conveyors and whatnot. All right. So that's going there. Oh, wait. We got to go one level down. Right here. All right, so that's coming up to this point. Now, these ones we need to merge as well. So centerline merge of that one. And we're going to go ahead and run that there and run that there. Now, one of the problems we're going to have is trying to merge this together and then run it out again across this conveyor here. But it's not going to be too hard. You can go ahead and put our wall conveyor in like that. We can go ahead and try to merge ourself right here. And it might be a little too close. We'll give it a shot, see how it goes. Always watching that green arrow to see which way it's going. Like this. It's a little close for my comfort, but we can give it a go. Now, here's the problem. Look at this. If that one goes there, which you can't do because it's too close to it, then how do you get this one in there, right? That's the trouble part. You can also say, oh, wait a minute, I can go ahead and turn it this way and that way and the other way, but here's an easier way of doing it, right? You're going to run into this problem. Here's this called an inline merge, right? So what you do is you take this out. You take all this top part out here, and you do it a different way. Instead of doing a center, you go ahead and do it like this, right? So you're going to go ahead and do it right off the edge of this, and this is going to run into there. And so we're going to run that into there, give ourselves a little extra room. And then this one over here, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, but we're going to turn it so that the output is in that direction. So it's not going to be kind of in our way. And I like to leave a little bit of extra space when you're running your conveyors. This way I can kind of peek at the conveyors and see if they're working. Some people like to put it up really close to it. Hey, whatever floats your boat, bro. Whatever floats your boat. So that's going to come out of there. It's going to go here. This is going to come out of here. It's going to merge into this one. And then that's going to come out of there. These two are now merged together. And then that's going to go into there. And then that makes one clean line that you can go ahead and run out. All right. So there we go. So all of our, you can see ours coming up from down below. We've got these ones running. That's waiting on its rods to get here. Why is those rods not coming in? See, I see it's got 5 of 12. But I see the rods have stopped. See, that's a red flag. My rods have stopped on the second level. Where did all my rods stop? Don't see it there. Oh, hold on. Let's go check. I'm always eyeballing that stuff. Let's go look at our rods up here. Oh, because we took it out. That's right. We took it out. That's why there's no rods going. Duh. I knew that. All right, so we've got this right here. Now, the problem with this now is that we can't lift our poles because this is going to be in the way. So we have to take that into consideration as well. We have to take in consideration that this up here is no longer in a good position because of the lower part. So we're going to go ahead and fix that. We're going to go ahead and put, actually, let's grab one of these first. Put that in there. And that in there, and then a center one here. So that's going to be more like that. Now, again, one of the things we can also do is we can offset this so that it outputs on the side. This one goes in the middle and whatnot. But I'm going to show you a way to work around it. And that's pretty easy. You just go ahead and grab your conveyor. Whoop, watch out. Be real careful. Take this out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use this one back here to connect way up there. So we got to go up there, work a little bit on the top side, and readjust that a bit. We'll get this going. All right, there we go. Now we'll go ahead and run this out like this. Extend this top part a little bit because hey, we got plenty of concrete. We got concrete for days. Concrete for days. Grab ourselves a nice little wall unit here. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Fill in the rest of this as we're getting into the final stages of this one. All right, again, we need to do this so it knows what direction we're going. And get into my other set. There we go. And that's going to go into there. Easy peasy. All right, we're out. It's all set up and ready to rock. Put our walls in over here. We're getting into our final stages. And there we go. So we've solved some problems, right? We got our inputs, we got our outputs, we got our lifting going up to the upper top. This is looking good. This is a GG. This is a GG now. All we need to do is just kind of fill it in and then run our lines. And then this is ready to go. We can run it to our modular frames. We got all of our inputs and outputs in. Just fill in these excess walls just to make it look like a full building instead of like a partial built Death Star. There we go. Okay, so instead of running it down there, what we're going to do is we're just going to straight run it from down here right up to there. Easy, right? That's a great way to work around it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to actually run it off over here. And we're going to do a little trickery here. We're going to run it like this, and we're going to go ahead and try to get it to go in the opposite direction. Now, the reason why I wanted to go in the opposite direction, we wanted to feed it back way over to the other side over here through all of our factory. Now, this is our mega sorter. It's sorting out all the trash right here, which is like ore and things like that we don't want it to make into our sorter. And then it runs it through the rest and goes behind all of these boxes and then basically feeds it in the correct thing. Now, what is the thing? Where is the modular frames we're trying to send this to, right? Well, it's right here, this one. That's where we're trying to get to. So let's go ahead and look back here, and we'll say, wow, we've got tons of stuff going back here. These are all the sorters. But there's nothing really going into the top of this right now, right? So there's many things that we can do. We can use our pre-existing one and try to run it. We might run into some of our conveyors. We might have to readjust some of our conveyors. But it is important to know which one we're going to do. And we'll do that battle in just a second. It's going to be the second one in. So we want to go ahead and make its way right to there and feed into there. So let's go ahead and take a look from back a little bit. You can see I've got some awesome sinks here for all the overflow. But we want to get right to there. What do we've got? We've got some steel going right here, which is kind of a good one we could use. We've got it right here. So maybe tapping this right there. Now, one of the problems with this is the fact that it has nothing really to connect to. It's a little too far for me to go from there to there. So I'm definitely going to need some additional stackers to get that going. And stackers probably be good right about here, as we have some space. We can go ahead and run those stackers way up there past the top of our sorter. And the reason why I'm putting the sorter stuff up at the top is because we need to. And we'll go ahead and go all the way up. And it looks like we're offset perfectly there. More plates. Out of plates again. But again, that's why we have them stacked up. Let's get it going. Yeah, I have it offload all that trash. Hey, Extra Lemons, what's up? Patricia G, according to the schedule, it'll be the evening stream during the week. Yes. This is true. Kismet, when you do a multiplayer 7 days, die next. Yeah, you can see it right down below in the thing below. Below it's going to be tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then also tomorrow, 7 days to die, Tuesday and Wednesday. Schedule's always down below the stream. It's on my offline mess. It's on my Twitter. It's on my Discord. It's on my homepage. It's on all of those things. In fact, hold on. Let me throw some of those things in the chat for you. There they are right there. Feel free to go show that social media some love. Over there, you can always find out what games I'm playing. I mean, I'm on a whole nother level, everybody. I'm on a whole nother level than everybody else. Very rarely does anybody ever tell you exactly what game they're going to be playing at that exact time of the day. Also, my calendar is like on a whole nother visual level than other people. They just put the times. Me, I put the games in there, and I go in there and I work my graphic magic. Kind of dazzle you guys a little bit here in the stream. Because I like to, I like to put extra effort into everything that I do. I like to try to have my stuff be a whole nother level. And that's what I do, and that's what I hope you appreciate. All that extra work I put into stuff. All right, no clipping. No clipping. There we go. All right, there's no clipping in my stuff. I'll take it out in a second if it starts clipping through stuff. It's got to go. All right, there we go. So we've already established exactly how that's going to end up, and now we just need to work our way backwards, right? Work our way backwards, all the way back to our thing here. And we're going to go ahead and go across to here since we already got a pre-existing there. And then over here, we got one way up here we can go ahead and use. Let's see if it's going to reach. That's the important part. Now, of course, connecting it to the right conveyor is very, very important because sometimes you'll connect it to a conveyor down below or you'll connect it to the wrong conveyor and all of a sudden all your stuff is feeding incorrectly into the wrong spots. All right, and we got this going up here. This is our extra stuff. I feel like we no longer need this now feeding into there. I think we're good there. Let's go ahead and jump over here and attempt to get on that ladder. There we go. And we can see our stuff over there. So we'll go ahead and bring this forward now. And we'll utilize this right here. Now what we got to do is we got to get it up over to there. So we're going to go ahead and do a little like this. Little like that. And guess what, everybody? It's doing the job for us, man. It's doing our job for us. We don't have to sort that stuff. We don't have to put that back in a box. We don't have to worry about the overflow. It's going to do it for us. It's going to take care of all that business for us right here. Now, I love to go on the first kind of ride into a box. So we're going to go ahead and go run along here. We're going to take a look at it. All right, let's go in there. We're going to jump over. And I hope we don't fall to our doom. That's looking good. Oh, gosh, we got to, oh, boy, we got to try to hit that ladder. Oh, God, oh, God, I'm still alive. Yay. And we're going to go up here on the side of the ladder again. We're going to do that battle here in a second, everybody. Just try to stay in the same mind frame here while I'm doing this stuff. And we can watch it come down the line. Come on, you. Peekaboo. Look, we're peeking through the ladder. And it will come its way over here. Now, again, this is a level 1 or Mark 1 conveyor, so it's going to take a while. I could speed it up. I have plenty of resources, but there's no reason. I hate wasting resources. We can see it's going to go and end up right there in the box. All right, well, while we're waiting for that to run down the line here, and we can see if it's coming up there to make sure it's going correctly, we're going to do a battle. We'll come back and we'll double check. Let's go to battle, everybody. Let's do this. I don't get to chat much at night, but love the stream last night. Oh, well, thank you, RC Dad. We had a good time, didn't we? We had a good time. We're running around getting into all sorts of trouble. Oh, you gotta get rumple-stomped! Look at my crew. Look at my crew rumple-stomping them. Out of the way, bro. The Wasteland Tycoon's coming through. Step off. Step off and give us that money. Give us that money. Now, I always slide it over to you guys, give you guys some extra love. I got like 15,000 gold. I'm fine. Let's see. 15 gold going randomly to Rotisserie G. There you go, Rotisserie. You getting yourself some love. Alcuris coming in overall MVP. Congrats, congrats. Now, if you are an awesome person, you're hanging out on my channel, you're like, Kismet, hey, you know, I like hanging out on your channel. I wouldn't mind helping out a little bit. We are looking for a few more mods to help out here during my day streams since I am shifting my schedule around. If you are interested in being a mod, here's how you do it. You go ahead and whisper me right here on Twitch, or you can go ahead and whisper me on my Discord right over there. My name is Kismet. It's pretty easy to find me on Discord over there. You can go to either of those places, say, Kismet, I am interested in being a mod. I do appreciate people have been in this chat for a while. They know a bit about my stream and whatnot, but I'd be happy to talk to you about it if you're interested in becoming a mod. There you go. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's get back to this over here, do some battles. We'll come back and collect all that loot later. Let's get you guys some loots. Oh, we got a guy right there in the middle. All right, I'm pulling out the Wasteland Tycoon. I'm going for the guy in the middle. You guys go for the gold. Let's do it. And again, follow that link in the chat and be off and running. Now, look over here, everybody. Look, peekaboo. Here it comes down the line. Here comes our modular frames. They're now running at that kind of 2 per minute kind of deal. And they'll come running along here. There they go, right there. And we kind of turn this way a bit. We're going to watch it go down the line and end up into the box over there. Very nice. Always good to double check. Make sure that it is actually going physically into the box. We'll go run around over here. We'll say, okay, it's the second box. We'll go ahead and run up on the side here. And we'll look down from up above. Like this. And let's turn our sound back on again. There we go. And we'll watch and make sure it goes into the second box. And we'll look in the second box. We don't have any extra overflow right now. And it's going to go ahead and run those in there. Nice. Perfect, 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 perfect. All right, we're looking good. Now you're like, Kesby, your thing is so complex. It's only complex because I built it one little thing at a time. I'm also a 3D animator and a graphic designer for 30 years. That's how you build complexity in things. One little piece at a time. One little screw, one little conveyor, one little box. And as you build more and more things, you know what stuff is going where. That's because you built it, right? And everybody else, well, somebody just came in my stream, they're like, how are you getting that where it's going, Kismet? Because they didn't see me build it. Now, for all of you who did see me build it, you know where it's going and what's going where with what. Right now, we're going ahead and feeding in our modular frames. Now, what it's doing right here is, if you notice, it's actually feeding some of them down to the bottom, and that's what I wanted to do. Some of the ones will come down the bottom, and some of them will run out, right? And now I could just say, you know what? I don't want any of them to run out. I want to go ahead and have, because it's not feeding it down faster than it is running them out. So I can very easily come up here and say, you know what? Right now, I'm going to go ahead and remove this particular part, right, which pulls it out of the top here. And now all these modular frames, as they're running in, will actually feed down until I have all of it filled all the way to the top box. Now, how do I know it's going to be filled to the top box? How do I know when it's filled? And that's because you're going to start backlogging across your conveyor. And if you see it start to be a solid line of, because these shouldn't be a solid line, because these are 2 every so many minutes, right? And I have 2 groups, so that's why you're seeing 4 right there, because I have 2 groups together, and these started at the same time, and these started at the same time, so they're running 4 and 4 on both sides, right? And you're going to see them in groups of 2s and 4s, depending on how they ran out and what time they started up and whatnot. But if you see a solid line of that, then you know it's starting to backlog and that these are full and that you should use your excess to run out. Now, we can use a smart splitter to work with excesses, but we're not doing that yet. We'll get around to it. We'll get around to it eventually, or maybe never. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll probably start a new playthrough and go do it again. I don't know. We'll see. I have restarted many times in this game. Very, very fun. Played through many, many times. Okay, so now we've got our modular frames done. Yay! All right. So we've got our wire done. We've got our cable done. We've got our quick wire. We've got all of these running over here, other than our poles, because we don't need that many poles. We'll be fine. We'll be fine with that. All of this stuff is running. We've got our concrete going. We got to come back to those. We have got our plates going now. If we need any plates, we can tap into those. But as you can see, we have plenty of plates. And of course, so the top one is an overflow, so it's run those out into the awesome sink, because we don't really need more than 2 boxes worth of that right now. And so instead of making plates now, it's actually making modular frames. And when I get so many modular frames that I no longer need them, then I will move to the next thing, which is going to be encased industrial beams. Now, how can we make encased industrial beams? Well, first we got to go make ourselves a play yard, and then we got to go and experiment around with encased industrial beams. So let's go over here. We'll go ahead and set up a play yard beyond our new, I like that new kind of curve into there. And we'll go ahead and start with our constructor. And then we'll go ahead and throw our assembler down. And we don't really need a manufacturer. We'll just forego that. So what we need to do is we're now into the kind of second stage, which is the assembler, the second stage of production units. And we want to do encased industrial beams. Encased industrial beams use steel down here. Steel, and they also use concrete. Now, I already have a bunch of concrete feeding in and running out, but I do have an extra node sitting right over here that we can go ahead and take a look at. And you notice I've got these ramps that allow us to kind of just go right down here, take a look at this node and say, oh, okay, there's limestone going at 30 per minute as an MK1. Whoa, see? Somebody down there getting rowdy. Trying to shoot at me. He's right underneath me. Right underneath me. See, that's why I have it way up like this, so I don't have to worry about it. Oh, this is turned the wrong... What the heck? Why is that like that? I just noticed that's way off over there. I guess that was just to remind me where it's at. But I turned it that way. I got to actually bring it up on that side. Good to remember. All right, let's go ahead and take that out then. Take that out. And this out. So that'll remind us to run it over that way. There we go. So this is an MK1. We're going to upgrade this to an MK2, and that's going to give us 60 limestone. We might as well, because, hey, we've got the resources. No reason to leave it as a 1. Unless you want to save on power. That's always a good idea, if you do want to save on power. But in my case, we're going to go ahead and make a whole bunch. We're going to make another miner here, because we're going to need 2 miners to put it as an MK2. And we took this out over here so we can kind of see the node and see who's being bad down there. Where you at, bad guy? He's down there somewhere. Let's go ahead and take this out. He's hiding behind there somewhere. And now we're going to go use our 2. Now, we actually have the ability to make 3s, but we haven't done our production yet. So we'll come back to that later on. Okay, so MK2. There we go. And again, now it's instead of it being 30, because it's an impure node, it's the lowest level node. We come in here, and we can see now it's 60. And that will be fine. And that affects what speed we're actually going to bring it up, too. So if we're going to bring it up at a certain speed, it only needs 60. Oh, it's this guy. I got to shoot at me. Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky on my nail thing. So what we can do is go ahead and run it at a slower rate. Right here. We'll go ahead and bring that up. Oh, look out. It's blocked. That's okay. Take that out. I don't like it when it happens to line up where it takes out 2 things. That drives me a little crazy. But I could offset it and then I could offset it to the side, bring it up, fine-tune it, or offset it forward and fine-tune it so it's in the center. But I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to do this. Now, they have added some new pieces, by the way, which are pretty cool, to your walls and foundations, where you can actually kind of fix that a little bit. You can go in, do a little bit of this. All right, a little bit of that. If you want to get, you want to call me Janet if you're fancy, that kind of thing, right? Be a little fancy with it. Pretty cool. It's up to you. It's your base. Do whatever you want. Keep you from falling in there as often, which will be nice. All right, let's go ahead and get this and go ahead and do that. And we'll leave that. And now we've got our level 2s. Now we only need a, let's get our coffee cup. We only need a Mark 1 because this is only going at 60. No reason to make it any faster. So we're going to need the limestone there. What else are we going to need? Over here. Again, we're going to make this. We're going to need some steel beams. Now, the problem with steel beams is the fact that it requires coal. And coal is a kind of a bit of a commodity on this particular map. So if we had an alternate recipe, that would be awesome. I don't think I've learned the alternate recipe. We could run around and look for some. Maybe we'll take a break and do that. But we could also tap into something we already have pre-existing, right? Something that we're already producing, which is steel way out over there. That particular factory, way off in the distance, you can barely see because it's nighttime, is producing steel. So instead of producing steel rods and steel beams, I could go ahead and produce this instead, right? So we can go ahead and do that. Now, one of the things we can also do is we can up the production of the steel beams over there so that it has enough excess, right? We can put a level 3 miner down in our coal. So it has excess enough to utilize for the rest of our factory, which is what you really want to do. You want to kind of upgrade your stuff to the highest level, so you're pulling out the maximum amount of resources for the best power return and resource return. So that works pretty awesome. Jet fuel melts steel beams. Well, there you go. There you go. They should add floor lift gates. Yeah, or like a lift you stand on and it's like takes you up. I love one of those. Those would be awesome. A little floor elevator, take you up and down. I feel like they got other stuff to work on right now, though. They need to work on that tier 8, get that done. There we go. All right, so we're going to need steel beams. We're going to need that. So we can go ahead and divert some of the steel beams from over here because I have tons of poles and tons of beams. Now, eventually, by the way, when you start diverting it from your lower level stuff, you're going to start running out of that lower level stuff. But I have a lot of it over here that I can tap into. Let's just run over there. This is doing screws up there, which we'll tap into and actually divert away eventually. But way over here, we can see we got this going. So that brings up the question. Should I come over here and do limestone and do it over here? Or should I do it over there and then run the steel beams all the way over to there, or the steel ignits over there to be run over there and whatnot? That's always the question, right? Do you want to run a long line to do that just so you can use that node on that side, or do you want to try to find a node closer to the thing? I am of the mind do it at the node, build whatever it is at the node. I feel like it's probably easier for me to run the concrete to that than it is to run the steel beams this way, because this is a single line, and over there you're going to need both your copper. You're going to need your coal and your iron to combine over there. So This one over here, I probably won't even use for right now. We'll use it for something else later on. So we need to go on a bit of an adventure. So let's go on an adventure and look around at all these kind of nodes that have been sitting here lollygagging way out here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, try to get in our vehicle. There we go. We're going to go for a little drive. Now, I do have hypertubes and whatnot that we can do. But as you can see, I always have like a central road, which I've painted yellow, which does help me get from place to place. And we probably should paint these back in eventually, but we'll get to it later. Let's catch some air. Whoop, whoop! Oh, nailed it. There we go. All right, so let's go out here and see what we got. I believe a lot of these are iron out here. And there we go. Let's go to the back of here, pick that up, put that in our bag. What do we got up in here? Well, we got a little bit of coal and stuff. Let's clean this up from our previous factory. I feel like this is a good time to come over here and pull all this out of here. This was all the stuff left over. Now, we had a giant factory making just about everything before, but we've taken it out to kind of make it more efficient so we don't have to micromanage all the lower end stuff. All right, I don't have to micromanage all of that. There we go. Out you go. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. Again, notice how I've put it up as close as I can to it so I can literally just walk right up to it, look at it. Whoa, that's a pure iron node right there. That's jamming right there. That's a pure iron node that's been upgraded to an MK2. That's 240 iron coming out of there. Nice. That is nice. We'll have to remember that for sure. We'll come back to that. So we've got steel over there. Now we've got some stuff down below here that we've tapped into, but we haven't actually utilized. We got some over there. We got some way out there and so on and so forth. But we're going to need our larger vehicle. That back in. What do we got here? Oh, a little something, something. Just sitting out here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I feel like we need some sorting, everybody. We need some sorting. Let's get it going. Come on, fingers. There we go. Work with me here. Put that in there. I feel like we're getting too much stuff on us here. Hold on. Let's go sort some stuff. My favorite thing. Using our mega sorter. Hey, Collie, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Whoa! Oh, God. Oh, God. Shattered Kismet driving. Oh, God. Look out, everybody. Nailed it. Nailed it. There we go. Mercer Spears is just as I found one. There you go. Stumbles into chat. Glares at Kismet. Did you steal my coffee? I fell asleep in my computer last night after streaming. Good morning. Oh, man. Did you wake up with a home row across your face? I have done that before. Where it's actually on the side of my face. Where I fell asleep on the keyboard, and then you have the indentations of your keys on the side of your face. I used to do that when I used to work a lot. I used to work like, 12, 18, 24-hour days back in the day. Crazy, crazy long schedules. All right, so here we go. We're going to go in here. We're going to say, you know what? Here, take care of this coal. Take care of all this stuff I don't want to deal with. All right, I got too many pipes. Deal with these pipes. I got too much of all that stuff. Deal with it. Now, what's going to do is going to go ahead and take that stuff. It's going to run it right in here. Any extra coal, there goes those poles right there. It's going to run the poles through. If it's not part of the trash, if it's not something I want to throw away, it's going to run it up there. You can see it running through this middle one, right up into this box. Any excess is going to run out and into the awesome sink. Any coal that comes out of there, let's wait for the coal. That's gonna take a while. We're not gonna wait for the coal. But the second that coal comes out, which I consider to be trash, it's gonna go ahead and offload it into the sides here, run it down the thing, and then end up in that awesome sink over here of any excess junk that I don't want. And coal is one of those things, right? It starts to build up. You got tons of extra and whatnot. You might as well just let it sort it and throw it in the trash. Now, these are smart splitters, so they know that the coal goes to the left, and anything that goes to the left or the right is just trash that is going to run into the awesome sink. Anything that might be like poles or aluminum or whatever, it's going to run down the middle because that's going to be an undefined item, and that's going to run and go into its various boxes all around there. So there you go. Let's take care of that. And onward. Now, we really do need to upgrade our hypertubes a little bit here so that we can get this stuff going at some point. And when we add new stuff to the factory, we should be adding our hypertubes. But I'm not going to do it right now because I've already got one right here. Right here, that's going to go ahead and take me all the way to where I need to be. Look at all these nodes out there. All these nodes are just waiting for us to tap into them and utilize them. We already went to this one here and got a recipe from there. And here we are, back to our steel factory. Look at this baby. Woo, mama, that's an MK2 doing its thing. Rocking that out of there, putting that right into there. Look, we've got our outside iron ore overflow. And then over here, all this coal overflow as well. Look how much extra we've got there. We could go ahead and utilize some of that, of course, to make additional steel when we get our stuff upgraded even more. But inside here, you can see we've got a dual running right here. We've got dual runs. So we've got our iron and we've got our coal coming in, splitting on 2 different levels and running into our smelters. Those smelters are doing their job, making steel ingots. They're already full, which means that I'm providing more than it can actually use in both of those. And we could probably use some of that excess to make some more. And then it's running through there and, of course, running up to the next level. We'll run back out this way. And we'll go ahead and use our lifts. Now this one I have it where it's just firing me through the door because I didn't realize that they actually had things you could put in the wall, which I did add later. Where you can just put it right in the wall and it just come through the wall, which is pretty cool. But that was a great little workaround until you have that piece that allows you to do that. Now here goes our steel beams, and then on the next level up, or next side over, we have our steel what do you call it? Steel beams and our steel pipes. And you can see them running out doing what they need to do. Now, I actually need the first part, right? We need the part that does the steel beams. There's the steel beams. Okay, see, that's my attention span right there, everybody. I've already forgotten. Let's go look again. Build a random assembler right here. Steel beams, or is it steel ingots? Steel beams. All right. So, yeah, we can tap into those steel beams and be good. So, is there any limestone over here? Now, one of the things I would love to do, by the way, is just hit F and then be able to see what type of node that is from real far away, right? Or you can just hold out a button and it says that's this. But there's another way to doing that, of course, is to go in and just search for your nodes. So, we're going to go ahead and look for limestone. And we know there's one back that way. So, that was going to kick it. That's 585. We've got one out here, another 500 that way. And then that's it. We got that one and then 500 out there. So we could run way out there and grab the limestone and bring it in there. Now, doing all of that extra work is a waste of time. You know why? Because I already know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just walking you guys down the road so you know the reasons why I'm choosing where to put my stuff, right? So we're going to go ahead and go all the way back because we've already done most of the work, right? We already did most of the work, and that is we've already ran the steel beams this way, and we have them nearby where we need them. So why rerun all of that and create a whole separate factory way out in the middle of the boonies for no reason? Because we already have the steel beams, and those steel beams are being fed right over to here. You can see them up there. We got our steel pipes, and above that is our steel beams. So they're being fed into the back of this box right here. So we could go ahead and divert those from those box, run it back over this way, and run it around, and we would have our steel beams ready to rock right over here by the limestone. I know, huh? That's called thinking that out way ahead of time. That's called using your noggin. So we are going to build here. There we go. Again, I always think out my streams every single time, by the way, everybody. What we're going to be doing, where we're going to be going, that kind of stuff. What my kind of goals are for each and every stream. Goal number 1 was to get our modular frames going, and goal number 2 of this stream is to get our industrial beams going. So let's get those going. So how fast, oh, that's something I should have noticed when I was over there. I should have wrote that down. I already forgot. How fast are our steel beams coming out, and how fast do they need to be coming out, right? So we'll say something like this. We need to have steel beams at 24 per minute. Now, we can always switch over our steel pipes to steel beams, and then we'll have a higher capacity amount of beams coming out, though we are going to need our steel pipes eventually as well. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, steel beams, we need 24 per minute. Now, one of the things I was talking about here is we do need some transport out from this kind of outer area where we're going to start building out here. So let's go ahead and work a bit on our hypertubes as well. Now, if you already have a place like this, see, you've already got this. Now, I'd love if you could merge hypertubes, by the way. It'd be great if you could merge hypertubes, and then while you're going, you could hold the right mouse button, and you would go right in the tube, or you hold the left mouse button, you go left in the tube. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, but you know what? I always ask for the sky, don't I? Could you look at the same thing by pressing X? You can. You can go ahead and press X, and you can go ahead and look in here at all of this stuff. But I like to create a play yard. And the reason why I like to do a play yard, instead of going in and doing all of this and doing all the recipes, because this is 20 per minute, this says alternate recipes and whatnot, is the fact that you're physically at the thing, you're physically looking at your inputs and outputs, and then also your other options. I always feel that's why I call it a play yard, as well as you're also looking at your output options, right? Your clock speeds. Because if you need to reduce something like I did on my rods over there to save some power, and I like to squeeze and maximize my power more than anything, even more than my production. I like to maximize every watt of power so that I'm not wasting power generating extra stuff that I don't really need in the long run. It's a great example. Water. Water, when you're running water, like we have water up at the top here. You know what? While we're talking about it, let's go for a run up there, and I'll show you how I'm generating power. Water is one of those things that if you put 3 waters together is actually inefficient because it's producing more water than it needs to. That's right. It produces more water than it actually needs to, so you need to underclock it so that it's producing just enough water that's power efficient, but also is enough to keep your power running. So we're going to run way up here on the top. This is one of my favorite places called the crater up here. Favorite places to put power. Now, they are going to go in and revamp up here eventually. That's okay. When they do, guess what I'll do? I'll just start a new playthrough. We'll do it all over again. It'll be fun. But we're going to run all the way up here to the top. Much more fun going down than up. Up is a little bit slower. Down is like insanely fast. Insanely fast for sure. And I always put what I call stop points like this. They just drop you off. Right, now we've got a whole bunch of oil on the far side way over there. But right here is what we've got going. See right here, we've got our conveyors running. And we got our coal coming in, looking sexy. Bam, take one to the face. And we've got our giant industrial containers now running that. And see, we've got our water here. Now, our water is actually running at an underclock speed. It's running at 84%. Now, why am I running it at 84%? Because these pipes right here can only go at 300. So if you're running it faster, and you have 3 of them, 3 times 100 is 300, then you're wasting your power. So what I do is I underclock them to 84, and then they are running efficiently at around 300, pumping that 300. Now, here's the thing. You might not even need that either, depending on what level you're running it into your things. Now, I like to run it at what I call max pipe speed, so you have that overflow. But right here, you can see that we have more than enough coal, and that's how do we know that? Because it's at 100 coal. Otherwise, it would be at a lesser number because it would have stopped at some point and started diminishing, going down. So our coal's looking okay for right now. Just so you know, the more power you use, the more coal you're going to need. Normally on an average of about 10, but watch out. It can come back to bite you, and all of a sudden your power keeps going off because you don't have enough coal. Same thing with water. Right now it needs about 50 water per, roughly, is what I have coming in, but it actually needs 45. So I have it coming in at 50. And then what it does, it creates a backlog. And then what it does, it will shut off things when it doesn't need it. We've actually got 2,400 M3 worth of milliliters, or M squared, meters squared, or not squared, meters, triplet, whatever. I forget what the actual name of it is. But you know what it is. Sleep apnea sucks, bro. I forget stuff left or right. But you get the idea. A lot of water being contained in each of these. Now, each of these are set in a set of 6, right? So when you do 3 water, you can do 6 coal power, right? So those are sets of 6. So there's 6 here, there's 6 over there, and then 6 at the end. You can see them all together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And so I've got all these underclocked so they're not wasting that excess power. So great example of making sure that your power is either overclocked or underclocked. I feel like most of the time, 99% of the time, overclocking is not worth it because of your power concerns, especially early game. Watch it. We're going to go fast on the way down. Put 2! Spit me right out of there. That's fun on the way down. So, yeah, cubed. That's what it is, Cinemax. Thank you very much. I appreciate you backing me up. Again, I have sleep apnea, so my brain don't function like normal anymore. I do what I got to do, everybody. I get about 30 minutes of sleep a day. I don't know if you've ever had only 30 minutes of sleep. I tried that for 5 years, bro. Not physically 30 minutes. It feels like 30 minutes every single day. I tell you, that affects your mental state for sure. Affects your ability to remember stuff, put sentences together. I'm amazed I can still talk at this point. I can get any words out of this brain. But you know what you got to do? You can have 2 choices. You can lay down and die, or you can get up and just do the best you can do every single day, right? That's what I try to do. Boom. As a partially disabled person, I feel you, everybody. I feel you, all those struggles you got going every day. Let's see. So we got that going. So we need to run our polls over here. And we need to run all of our stuff. So let's go ahead and create another little transport. I feel like we'll probably put it right over here. Yeah, we'll put it over here. Actually, we'll just walk for now. We'll probably put it across there. Or we can also tap into over here and run it along here as well. We can run it in this lower area now because we have these boxes in the way, so we're not going to be going through there anyway. We can run it in this lower area all the way in to bring us over here. But we'll work on that in a bit. First, we want to get all this going. So first things first, we don't need these. We need some other stuff, and that is some concrete. Oh, wait, let's go ahead and put our assembler back down again real quick so we'll know how much concrete we need. Right, so how much concrete do we need to be bringing in? It needs to be bringing in 30 per minute. So the other one that we need to mess around with is the constructor, and that's why I call it the play yard. I just throw stuff down and just kind of fool around with it and whatnot. You go concrete, and we need 45 input to make 15 output. And we need 30 to start with. So that means we need at least 2 of these to start. So we need a lot of limestone, right? That is 45 per on the input. Right now, we only got 60. So we're going to have a problem there. We're going to have a problem with our limestone in this particular node. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to run it at full speed. There's nothing that says you have to run it at full speed. In fact, I've actually let stuff run in the background while we were playing another game. And it will just run and run and run. Your factory will run. You get all that backlog of stuff. You'll be fine. How many of these do I really need right now, right? How many encased industrial beams do I need? Really none. I got a whole box full of them back there. But if we want to get our production going, we want to make it efficient, we have to think about the inputs and output numbers. So in this case, we need 30 concrete. So we need 2 of these set up with an input of 45 and 45. So if we take 45, or we take 120, hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 2?
120 divided by 2 is 60.
Is 60. But what if we take 120, hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 3?
One moment. 120 divided by 3 is 40.
Is 40. So it's not quite 45. It's pretty good. Now, again, remember, you're always doing halves and thirds in this game, and then sometimes you're recombining, the leftover in there to make the numbers work. But most of the time, what I do on concrete is I actually underclock it to 40 because it's just easier math-wise, easier time-wise. Now, if you want to make the math perfect, more power to you. There is ways of doing that, and I've talked about it many times on stream. But the most important thing is to watch out for your time. I don't want to spend 9 hours just trying to make all the numbers work. When I can literally just go boom, boom, underclock it, on the next thing. That's what I like to do. So, yeah, we have to look at, again, our inputs and outputs. So this got to come in at 45 to produce 15. And we need at least 30 to get our minimum kind of efficiency running. Now, we don't know how much our steel beams are, so we got to run over there and check out our steel beams because I forgot to write that down. We'll check that out. Now, I'm running way over there again. We're going to do a battle. Let's do a Stream Raiders battle. And we'll go check that out. Get that gold! All right, nice job, everybody. Enjoy that gold. Bam, rotisserie getting even some extra gold there. XR getting the most gold. Congrats on that gold MVP. Let's get into the next battle. Let's see, where's the big boss? There's always somebody who's a higher level in here somewhere. Where is he at? I know you're hiding in here somewhere. You're not all level 1s. There's always, really, these are all level 1s, really? I kind of feel like they are. Huh. Okay, where's the most of you guys at? I'd say upper right-hand corner. That's where I'm going. Let's go actually right up here up through the middle first. And then we'll go up there. We'll try to wipe them out. Come and join us, everybody. StreamCaptain.com. It is free to play. Fun ride down. I really like your base setup. Well, thank you, How's the Doggers. Yes, I kind of build in stages. So I build in, like, spaghetti mode in the beginning. Then I build in, I'm doing space elevator mode, and then I'm now building an actual efficient factory, which is very power efficient. That's always what I'm kind of aiming toward, and whatnot. 1 water for 3 coal gens. No, actually it's 6 coal gens. 6 coal gens, because each one takes 45. So let's see. So if you do 3 water generators, right, it does 300. Right, so if each one takes 50, if you take 150 and divide it in 3, that's going to be 50, 50, and 50, right? So there's 150 here, and then 150 here, 50, 50, and 50. So that's 6 coal generators per 3 water generators, right? Or 3 water extractors. And then you want to underclock them down to about 84, so you're saving yourself that extra bit of power that it's wasting whenever it's trying to do more than it needs to. And then you're still going to have extra. You're still going to have extra even if you underclock it. And that's what's cool, because it's still, as you saw, is producing 50 versus producing 45. Now, I could underclock it some more and make it so it's not producing excess, but you know what happens when you cut it too close in this game, right? You cut it too close and sometimes, boop, there goes your power. I like to be power efficient, but not power dumb. I don't like to be so close that I have to run up and down that mountain every single time, or up and down that ramp to go keep fixing it and fine tuning it. I just get it close. I've reduced my power usage. I feel like it's efficient enough, not perfectly efficient, but efficient enough. So it can run efficiently, allow me to run more things. All right, so I ran over here through my hypertube, way away from my base, which is way over there, to our steel production again, because I forgot to check how much stuff we are producing over here. Let's go, boom, because I don't remember. Now, you know what I saw? A bunch of cool mods that you can actually tell what rate you're going at, which is pretty neat, of your stuff. Saw that on Coffee Stain's website. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Or maybe it was on their Twitter. It was on something like that, which will tell you the rate at which they're coming out. Something like that. Let's see. It's coming out 15 per minute. How many would we do in here? We're doing 1 here. Oh, yeah, let's do it here. So we got 15. There's 30. There's 60. Over here, we've got pipes at the end. Look, we're just doing a few pipes. That's cute. Look at that. We're just doing 2 that are doing pipes, and all the rest are doing beams. Nice. All right, so we got 5 of them going. So that's 30. This is 30. That's 60. And this would be 75. That is way more than what we'll need. I mean, we only need 24. We're only going to make 1 for right now. I don't need a lot of them because I'm not running those conveyors anymore. So I don't really need a lot of that. But again, this is coming out at 15. We got 5. 5 times 15, 75. There you go. Very, very easy to do the math. And there we go. So now we know at what rate that's running. But we need to double check our conveyors. Yeah, our conveyors are going at 2. This is going at a 1 right there. So let's see. Why is it going at a 2? Oh, because it only needs a 1 till it gets to here. Yeah, it's 60 to right here. And then when it goes to the last one, which adds that 15, it goes from 60 to 75. And thus why we now have a Mark II there. And I bet you we have a Mark I there. Yep, there we go. And so we very efficiently use the minimum amount of resources to have the best speed. So we're not accidentally slowing it down or running it too fast. There's really no reason to run it faster if it's only going to run out at a certain rate, unless you're doing something like coal. If you're doing something like coal, where when it runs out and you start it back up again, you want it to get to the thing as fast as possible so that it is starting your power back up again. That would probably be the exception to the rule for me. All right, so we know what that is, and we should write that down. We're coming out at 75 steel beams. Again, I have a terrible memory. In about 5 seconds, I'm going to forget what the heck that number was. Let's go do it. And that's a very efficient factory there because there's actually a pure node right there feeding right into there, making that happen. Very nice. Wait till we put a level 3 on it, a level 3 miner on it. Then we're really going to have some fun. All right. And back we go. Have a little fun driving our vehicle. Red alert! Red alert! Loot coming through! Wasteland Tycoon coming through here. Everybody out of the way, out of the way. Clear the road. All right, enough of that. All right, back over here. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do since we don't have that much limestone over here? We have to just kind of ping pong back and forth on our thoughts, right? So we got one there, but we also got one way out in the middle of nowhere, 500 out that way. And it's kind of over there where the steel is, so then we can bounce back and think the other way, right? Well, maybe we got to go build it out there again, right? So let's look at this one again. This one's 60. Let's go look at it. Just double check again one more time here in my brain. This one's 60 because we're at MK2 now, and it's an impure node. Yep, 60 is correct. So, again, we might have to choose not this. Let's go back this way. Let's go back this way. Just thought of that. Let's go ahead and run out to that other node. And now, here's the thing also about nodes, is that when it says there's a limestone node out there, now there's one there. But we could go out there, and that limestone node could have 3 or 4 nodes in the same place, right? Same thing with oil and things like that. It'll say, hey, there's oil this way. You go check out the oil. Bam, I got 3 oil nodes right next to each other. And then another place where I have 3 oil nodes right next to each other. So it may be smarter if we have more concrete to go ahead and divert some of this, right? Or run the concrete all the way over to here and then divert a part of the factory up and then produce it up there and then run it into the thing like that. Maybe we could get a bigger amount of those running and so on. So here we are. We're going to go ahead and take this. We're going to take this all the way to the end, which is where we're feeding a lot of our iron and our coal from way over here. We got way over here. Look at us. We're way back over here. And again, we have lots of infrastructure. And we have nodes we haven't even tapped yet. We got nodes left and right. Look at them just sitting there. Just sitting there saying, Kismet, pure node, come over here and show me some love. There's one right there we're not using. Don't worry, we got plenty. Sliding right out here. Got a copper node right there. And here we go. So now once you get to a certain level, you can do this wonderful thing, and that's called combining your conveyors. And you can see here it's coming in, it's merging, it's running off of here, merging over here again, and now I only have one line that I'm running, which is a Mark IV of all that coal. So I don't have to run 3 different lines. So like I said, we've got 3 different coal nodes, but we're not looking for coal. We're looking for limestone. There we go. Right over there, 129. Sitting right there. Oh, we got more out there, but there's one right there. Maybe we got multiple. Let's go jump down, take a look. Oh, it's so far. Ah! Luckily, I got my skates on. Hopefully, it's not toxic. We got one right there, and we got, looks like iron down there. A little toxic in this area. Let's see if we can grab it without getting toxified. What kind of node is it? Oh! Hold on.
Dracaris.
Wrong button, but there we go. There it is. All right, there we go. It is a pure node, everybody. That's a GG. We win. That's it. Walking away. I won. So yeah, we win right there. So there's a pure node just sitting right there. That's going to be way more efficient, generating massive amount of limestone that we could go ahead and produce that. Now again, remember we need 245 limestones, which if we put that together, right, that's 90. This is producing 120 off the bat, and then if we double that up, guess what? 240. That means we can make a lot of that particular thing straight off the bat. And we just need to run it back along with our oil here. Now, we need to get back up here on the top. How are we going to do that? You're like, Kismet, how are you going to get up there? It's going to be tricky. It's got to be tricky, everybody. But I always have a way back up. Like that. And I don't ever connect it where the mobs can run across, though they could jump across there, I guess, if they really wanted to. But I always have it unconnected because I don't want mobs running around in my base. And I don't want to have to build walls in the entire thing. So, pretty lucky there's a 120 node. Now, did I remember that there was a pure node there? I had no idea. I had no idea, and that's part of the fun. I knew there was some limestone out here, but I didn't remember what level node it was. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and start building our frames out. Hopefully we have enough concrete. I seriously doubt it. But we're going to go ahead and start building this out. And we'll have to run back, get some more. Now that we have our thought in mind, what we want to do. We're going to get this right up in here. We're going to tap that limestone. Tap it. Now we're going to need a lot of stuff for running the line. So we're going to need 240 lines. And kind of the funny irony of the 240 lines is the fact that, or really they're 270 lines because they're Mark IIIs, but the fact that we need the steel beams, which we need to make the next thing, right, for the conveyor 4, we need the steel beams to make the conveyor line that is going to make the thing for the next conveyor line. I always find that funny. I always find that that's how that works out. All right, let's go back. Let's go ahead and make sure that we bring lots of loot back. So we're going to need some good steel beams. We're going to need steel pipes and whatnot. Now, when you're running back, by the way, good time to look at what you need over there on the right. Good time to clean up your inventory. Keep yourself busy, right? You can also look at other stuff. If you want, you go ahead and hit X. Go ahead and look at your stuff over here, what you want to make. You want to make a tractor, you want to make a thing. We haven't even got into this yet. We haven't even got into the stuff yet. We're going to get into all of that. We're going to have lots of fun running trains and doing all that stuff. I don't ever rush the game. I don't ever rush the game, try to get to the end as quick as possible. But look at me, how awesome I am. I spent 10 hours on a game I spent $60 on. I didn't spend $60 on this game, by the way. I kind of feel like I ripped them off. I actually got it on the Epic Game Store for a reduced price. So, GG. I don't even remember what the price was, but I do remember it was reduced. It was after it already launched. So, very, very nice. This game and also 7 Days to Die, I feel like they're like you're just ripping them off. Like, how they're coming out with like $70 games? This would be a $70 game for me. For me, absolutely. Absolutely. The way how fantastically it's built. Holy mackerel, and all the things you could do later on if they added private servers with a whole bunch of people working together and they're all building different industrial centers and we're running it into the same industrial center. Holy moly. I can just see this is thousands of hours of fun still ahead. Still ahead. Not just behind, but also still ahead in this game. So let's go get some loots that we're going to need. Let's run over here. Let's go ahead and get our production up and running. We're going to need some of our, I'm trying to think of in my head what we need. We need some of our things to make some of our drill bits or drill heads, or whatever those things are called, like I remember, for our miner. And it'd be nice to put a level 3 miner down there. And again, we're kind of redoing our entire factory, and then we're going to get to turbo motors. Then we're going to go back and redo it again. We're going to go back and re-upgrade all of those things and expand those factories, making more and more stuff over time. So, all right, so we got that done. We're back here. We're going to need a lot of this. Now, why are we going to need a lot of this? Because we are going to, we're going to be building really long segments. So let's say about that, plus what we've already got on us. We're also going to need a lot of concrete. Now, if I was smart and I forgot, I would have put all this down out there. I would have set it down into a box and then came over here and got tons of concrete and brought it back because we're going to need a ton of that. So we'll try to remember that in the next round because we'll definitely be back. You'll always spend a lot of time running back and forth, collecting loot. So let's go ahead and get that going. Because not only are we going to run that line, but we're also going to build up onto the more onto the factory. Get rid of that box. And we got a box out there. We got some stuff we got to repair out there. So that's what I see when I look at stuff. I'm thinking, oh, we got to do that. I got to do the thing. I got to fix that up. But I don't need to do it right now because I'm not using it. So if I'm not using it, it's just it's a waste of my time. The most precious thing. Back into here we go. And let's run this baby all the way down the line here. We got plenty of room to run it. I love these hyper tubes. They're so cool. Like you just get on your hyper tube, it's really far away, go make a sandwich, and then come back. Which is pretty fun. Dead said going to be released next year in a special update, they said on their stream. Yes, I did see that, Death Hatter. Pretty excited about that. Second that comes through, you know we're going to have a mega server. You know I'm going to set one up straight away. You guys can all come and join me. We'll have some fun. We'll all build our own spaghetti. We'll make a spaghetti metropolis. It's just nothing but lines running in all these different directions. Some of them not even going anywhere. Just to trigger all the peeps in the chat. Like, get that! Ah, you're triggering me! All right, let's go ahead and put this over here. You know what? I could probably move this back now, too. I don't need it. Oh, gosh, look at it. There we go. We're good. We're already stacking stuff. All right, let's go ahead and stack some stuff over here. I can't handle those boxes. This is what I should have done. I should have put all my stuff down like that. Then I could have went and got more loot in that round, but that's okay. This is way over here. I don't need to go over there because that's all set and ready to rock. So let's go back over here. And we'll go bring our hyper tube down. And let's say... I don't like to put it in my road. Let's put it this way now. Go like that. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Reason why I don't do that is because I will end up getting into it all the time. Let's say there. Alright, so our output now is going to send us more to our limestone because that's where we're going to be working. And let's go ahead and get that concrete. Not in that one. Get that concrete out of there. We'll do a bit of concrete work. There we go. And grab all of that. Okay, there we go. So let's do a bit of concrete work here. I like to have it at least 3 wide. That's just me. So let's go ahead and first make a misclick, then middle mouse button. Why you do me wrong like that, mouse? Come on. Come on, we got things to do. We got stuff to build. All right, there we go. And we'll go ahead and bring up our... I love the fact you can put all the different workshops wherever you want. It's pretty awesome. We're going to make a couple of these. I forgot to grab them. I still have some back by my hub, but that's okay. They're cheap. You can make just a couple of them. Just make some wherever you're at. Now we'll go ahead and we're going to play a little bit of Ring Around the Rosies here, where we rotate this in such a way that we can go ahead and access it from up here. So we'll go ahead and try that way first. Do this. Nope, that's too close. Can't get to it that way. Nope, can't do it that way either. Okay, are we out of concrete? Is that what my problem is? Oh my goodness, I'm out of concrete. All right. Let's take a little bit of this out so we can work with this. We'll get more concrete later on. I'm going to take this out and rotate it around. It doesn't matter what direction it's going. Eventually, the resources will go the way I want it to go. Let's try that. Nope, that's too close. Too close. All right, I'm kind of feeling this way. Feeling this direction like this. Yeah, I'm feeling that. Now, why do I want to do that? So I can do this. I can walk right up to it and access it right here. Look, 240 limestone. That is a GG, everybody. That is a way efficient way of doing that. All right, let's take that out. Now we're going to need our 240 belts. We're going to go ahead and go right here, which is actually 270 belts. Now, why is it a 270 belt? Well, if you actually look at the math of 270, hey, Siri, what's 270 divided by 3?
278 divided by 3 is about 92.6.
I didn't say 78. I didn't. See, look, she just wanted to say 666. I'm telling you, she's obsessed. She's obsessed with the 666. Hey, Siri, what's 270 divided by 3?
270 divided by 3 is 90.
90. So see how that works out? The math works out perfectly if you do it in thirds. That's why they have a 270 belt. There you go. Again, always looking at those halves and thirds. All right, we'll bring this up, and we're going to run this right up here. Now, you're like, Kismet, are you going to take that limestone? You're going to run it all the way back to there? Heck no! I'm not going to run it all the way back to there. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it into concrete first, and then I'm going to run it all the way back to there. Why? Because I like to build at the node. I like to build the final product first, or the beginning product, before I run it all the way back to there. Ain't no reason for me to run that limestone over there and then build it over there and then do it today. I build it at the node. I feel like it's a better way to just convert it, because I'm not going to use that limestone for anything else. It's not like I'm going to make it and use limestone for something down there. And if I do need limestone, you know what I can do? Come over here, cut the production off, run it into a box, pick it up, and walk it over there. And I can tell you, I ain't going to need more than an inventory full of limestone at any given time in this game, for sure. So let's go ahead and get ourselves lined up here. Now, we do have a conveyor line that we can use in the lower section here of our thing, which we've left from before. So we can go ahead and use that line to run our concrete down there. But we definitely need more loot, so let's be smart here. And let's go ahead and be smart this time by dropping all that loots into there. And let's go ahead and put our entrance back. Oh, probably help if I had my resources, though. I got to pick them back up again. Oh, this one and this one. There we go. And let's switch over to our transport. There we go. And we need our power. There we go. All right. And again, store all. Store all. Store all. All right. There we go. Let's go get some concrete. Let's build out a factory here. Back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, how's it going this morning for you? Thank you so much for the raid the other day. You're welcome, Lonely Drugger. It's going awesome, man. I said hello to you earlier. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I like to bring peeps some love. We usually, have my mods go out and choose some peeps that I can show some love to, for sure, which I greatly appreciate. There you go. There you go. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get that going. So we're here. We got to go all the way back. We don't want to go that way. This way, over here. This way is going to bring us to our concrete. Now, the funny irony is we're trying to make concrete. We got to go get some concrete to make the concrete. Again, those things are not lost on me, for sure. Let's say, we got some redemptions over here. Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and take a look at some of these. Look, I actually found it. It's in the bottom of my chat now. Makes it easy. All right, Lonely Trucker wants the Kismet drive-by. The Love Train drive-by. Here it comes. There he goes. That's my buddy Norbert. He comes by, brings in the Love Train. There you go, Lonely Trucker. I tried to move my redemptions down there so I could see them a bit better. Occasionally I'll see them in the chat, but most of the time they're off on the other screen and I miss them over there. So I have moved them to kind of see them a little bit better. Know that I do kind of sprinkle them through the stream. So I don't always just do them right the second that somebody does them, because otherwise I'm doing the same thing over and over and over again. So I try to sprinkle it throughout the stream. All right, so we got that going. We're doing concrete over here. Now we already have a concrete line, as you can see. It's coming up right through there, going into this box, feeding down. Any excess is being run up into the awesome sink, and you're going to see right here that's going to start to feed down. You can see it actually start another one. There we go. There we go. Good enough. That should hold us over. By the way, this green area right here, this is for my train eventually. That's why I left that space empty. So I can run my train through there, right through the middle, right by my hub. It's going to be fun. Gonna be fun. We'll get to it. Might run a train way out here. I'm going to run a train in 4 different directions. So no matter which way I want to go, I can go north, south, east, or west. And it will take me to wherever I want to go instead of my hypertubes. Now, hypertubes are great. But riding the train is fun. Riding the train is fun. But the great thing about this is you can just kind of set it and forget it, right? Unless you've got a train that's going between 2 points and then has a stop where it goes to that other point and stops automatically and then keeps you there, then you're in trouble. If it doesn't, because then it's just going to bring you back again and then send you out and bring you back and whatnot. As for what's some knocking, all right, while we're running along, who's that? Who's there? Who that? Who that? Who there? As is for trolling you guys in the chat. All right, here we go. Now we got some concrete. Let's get to it. Okay, we're going to need a pretty big amount of room here for this amount of concrete. That's the only time it's okay to clip through stuff, usually right there. But even then, that really bugs me, so I have to take it out anyway. I don't like clipping. I don't like clipping through stuff. We gonna have a lot of concrete going over here, everybody. Okay, so now we get to do some more math. Let's do it. I know it's exciting, sexy stuff. More math, everybody. Oh, I gotta get my loots. All right. So what we want to do is go ahead and start to figure out all the maths of what we want to do. We're just going to produce as much as we possibly can. If we have excess, GG, we'll just make more, right? And the same thing with steel. We have so much steel excess that we could be making a lot of these pipes right now, a lot of these things until we fill it up, and then we'll use it for something else, right? Because we'll have enough to utilize. And if we need it, we can switch it back in, switch it out. And that's what's so cool about using factories that are pre-existing is that you can repurpose them for other things, right? And then you can purpose them back for the first thing that you did, or for a third thing, or a fourth thing, or a fifth thing. As you're building your way up and building your factory up, you can repurpose them, or you can just get whole new nodes like we're doing right now. Like we're getting a whole bunch of limestone because our other node is the same way. I think it's coming out at 60 or maybe at 120, but it's just not powerful enough to do this kind of as many as we want to do on this next level. So we have to find a nice node or multiple nodes and combine them together. Give a dog about. I think she's having a moment. She's not even out of bed. My mom said yesterday we were giving the dogs a bath this morning. I think she's having a moment. She's not even out of bed yet. Oh, hey, that's the way it goes, Unforgiven. That's the way it goes. Wow, this is getting huge. Oh, wow, yeah. Well, this is how it was before. I haven't even expanded it. This is how. I mean, other than this part right here, but that's how I built it before I tore the whole factory down. So it's pretty substantial. Pretty substantial to get it going. So again, let's put it on a little play yard. Let's go ahead and say, okay, we're gonna make some concrete. 45 input. Hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 45?
240 divided by 45 is about 5.3333.
33333. I love it when she says 333. I don't like it when she says 666. That just gets me a little scared. But we can do 5 of these plus an overflow, right? So 0.3 into the other one. Now, should we use the other one? Oh, absolutely. We can go ahead and crank them down. We can crank them up. The whole thing is that it's going to have a certain output that we're going to combine together because it's not going to be more than 780. I can tell you that. We have the ability to run the highest level conveyors at 780 if we so choose. Or we could run this to a train and have the train run it over there. We're not going to do that because conveyors are much more consistent and reliable. They require no power. Efficiency-wise, your conveyors are always your most efficient thing. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about fluids and things like that? Those are less efficient. Why? Because you usually use pumps. And 2, it has a limit of 300. So if you think your conveyor has its upper limit is 780. That's pretty sweet. That's a very fast moving amount of stuff. So your conveyor is always your go-to. I think it's always your most efficient of anything. It doesn't require any fuel. It doesn't require any power. It doesn't require any special lifts and whatnot like fluid does. So if you can convert it into there, if it's power efficient enough to convert it into there and then run it, that's how I like to do mine. But of course, it's up to you. So we can do about 5 of them. So we're going to go throw 5 of these down up here. We're going to definitely need more room for that. Let's go ahead and run it out this way a little bit. And we're going to bring this out. Now, because it's an odd number, it's going to be kind of odd when we run it out of there as well. And we can try to get the number to be perfect. If we want, we can go ahead and try to run it at 45. Now, what's an easy way to do 45? Well, what you do is you start adding 45s together and see what's an efficient way. Hey, Siri, what's 45 plus 45?
45 plus 45 is 90.
90. Where did we just hear that 90 number at? Hey, Siri, what's 270 divided by 3?
270 divided by 3 is 90.
Ah, ding, light bulb. That's right. That's why they have the 270 conveyor, for this very reason right here. So we could actually control the speed at which it was running out. If we were producing more than 270, we could use the 270 conveyor, bring it out, split it, and run it wherever we needed to go. But that's not going to work out. That's not going to work out because we've only got 240, right? So that's not going to work out perfectly, but that is an option. If you are running a ton of concrete into the same box, which exceeds that 270, or it matches or exceeds the 270, then you're good. Then you can just use the 270 out. You can use your conveyor to control the splitting and the speed at which it's running into your different units, which is a great way of doing that. Me, I'm not going to do that because, again, it's only 240. So I'm just going to split the heck out of it and run the excess into the last one. And then I'm going to underclock that last one so it's not wasting my power. So here we go. So we got 5, 1, 2, 3. Right there. You're like, Kismet, you're out of room. This is going to happen a lot. This is going to happen a lot. Now, what we're also going to do is we're going to do what I call the inline run, which is going to be pretty fun. Right over here. We got plenty of space out here to build it out. And you really only need one stage for concrete, which is great as well. Now, we could go ahead and run this and run it up and build a whole entire thing out of this. But concrete is like the very first thing that I usually build. And the reason why is because you always need concrete. At least I always do, because I'm always expanding and putting down foundations and walls and all of that stuff. It's used in so much stuff that it's a good idea to get that going above all other things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're going to have our excess one here at the end. So it's really a 6 of these for a 240. Now, later on, by the way, everybody, we're going to come back and revamp this because we're going to put a level 3 in there. And that level 3 is going to be a beast. We're going to be producing concrete until we'll have no place for it. We have to run it in the awesome sink. But here we go. Now, I'm going to actually split these in such a way where it doesn't do it even. And you're like, oh, Kismet, how do you do that? How do you do an uneven split across a whole bunch of stuff? Well, let me show you. What you want to do is you want to run your splitter right off the beginning, right? So the first one is going to be just getting 240 fed into there until it fills. And then it's going to overfill. When that's full, it's going to overfill into this one. Now, why do it that way? Well, that's because this one here at the beginning is going to get the maximum amount, maximum amount, maximum amount, so on and so forth, until it gets to the end where the last one over here is going to get that 0.333, right? So we can also ask Siri, hey, Siri, what's 1/3 of 45?
1/3 times 45 is about 15.
It's about 15. So the last one over here is going to get about 15 going in there, 15 per minute on the input, which means we could go ahead and underclock it down to where it matches the input and the output, which is why I always look into the thing so that I can fool around with the clock speed versus using this thing here, which just tells you what your basics are, but it doesn't tell you what your underclocking is. It doesn't tell you there, but it's actually a really cool thing. You put it in your to-do list and all of that if you want to over there, iron plates and iron screws and whatnot. You can put them over there. It's, it's useful sometimes, right? When you don't want to run back and forth. But me, I always run back and forth just so I can fool around with the underclocking. So we'll fool around with that in a bit. We'll go ahead and set that back to 100%. And so we know that's going to be about 15. So we'll go ahead and make a note. 15 input on last constructor. There we go. We also got a battle. So what we're going to do is go ahead and fine-tune this a bit. Down here, let's fine-tune the lift level. Let's say right about there. Now, again, what I'm going to do is go ahead and run it so it ends up over here. Actually, you know what? We could probably run it back. And then the conveyor get in the way. Let's just run it this way, and we'll run it to this first one. So the first one's going to go here, and it's going to split. And then it is going to enter on that side. So it's going to enter this way, split that way into the first one, and then run down the line. And then the next one is going to split and run down the line. And Yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. That's what I call an inline split. There we go. Hopefully I've got those all lined up. I guess we're going to find out here in a minute. Now, the maximum speed that it needs to go into here is the maximum speed of the input. So in this case, the maximum speed is 45. So I need my minimum speed. Minimum speed conveyors in there. Doesn't need to be any faster than that. No reason to waste my resources. And especially my time. Running them any faster than the maximum they need to run. Okay, there we go. Now what? Oh, look at this. This one's off right here. I did all these offset, and I didn't offset this one. Let's fix that one. There we go. Always good to double check that stuff. Oh, is that a merger? Wrong button. Wrong button. Should have noticed it just by the color alone, because splitters have the orange in the center, right, when you're splitting it, and then mergers have orange all the way around the outside, and only the one input is set the other way, or the output is set the other way. All right, there we go. So let's fix that. And then these are going to go this way. So how fast is this going to come in? 240. So when it goes here, 240, it's actually going to go 120 that way and 120 this way, which is not really what we wanted to do. But because of the conveyor level, it's actually only going to go 60 because that's the maximum it's going to go. And what we can do over here is we can control the speed at which it goes to the next one by changing the speed of the belt, right? So this would be 120, and then over here, this is going to be 270. So this way here, I'm going to do 270. Right, so that's 60. It's actually reducing the maximum speed down to 180, but because we don't have a thing that's 180, we're going to run that on. Now, you're like, Kismet, you're just way too much math. It's okay. It's okay if you don't get all the math of it. You'll be fine. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and run our level 3 belt over here, and we're just going to run it easy peasy right into there. There we go. So that's going to be running that out at a nice 240, running it over there into a 60. And what I'm going to do, because I do have a lot of extra resources here, is I'm just going to run this belt all the way down, or all the way down to there as a 240. All right, so 240, that's now 180. This is now 120, so I could make this a 120 if I want, but not necessary, because now I'm going to go ahead and do the 120 on the next step, just to kind of fire this up. And 120 all the way down, even though I didn't need to have that 120 at the end. So it's just sometimes easier just to run it, especially when you're running an inline. You can even just run it as maximum speed. You just run it as a tier 5, and it'll just run in there as fast as it possibly can. Every time it makes some, it'll be like zoom, 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 jump in there. And actually, you get diminishing returns after a while. But I have tons of those resources, so I'll be fine. All right, so here we go. So we got our concrete going. We're going to be running in at 45. And it's going to be running out at its maximum 15. So, that's all in place. Now all we need is some power. So where are we going to get power from? Way over there. So while I'm running over there and running some power, let's go ahead and do this battle. Get it going on. Right there. Get him! How we doing? We're stopped in place again. Oh, I think we got the win on this one. A little rogue. Why does it always end up right behind me? There we go. All right, there we go. Open the capture chest. Slide that love to you guys. Fire Dogma getting some extra healer scrolls there. Oh, no, not another one coming in. MVP, topping the list. And, man, we got lots of battles in today. Man, time going by quickly. Going by quickly. Heavy left. Oh, boy, man. That's not a lot of space. That's not a lot of space to put our peeps there. Let's line it up across there. We're going to run up. We're going to get in some trouble. Feel free to come and join us right there. I love the coffee cup like a ball horse right here, right? It's got a force field in it. Don't you wish you had a coffee cup that had a force field in it? See when it tries to come out of there? See that? It's got a little force field over the top, so it hits that force field, so you never spill your coffee. See, and there's a little button on the side. You press the button, and then you drink the coffee, and you let go of the button, the force field comes back on again. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's not really in the game. I just RP'd that in there. I just made that up, everybody. Some of you believe me for a split second there. But that's my RP, why your coffee never spills in this game. There you go. All right, so what I did is I ran some power, which is pretty easy to figure out. I ran some power over there, ran it right to here to my extractor, and I made a pull level 2 so that we could do a whole bunch of connections to this. And we're going to go ahead and get our extractor fired up down there. No? Am I missing something? Why do I not have power? Oh, it didn't go. That's why. All right, there we go. That was weird. I love watching it start up for the first time. By the way, I don't always put it on the ground level, too. Sometimes I put foundations there, and I put it on the foundation, which you can do. And then you just RP that it cuts, you know, you had made a hole through the foundation so it could go through the foundation, get in there. It's okay. Don't think about it too much. All right, so there we go, man. It's cranking that out. 240 coming out of there. Sweetness. And we're going to go ahead and fire these up over here. We're going to tell it we want to do some concrete. And before we know it, we're going to have concrete coming out of our ears here. Concrete. That one's already on concrete. 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 So when we start these up, they'll already be ready to rock. And again, I'm using a level 2 pole so that I can go ahead and put a whole bunch of them on the same line. Now, we might run out. Looks like we're going to be pretty close. And then there it is. So that would be number 7, and then we wouldn't be able to do the last ones. So I would go ahead and just run another pole over here. And then get these. No. Not do that. Trying to press the button. There we go. All right. And then last 2 up and running. So again, the end line is going to cause these to fill as quickly as possible. So the ones at the ends are actually going to be more efficient. That's why I usually like to center split stuff. But because the end one is just doing the excess, that's why we're going to run it in an inline like this. And then we can go to here and we can crank this one down, even though it does have enough right now. But we're going to crank down the production. So it's going to tell us right here the numbers. This is why I look in here. It's going to tell us what the numbers are per minute of the input. That's what we want to see because we know our input should be about 15. There it is. It should be about 15 to get that excess. And then it's reducing the power way down. Let's try. Again, you have to wait for it to cycle for it to update the number. That's 15.7. Let's go 34. And I could just do it by math, but I just get close. 34 is fine. So 34 is going to output 5. So at least we're using up the excess, right? So we're not just running it into the awesome sinks. We're getting a little bit of extra concrete. That's cool. Looking good. More concrete than we need right now, for sure. So there we go. So what's the difference in megawatts if I do it at 34 than if I had 100? So at 34, it's 0.7 megawatts. At 100%, even though it's not going to have enough resources to run it at full, it's actually going to have 4 megawatts. So basically 4 times the amount of power this one's going to use for not as much production. But of course, when it doesn't have enough limestone, by the way, it will turn itself off. So there is that kind of bonus that you have, that it will save you some power. But I feel like if you're going to do it right, right? Let's do it right. Let's set it to 34. I just have it set to what our target we want to do on our overflow. And there you go. That's it. That's GG. That's done. Now, limestone, of course, is one of the easiest things to do because you only have one step. That's it. That's limestone to concrete. And now what we're going to do is have a little bit of fun merging them back together again. Now, we don't have to really worry about what numbers are going to merge and all that stuff because we're going to merge them all into a single line so that we can run them all the way. Again, I'm a big fan of being a single merger by putting our middle merge. So I put it in the middle one and merge all these together. But we're going to do the same thing we did before. And this time we're going to go ahead and merge it at the end. And we're going to merge here. Now look at that. Now if we do that though, this is, you can see by the green here, it's going to go this way or that way, which we don't want it to do, right? We don't want it to do that. We want it actually to come down the line. This one right here is going to run out. Or we could go the other way, right? We could run it this way, and then we could run it across from here over to there. I kind of feel like it'd be better if it went down this way, and then I could go ahead and bring it up and run, say right here, run another line, and we'll run that line, and then we'll run it into our pre-existing structure that we already have. So there you go. 7 times 5 is 35. We're not trying to make 35. We're doing 45. 45 input. Wish a real thing. I had multiple accidents with coffee electronics. They don't mix well. My touchscreen laptop. Yeah, here's the thing. I never have open containers by my machine. I've never spilled anything in my computer ever. Always something with a top. Always something with a container. If I do have an open container, like sometimes I had those little bottles of Dr. Pepper, I put them way over here, away from it. If it falls, it's going to fall on the floor. That I can clean up. It doesn't fall on my keyboard. And I've seen that 1,000 times on Twitch fails. That's like the #1 Twitch fail. If somebody's like, oh, hold on, let me dab. Bam! And then, boop, there goes their drink right into their keyboard. Now they have a $200 keyboard that's basically a plastic paperweight. Yeah, I've seen them do it so many times. Or they're like, hey, everybody, look at my spaghetti. Whoop! There goes their spaghetti right into the thing. Come on, that's like common sense, peeps. That's like common sense. If you don't want stuff to spill, don't have an open container. Don't have something that doesn't have a lid on it. And even then, even if you have a lid on it, I've seen people knock over waters and knock over stuff with lids that the lids weren't very tight. And then, bam, the lid comes off and then right into all your computers, bro. Your computer is going to be one of your largest expenses other than like a car or a home. Computers are not cheap, bro. Even a $200-300 computer, you know, depending on how much your income is versus buying a $200 computer. If you're only making like $400 a month, believe me, a $200 computer is half your income for a month. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, just peeps, right? Now, some people are like, Kismet, I make millions of dollars. That's nothing to me. Well, hey, more power to you. I don't make that. Everything I'm always worried about. I don't care if it costs me $5 or $500. I'm worried about everything. I don't want to have to rebuy it, right? Because rebuying stuff makes you lose money. Getting stuff for cheap or for free, you win money. You gain money that way. You're gaining versus losing, right? All right, so let's keep this going. Now, this right here is going to come out of here again at its just normal speed, so we don't need to worry about making that any higher than the maximum speed, which is 15. So we'll just make that pretty slow. And then we'll go ahead and do the rest of these. Now, again, we need to turn this like that. We need to look at our green lines so that they're going in both directions, that away and that away. So we got them all lined up, and then we're just going to run along here and do the same thing. Oh, a little bit over it. There we go. Oh, watch out there. Almost went for a little trip. Little free trip. That's a tough one to get because it's behind this other one. That's a tough one. You know what's even easier? Just making more of these. So you just walk over there and do it without it have to be so awkward. Because it could offset it in such a way you don't want it to go. All right, let's fill the rest of these in. You guys get the gist of this. This is the inline combination here. All right, so now we're going to have Suri help us out a little bit with math. Hey, Suri, what's 15 times 5?
15 times 5 is 75.
75. Hey, Suri, what's 75 plus 15? 90. Imagine how all these numbers just kind of work themselves back out again, don't they? See, if you understand the math, this game is incredibly fun. If the math makes your brain hurt, well, welcome to the club. that also is part of the fun of this game. Full bowl of cereal over my keyboard? Oh, no! Coffee cup sits in my trash can next to my desk. Ooh, that's a good idea. Hey, Lemon King, thanks for coming in. Or put a force field like Kismet's cup. I know, huh? Bro, you're almost dead in game. Better not fall. You know what? I've been playing this, how many hours now, this particular playthrough? Let's save and see. 172 hours I've been playing this game on this particular map, and my health has been the same. 172 hours of having it at 3 bars. Why? Because I don't care if I die. It does not. It's not like an ego thing to me. Oh, if I die in game, you know what I do? I go back and I pick up my stuff and I keep building. This is a building game. This is not. Hey, battle space monsters and fly into outer space and have a space battle kind of game. This is a building game, and a building game, I don't even worry about that stuff. If no mobs come at me, I'll kill them or I'll drive past them or not even worry about it most of the time because they respawn. So if I kill them and then they come back again, it's like pointless. It's pointless for me to keep killing them unless I need, of course, their pelts and stuff like that. But other than that, I never worry about my health ever in games. The same thing like in 7 Days to Die. You'll see me literally stand there and build stuff and starve to death. Oh well, if I die, run back, grab my stuff, keep building. Because you know what happens when you die? It cures your health problem, that's for sure. Also, in other games, too, it cures anything else that you have. You have radiation or if you have a disease or whatever. When you die, boom, all that comes off. Now you're good. Easy way to fix it. Just like that. Again, I don't really worry, especially in this game. This game is not, it's partially survival, but it's mostly factory building. You got a little bit of survival element in there, but not a lot. And not to where, hey, I'm doing my, battle royale in Satisfactory. If you're doing battle royale in Satisfactory, you're doing it wrong, I think. But then again, hey, if you want to do battle royale in your Satisfactory, go ahead, bro. It's your game. You do whatever you want. All right, so we'll go ahead and run that out of there. This one's only going to be 15 here. These are coming at 45, so 45 plus 15 is going to be, 45 plus 15 is 60. There we go. So 60 going here, right? So we got that going fine. Go in there, and then we're going to recombine these, but you know what? I'm not even going to worry about the math. I'm just going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. Because you don't have to worry about the math if you don't want to. Just use a higher level conveyor. Just use one that you know is going to be faster than the combined output of all of this. And then you don't ever have to worry about it. Then you're good. All right, and then we'll go ahead and run this along here. We're going to go ahead and run it at its 240 speed right here. But we know it's coming out at 90 anyway. So I could actually use a 120 if I wanted to. All right, you come out at 120. Bada bing, bada boom. And we just run it along the ground. Or we could go ahead and bring it up into the things. Now, rarely do I run stuff on the ground at this stage. Normally I'll lift everything up and do all of that. But this is way out in the middle of nowhere. Am I going to come back here and do anything? Probably not. And if I did, then I would go ahead and lift it up anyway. The only time I want to lift it is when I want to get it up into here. All right, get it up into this particular run. Oh, God, it just barely misses that. So close. So I'll go ahead and start to lift it. Let's say right about here is good enough. Again, the aesthetics of your factory also play a factor in this game. And me, my time is more important than anything else. All right, and we'll go ahead and take that MK2. Run that up there. Again, this is coming out at 90. So I thought I was going to need my 3s, but actually I need my 2s. Because that's coming out at 90. All right, there we go. That's looking good. There we go. 90 coming out of there. Now, hey, Suri, what's 90 divided by 3?
90 divided by 3 is 30.
It's 30. Hey, Suri, what's 90 divided by 2?
90 divided by 2 is 45.
Wow. It's like a magic number. It comes out to 45. That's right, it comes out to 45 because we combined it perfectly from a 240 into a whole bunch of ones in a row so that it equaled 90, so that when we split it in half to run it into our assemblers, it comes out to the perfect number. You're welcome. There you go. You're like, whoa, Kismet, that just blew my mind, bro. For some of you who are old-time Satisfactory, you're like, Kismet, I knew that. But for some people, I just blew their mind, bro. I just full-on blew their mind that worked out to the perfect math at the end. And I knew that going into it the second I saw that was a pure node. The second I saw it was a pure node, I said, boom, that's going to end up 90. All right, so let's run back here. Oh, wait, I forgot to run the line first. We got to run the line. Hold on. Watch this. You can actually stop yourself by holding down S, turn yourself around, and go back the other way as well. So there we go. Stylezer's trying to keep me up with math. Yeah, you're because you're on the stream there, you're 20 seconds behind me, but there you go. There you go. Satisfactory hardcore survival mode. There you go. I love playing survival mode. There we go. You're 20 seconds behind me because of the compression of Twitch, by the way. So even if you do say it in the chat, I've already done it 20 seconds ago. But I do appreciate you trying to help out in the chat. Watch out for that backseat gaming, though. Okay, there is one problem I see here, and I don't like clipping for any reason whatsoever. No clipping! No, bad game. Bad game. There we go. Now, I could have done that math in my head, but I love to make Suri do it because it's fun. That's not hard math. Cutting, 60s into halves is 30s and 30s into 15s and so on. But, she's just sitting there doing nothing. So why not use her computational power instead of using my brain power? Because you know what? Hey, I don't like to expend it all. I don't like to expend it. There we go. Let's clean this up a little bit. How are we looking? No! No! Bad, bad, bad. Don't you do no clipping. All right, out of there. Out of there you go. Holding down control, by the way, for those who haven't done that before. Holding down control. You know what? Let's do something better. Let's just get rid of this. Why am I making that tough on myself? Get out of there, entrance. There we go. We're going to need some more of these for sure. There we go. Just take the thing out of the way. Then we'll go ahead and grab this by hitting F, hitting middle mouse button, grabbing this, running it down here, hitting that toggle R, and R. R again to get that vertical. Move way back, not too far back. We fall off. So we get a little bit of vertical fun, so we're not clipping. And a little past the road here. I don't like to angle it in such a way that it... oh, that's going to run into there. Let's go ahead and put it like that. I don't like to angle it in such a way that's going to fire me off the side when I end up here. Right? Watch out for that. All right, put that in there. And then put that... and connect that there. All right, there we go. So we're not going to really use the hypertube. We're going to actually walk our way back because we want to run our line. We're going to run our level 2 because we don't need a level 3. But I brought some level 3 just in case. And so we've already got a pre-existing line here. Going to make this nice and easy. Make sure that it is going the correct direction. Let's check and see if we got any other resources. We could probably leave this concrete out here. There we go. We'll take a little extra. Switch that. We'll come back for all of this because that's going to be way too much of that to lug around just in case we need to take stuff on and off in case we don't like something along the way. And there we go. All right, let's do it. We've got our vehicle. We do. All right, now we're off and running. So we'll go ahead and F. Whoa, what the heck is that? What the heck was that? I didn't even see it do that. I thought it was doing it right. Apparently not. It actually put the conveyor pull on the conveyor instead of connecting it correctly. That's interesting. It happens. It happens. That's the stuff that happens when you're not paying attention. You're watching chat. You're talking to other people. That stuff happens a lot. There we go. Oh. No! How'd you get up there, you? Gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Gotcha! Get out of there, you. I hate those things. I don't like to have those little boxes laying around. All right, concrete coming down the line. Let's do it. Good. See, we send the final product down the line instead of running the raw. I don't like running the raw resource, even though I have plenty of conveyors to run combine the resources together like I'm doing with the coal here. I've combined all the resources together, all the nodes together, the miners together into one belt. So I don't have to run multiple belts. I like to run the minimum amount of belts possible. Actually getting pretty far here. Resource-wise. Now eventually this is going to run into another belt because I'm using another belt over here. And I always feel it's better to run the coal and better run concrete to the steel and all of that you already have established. Because, hey, we already got this here. We might as well use it. Now, see, look, this is where we run into a problem right here. See, because we're using this one for the lower one. Now, we can adjust that, or what we can do is And what I like to do is either put our hypertube at the top or at the bottom. At the top, it's more cinematic when you're in there and you're running along. But at the bottom, it's more efficient because when you're adding stuff on top, you're going to run into this particular problem. And that's okay. Here's one of the things we can do is we can make an exit, which is what we really need to do anyway right here. So we could run over there if we wanted to use that. We can go ahead and just make an exit right here. Now, what's that going to do? Well, what that's going to do is going to allow me to put an exit on this side like this. And I'm going to go ahead and just put it off to over here and bring it up a couple right there. And then this side over here is going to end up actually coming down here and aiming in this direction like this. And let's say right there. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't, bro. No, don't like it. Don't like it. If it clips, that's a no-no. For me, anyway. When I moved it up. There we go. All right, that's good. Let's make our entrance. Entrance over there. Let's run our power. Our entrances. Run that one back. All right, so we'll make a split here, and that's going to allow me to bring this one up and out over the hypertube. Or I could move the entire hypertube. I could move the bottom one up to the top. There's like 50 things. Or I could do a little switcheroony where I go ahead and make this one down and that one up and all of that. That's too much work. It's too much work. Here's what you do. You just cut that. Run that up to the top. That's what you do. Oh, if I had enough things. Now, the cool thing is that worked out. I didn't mean to do that on purpose right there. But that worked out where I ran out of resources right in which the point in which I had cut my hypertubes. So I can actually get on the hypertubes and go and get some more resources. See? Sometimes fate lends you a hand. It is like, oh, well, here, you ran out of resources? Well, here, this is where you want to cut your hypertubes. And then run over there and grab some more resources. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to run over here. And again, you see I have little stops along the way at my different factories. And I try to offset them. Otherwise, what happens, it fires you out of one, and then you go right into the other one, and then you go down that one. You got to turn around, come back, try to slow yourself down when you're coming out. So I try to keep them separate from each other, so that doesn't happen. And here's a little bit of my mini factories getting built here, rebuilt actually. And here's my central junction of all of my loot as well. So let's get over here. Let's go ahead and pick up some loot. I'll get my coffee cup back. There we go. We need some of our plates over here. We got a couple. We got a smidge. And again, this is down fed from up above. So it's being down fed, and the excess is being run into the awesome sink. And you see, we got a lot. We got a lot of resources laying around, don't we? I like to have access to all the resources that I might need at any given moment. Right over there. Now again, we had a whole big gigantic factory that was right here, and over there, and over up there, and over up there, and down that way, and over there. But we tore it all down, and we're redoing a lot of our resources now that we have kind of the highest tier stuff to do. We're still working on our nuclear power. We're in no rush. We'll get to there. We'll get to our nuclear power unlocked, but we're kind of revamping our factory here. So we got to go one more leg of the journey here, and we'll run this back. And then we can set it and forget it, which is one of my favorite things to do. Let's run back over here. And didn't even spill my coffee. What can I say? I got the skills, everybody. I got the skills. My coffee cup, of course, has a little force field to keep it from spilling while I'm in the hypertube. At least that's my RP for it. You can make your own RP. Maybe it's intergalactic coffee that has a higher density rate of normal coffee and adheres to the side of the cup. I mean, you can make up all sorts of stuff and whatnot. All right, let's keep this going all the way over here. And there we have it, everybody. 90 concrete coming in, lickety-split. Now, what do we want to do? Well, we want to make another level, right? We'll make another level up here. We've also can revamp this a little bit because we did learn some, get some new patterns, so we can take this out. We unlock some stuff in the awesome shop, which is going to help us a lot more. So we'll hold down control. We'll take, oh, nope, didn't want to do that. Let's right-click, get out of that. Hit F, try it again. Nope, I guess we're just going to have to rotate a little bit. Try it again. Hold down control. Very carefully. Take that out. We don't need a door in there anymore. We're going to go ahead and grab one of these walls. Put the wall in. Right-click out of there until I get back to my wall holes. And we'll put a wall hole in there. That's much better. Much cleaner and nicer. Then we'll go ahead and put our entrance in. Where do I want to put my entrance? I always feel like you got to move back a little bit so you can see if it's clipping through all of your stuff. Let's say there, and then up a couple. Kind of blocking my doorway. I don't like it. I don't like it. Let's go ahead and try a little sideways entrance over here out of the, not the doorway. It's blocking my road. Let's go up 2. Much nicer. Much nicer. All right, put our entrance in. Grab our power from wherever we've got one right over here. And that's much better. All right, there we go. That's nicer than just firing our way through there. And here's our production in here. So we want to go ahead and find a way to take our steel beams. Now remember, we're producing 75 steel beams. And we need, for one of the constructors or assemblers, we're going to need 45 input. Zoegus Dark Roast Sweetest Blend. Yes. Now with extra chunky sauce. There you go. Now with extra chunky bits in your coffee. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and take this and we want to run it out of there. So how can we do that? How can we take this and run it to the next level? Well, we could go ahead and just say, instead of running it like this over here, out and into the conveyor, which is what we have over here, and we'll take a wall out so we can see it. Instead of running it down and into that conveyor line, we can then just run it to the next level up. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that. Oh, I gotta add an entrance. That would be helpful. And we'll tap it with some power. All right, nice. All right, so instead of running that down and running across there, we're gonna go ahead and take this out. So it's no longer gonna run there. And now it's going to run up. So we'll go ahead and middle mouse button to grab that conveyor wall. We'll go ahead and put it up here and rotate this a little bit. Make sure it's going the right direction. And then we can look at what level it was running at, which is most likely a 2, right? So it's coming out again at 75 steel beams, so we only need a 2. So let's go ahead and run a 2 up from here. And we're going to go ahead and expand this factory a little bit. And that's what's nice about building in a vertical fashion versus a horizontal. I looked a little low on that one. Trying to go a little low because of that last time, but now it's let's just do that. Yeah, that's a little high. All right, we'll get it. I hate eyeballing it from down here because it always looks right, but it's usually you need it to be 1 down. So when it looks center, you go 1 down. There we go. And that looks pretty good. Okay, so that's going to run it up to the top part. Well, guess what? We're going to need another hypertube entrance to the second level. And I feel like we'll go ahead and put it over here. And so we'll grab another one of these. We'll put it up there. Up to there. We'll make another wall hole. Let's say right here. We'll grab this. We'll bring it down. We'll make this one in the other direction. Hope it's not clipping anything. Take a look here in a second. That's cool. That's a cool shape. I always like the shapes of stuff, too. You can fool around with the shapes, too, if you want. Like, we can make this straight vertical. Oh. Okay. Did not mean to do that. I was trying to change the overall shape of it. That was weird. Awkward. Why is it not letting me change the shape of it? That was weird. All right. All of a sudden, it got real weird. I was trying to change the shape. I hit T instead of R. All right, vertical. We'll do it with vertical. See, vertical is really straight, really close to that other one. I feel like it might be clipping through the side a little bit. Yeah, clipping through the side. So we take that out, and then we'll go back. Oh, there I go again. I'm hitting T. Stop it. Stop hitting that T, Kismet. You know, that messes you up. That actually takes away your menu when you hit T. I just found a mistake. I just found an issue in the game. I'm great at doing that. I'm great at finding those issues. Yeah, Yeah, still cutting through there. Still cutting through there. Don't like it. Not going to keep it. It's out of there. Out of there. All right, let's put it on this side of the road. Right here. We're going to go straight vertical. Try to hit the right button this time, Kismet. There we go. Straight vertical under here. Let's go up a couple. Oh, so close. So close. We got to go back just a little bit. We'll get this. We'll get this. Let's say I a little over moved out a little bit too far forward. All right, 2 up. Beauty-muss. All right, very nice. All right, put that in there. Grab it from over here, put it right in there. All right, up we go. And here we go. How convenient. The roof of our previous level now becomes our factory for our assemblers. Now, because we only have 90 coming in, the most we're going to need right now is 2 of these. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run 2 of those right there. That's all we're going to need. We're going to be making encased industrial beams at about 12 per. Because guess what? We can take a good portion of these steel beams and use this on 2 of these instead of just 1. And since we have, we need a certain amount of concrete, right? So we got concrete 30, 30, and 30 now because we have 90, right? So 30, 30, and 30. We could actually say, you know what? Not just 1, not just 2, but actually 3 assemblers now right here because now we have 90 concrete to have that running at full speed. Also, since it only takes 24 beams and we have 75, right? Remember how we figured out that number? Now we have enough for running the steel beams in at full speed so that we can actually produce more of each of these. So we can actually do 3 of these in a row and have the numbers come out pretty close to perfect. Not exactly perfect, but pretty close because we're actually running the steel beams at 25 versus 24. That's okay. That's okay. Any excess beams we can either backlog or have it output the overflow. Anything that overflows back can be run out. Now the question is, will it shoot you off the side when you go down? That's always the thing I'm always watching out for. And that's the thing we always check too when we're doing our stuff. Did I leave myself enough room? And actually I was talking about that earlier too, which is watching out that that doesn't happen. So we'll connect this, and then we'll go down here. We'll see if we got another run there. Oh, we got tons of power lines everywhere. We go ahead and run it from over here. And we'll run it to the outside there. Let's find out. Woo-hoo-hoo! Nope. It's good. A little close, though, but that's okay. We can put in some more foundation just in case. But, it was good. I lined it up nicely. Back up we go. Let's do it. All right, so we got an epic battle we're going to do here. A little side game we play called Stream Raiders. We're going to go ahead and fire it off and see what happens. Let's go. This is everybody in the chat, by the way. All playing together. Let's do it. Holy moly, that's a lot of range. I think we got this. Wow, look at all these epic level range. Very nice. All right, open that captain's chest. Slide you guys some extra love. Rotisserie G getting some extra scrolls. And oh no, not another one. Yet again, MVP with that massive 27 kills. Nice job. All right, now this is the time you got to step it up, everybody. This is the time we got to go to a whole nother level. We can go here, we go there. It doesn't matter. But this way, he's got a lot of 4 skulls there. You know what? We probably... this one's probably going to be a 4 skull there, too. I wonder if we should go up just to get that extra gold. We did a mystery one, too. I'm pretty impressed by that. This is defend our poles. This is just kill bad guys. Oh, this is going to decide the fate of this map. I got to make tough decisions, everybody. That's what happens when you're the leader. You got to make the tough decisions. I think we got a good amount of people right now. I think we might be able to take this one on. This one's actually a little bit easier because you can just defend your obelisk. And then we got 2 defend your obelisks over here if we go that way. This one's going to be a 2 and a 3. This will be a 4 and a 3. So this way is actually easier if we can do the obelisk one. Let's do the obelisk one. See if we give that a try. We can't do that one, then we'll try the other one. How about that? That sounds fair. This is our obelisk here that we have to protect. So we got some peeps behind here, and then we got some peeps over here. Now, my job is to tank really hard stuff. So that's why I'm going to go over here. But we definitely going to need some people around our obelisk to watch out for the people back here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of a battle plan here. We're going to have our tanks and melees up here. Do a little bit of line there. We're going to have our support right here in between. Protected, hopefully. We're going to need a little bit of melee. Take care of these little guys here. A little bit of melee around there. Maybe like this. Take care of these guys so they don't hit our support. Then we're going to need another line of peeps over here. You can either be right up here or just around the obelisk itself to protect our obelisk. So we'll just say, you know, protection zone right there. And then you can put down whatever you want in wherever you want. But that's just basically the idea. We don't want them to get to our obelisk, which is this one. This is their obelisk. We obviously want to push through, try to get to their obelisk, wipe out their obelisk. But we don't want them to get ours behind. So, all right, let's see how that works out. Come and join us, everybody. It is free to play. You can play it in your web browser, in your Chrome browser, whatever browser you like to use. You can go ahead and play it on your desktop or on your laptop. Feel free to download it, streamcaptain.com. Follow that link. Come and join us. We're going to have some fun. All right, so we got that in there. Now, also another thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to feed up our concrete from down here. So let's kind of line it up a little bit here. Yeah, let's say right about here. And so we'll grab our concrete. Right about there. Seems good. Seems good to me. Okay, so we can do 3 of these because we figured out all the math, right? Now, I could do it lifted and all of that stuff. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what I call the double split. Double stack split. So we're going to do the old basics where we go ahead and grab the splitter and we go ahead and run it right here. And then we go ahead and run a splitter up above. Now that splitter is going to go ahead and split stuff down and into the various different things. Since we have 3 of each, it's going to make it really easy because we're just going to split it into thirds, right? Pretty easy to figure out. So we go ahead and grab this and we can run that, if we're not standing in the way, run that into there. Then this splitter is going to go ahead and run out into there. I'm going to run this one into that side. And this one way over there. All right. Now, the other one we know we're going to do kind of the same thing. So we're going to run that one there. We're going to run this one nice and straight into that one. And then the last one into here. Probably help if I turn my sound back on. There we go. Into that last one. We're going to try to avoid any clipping. No clipping. No clipping. Clipping, party of none. Clipping, party of none. And there we go. So now we've got our resources nicely easy. That's just a double splitter right there. That's easy. Look how easy it was to run those lines. Now, is it beautiful? No, it's not. But it works. Now, we can also do an inline run as well. We can do an raised and lowered, whatnot. But this is the easiest way to do this type of split. Very, very easy. Very, very quick way of doing it. We're going to go ahead and grab this up here. And we're going to try to get it to run right up in here. Like so. Now it's going to bring that straight on up into here. And guess what? Easy peasy. Right into there. And that's it, bro. That's it. That's it. GG. We're done. We're done. This was our second big goal for this stream. The only thing we need now is we need some power. More power. To the engine, Scotty. Let's do it. That power line. And bada bing. Bada boom. And more bada bing. There we go. And now we need to tell what we want to make. Encased industrial beams. So instead of just making 6 of these, it's going to be making 6, 12, 18 simultaneously because we took the extra time to go and get that limestone and bring it back. And now we have our math all perfectly worked out. Except for we are going to have some extra steel beams. But that's okay. That's okay. All right. And then the same thing here. We got all these coming out. They're not going to go any faster then a single line. And we're going to just do these like this. Again, I like doing a combine like this. Nice center line combine. That's just me. A lot of different ways of doing a combine. And then we're going to run it that way, right? We're going to run it back and back out again. So we're going to go ahead and extend this out just a little bit. And we're going to see if we can get it from up here without falling off, hopefully. That's too far there. Not going to be able to hit that one from right here. We could move one forward. Oh, I see a box. We got to get that box. We can move it forward, say right here, put another in-between line, try to hit that one, and then send it to there because that definitely looks a little too far. Let's test it. Let's test it from here. Oh, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. We can make it. All right. Hey, we're going to do it. We're going to do it right there. Boom. That's where that sucker's going out of there. So we'll go ahead and run this. Again, we just run it on the ground. No big deal. And this is just going to be an MK1 because this is going to be 18. This is going to be running at. And we'll just run it. At least we'll square it off a little bit. There we go. And run that back into there. Hey, we're not going for better homes and gardens up in here. We're just trying to build a factory. I still can't bring myself to have them turn the wrong way, though. I gotta have them the right way. Now, this factory over here already exists, but I don't need to run it that far here on this level, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut that other level off. And I just put one row. If it's got the top of it, unless I'm going to add something to the top of it, which I knew eventually I was going to do here on this base, I'll add just one row around here so I'm not looking at... Oh, we had an entrance in the back there. Look at that. I forgot that was even there. Take that out now. Hey, get those resources back. Nice. Ooh, this is a tough one. That's a tough angle to do that. All right, nice. Don't need it anymore. I forgot to even put that entrance back there. I'm sure it was because I was building the roof. Yeah, this one we can go all the way out. I'm sure we'll come up here and we'll add some more stuff later on when we upgrade all of our miners to level 3. We'll leave a little extra area there, no big deal. Now, again, this is just so I don't have to watch the production when I'm running around downstairs and whatnot. We're definitely going to expand this out when we boost all of our mining later on. Again, but how much of this do I really need, right? That's the thing you really need to ask yourself. How much of that do I need? Not that much. I actually don't need any of it right now, but we're doing this in sequence. All right, so we're going to go ahead and grab that out of there, and we're going to run that down and run this line down the thing. Now, here's the thing. I actually already have a line that I can use right here, this middle line, but if I do want to start that back up again as steel beams, I can easily divert it. I can take this out, right? I can just take this part out right here, divert that back to here, and it will run the steel beams if I run out. But if I want to just keep it going, then I can just feed it up, and then it will work. See? Great way to make kind of a multi-faceted factory there. Let's go ahead and run this. This is easy peasy stuff here. Are we going to run out of plates? Grab some more if we need them. Looking good. I believe I can fly. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Then we're going to need to add a little bit of fun over here. Press the right buttons. There we go. All we're doing is just running the output all the way back. And we've already got a pre-existing line, so we might as well utilize what we've already got. No reason to make a whole new line. Waste more resources. Oh, and then we're out of plates, but no worries. Look at this. Look at this production going over here. Boom. What we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. Every resource at our fingertips. Right here. Grab some more plates. As I grab the plates, notice it's feeding it down from the boxes up above because I'm already producing plates. Plates is one of those things I'm always producing because I use a lot of plates. No matter what. You always end up using plates for something. Storage boxes, whatever it is. You'll use a lot of them. So I always have that production running. Poles is what I don't use that much of. I feel like you got a couple boxes of poles, you're good. we'll go ahead and bring that over. That's going to be a tricky one to do, though. Going to have to do this. And then we could have grabbed it from that side, too, by the way. Wouldn't have really mattered, but it's already going in this direction. There we go. Getting way up there. Now, what we want to do is we want to run these into their appropriate box, right? We've already got these going. We've got our concrete going there. We've got our modular frames going now. And these ones are going to be the second box in. So I want to bring that in, and I want to run that into the second box. So the best thing to do is to figure it out kind of backwards. So you go figure out this, and you say, okay, I want this to go right to there, and it still works. And the reason why that works is because that's an input, and it knows it's input, so it runs the conveyor in the right direction. We just need to make sure it's not clipping nothing, in which it's not. And then we're going to run up there. Now, this conveyor is going really slow, so it's going to take a while for it to get over here. But we can go ahead and watch it like that. Run in there. Now, it's been about 3-4 hours here, so I'm going to get up and I'm going to take a little break while you guys watch that eventually come in and go into this box. It's going to take a little bit as it outputs it and runs it. But it'll be fun when I come back, and it should be running across there, hopefully, if we did it right. If not, then we have to go back and fix it. All right, I'm going to take a quick AFK. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat. I'll be right back. Told you I'd be right back. Look at this, working perfectly, coming down the line, going into here. Now, here's another thing that we got going right here is we have the excess coming out of there if we so chose right here, but we don't really want to do that right now. We're going to go ahead and pull that excess off right there. So they do run into the box and they do run down to the bottom until they're full. When we see that that conveyor has stopped, much like our other one over here, our modular frames, when we see those have stopped, then we will start running the excess into the awesome sinks. But for right now, we'll go ahead and turn those down since those actually go at a slower rate. So we can fill up our extra boxes with those things should we need them. And they're going to get to a point where we have way too many anyway. Way too many anyway. But we'll look over here and see how our things are. Oh, there's a whole box full of those. Let's look at our second box. Do a little bit of a jump. There we go. Oh, yeah, starting to fill that second box up. Very nice. This one right here, we've got a good quarter of a box there, or a third of a box. Nothing up there. So we're going to let that fill all that up, and then we'll have so much of that, we'll be fine. Now, the last thing here in the row is our aluminum. We do have our aluminum structure ready to rock, because obviously I have some aluminum in there. And we want to definitely get that going. And I'm just kind of going in order of the resources, by the way, if you notice. I'm kind of going in order that I want to fill in these particular boxes. Now, these over here, we'll come back to all the silica and the quartz and whatnot. We still got to tap those nodes. We got to still tap a sulfur node. We still got to do all of that to eventually get to this higher end stuff, right? Where we want to get the circuit boards and we want to get all that stuff going with our larger manufacturing, which requires a lot more power. But we do have a lot of power running right now because we have our coal going up there, plus we have oil power going in different places. We're also going to need to work on our plastic and rubber again, get that up and running. So much stuff still to do. Now, what I would do is I would do the aluminum since we already have that in place, and then over here start to work on plastic and rubber as well. And you'll see why when I go to do that. Now, I could also go over here and start working on motors and rotors and all of that. Motors, and these are stators, and those are rotors, and heat sinks and all of that, but that's a later thing. We'll come back to that. That's kind of when you get into the higher end parts of it. Now again, we can go ahead and grab a nice assembler, throw it down. If we had enough wire, we're out of wire. Let's go grab some right over here. Right here, plenty of wire now. And then we take the excess, throw it right back in there. There we go, nice. So we'll go ahead and put down an assembly. I just throw it down wherever I am, right? That's what I was saying. Okay, what am I working on next? Okay, so conveniently, it's in the same order, which it is in here. And of course, we can come back to stators and all that stuff, like rotors require iron rods and screws and all of that. And we already got a bunch of screws we're running, and we also got another iron over there, which is great for running motors. We'll do all of that. But we want to work on aluminum ignits and copper ignits. So we're going to need both of those to make this work. So let's first go look at what we got going way on the other side of the factory where we had our original gigantic factory. We're going to run over there by using this hyper tube right here. All right, man, we got lots of great stuff going. Lots of great stuff going here in the factory using our kind of more higher level stuff. You can see our quick wire running down from our node over here. Got a little hangout base. Now you're like, Kismet, you should put some foundations in there or supports in there. Oh yeah, I'll come back later and do it, or not at all. One or the other. It's okay. I don't want to spend the time doing that when I don't need to right now. Look, we even got a whole line over here that we're not even using. I don't even remember what's out there. I don't even remember what that is. Let's go find out. What was I running from over there? Time for a little ride. This is red alert, too. We better turn our alarm on. I see a fail out here. I see a whole bunch of stuff running and it's not being used. What's going on here? All right, there we go. Let's go see what we got. What we got running here? We got, looks like iron ore there. There's some copper ore there, actually. This is iron ore. There it is. And some copper. We need some copper. How convenient. And then this is doing a whole lot of nothing right now. Look at that. Oh, that's a whole lot of stuff that we could just tap into, especially this copper ore, which is what we need for the next kind of step of what we're trying to build. We're going to need some copper ore, and that's why that's there. Now I remember why that's there, and that's why, because heck if I remember. Over here, we probably got ourselves a nice little iron node. Yeah, a normal node, because this is a level 2, so it went from a 60 to a 120. That's pretty nice. Over here, we've got another node. Again, look how nice it is just to access it from up here where you don't have to go down there. Again, this is a level 2. Look at those mobs down there want to get me. 120, which means that's was a normal node, 60. So this is where we're combining both of these 60s and 60s into a 120. That's what's going on that line. This right here is an MK2, which tells me that it's probably coming at 120. But again, let's go check it out. Oh, we don't have any power for this. If we powered this up, we wouldn't have to walk. Hold on, let's power this up. Let's rerun some power over here. Woohoo! Nailed it. All right, well, we got some power. Do we want to just run power straight? We'll just run a straight power. We make a road over here. I don't think we made a road. Look at me slacking. Look at me slacking. Where would our main road be? Probably right here, this middle one. All right, let's just tag it as a road for now. We'll come back and fill it in later. Nope. That's how I make a road. I color it yellow, and that says Kismet. That's your road, bro. Grab this, fill in this missing piece here, and now we got a road. And when I make a road, that means that's where I'm going to run my power. Now, in this case, I'm going to run it on the right side. So we're going to go ahead and get in our little vehicle, and we're going to run it straight down across here. Now, I can fill in the rest of the road, but if I don't have anything there, I don't really need to fill it in right now. So we're going to go ahead and go back here. Look at this. We got stuff laying around. Always, everywhere I go, I got stuff laying around. Get that out of there. That's base building for you. Factory building is leaving stuff laying around everywhere. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's just cross it over here right to there. And we're going to pick up our vehicle because we're going to just be walking at this point. And then we're going to switch back to number 1. There we go. Grab it and run it. All right. Let's go ahead and fix this up. Must have accidentally hit that when I was taking out all the rest of my factory. Happens quite often. Let's put a... Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Down here. There we go. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I get number 5. There we go. All right, that looks right. There we go. Put our entrance in. Connect our hypertube back. Rerun our power. Make sure we got our vehicle. Easy peasy, right? I love the awesome sync. Me too. It's so great. If you think about how you used to play before, then now with the awesome sync, it's pretty amazing if you think about it. This is all fired back up again too. This is all back online. All right, let's go look at this copper node. Get our coffee out. Hold on, I'm holding down. I'm letting go of the button so it's holding my thing. Look at that, we haven't even tapped that node yet. There's some nodes over there we haven't even tapped either. But we did tap this copper node and we ran it all this way. We might as well use it. Oh, there's something up there too. What were we running from way over there? I can't even remember. Let's see what do we got. 120 copper node. That'll do it. Already pre-existing. Looks good. Let's go see what we got over here. I can't even remember. It's not bringing anything right now, I can tell you that. I don't see anything going down the conveyor. Might have a power problem, but man, do we go way out here or what? Look how far. Can't even... Look how far away I am from my base. This is like a way off in the distance. But look at this. Beautiful. Postcard level deal here. Beautiful. It's like being in Colorado. Going to the river. All right. Oh, it's coal. Oh yeah, we want that coal, bro. Impure node. Well, we'll take all we can get. So, all right, that's a coal node. I like all the coal I can get. That's going to be useful. So that's a 60 there and a 60 there. That's 120 coal. We can use that for making additional steel and whatnot. Fire that back up. Looks good. We out. We sure went a long way for coal there. I forgot that's what that was for. I had forgotten. Now, again, we can tap into all these nodes. They're already pre-existing. We already got it going. We just need to remember the rates at which they're going. So we'll go ahead and write that down. Coal equals a 120. We've got our copper, which equals something. And then our iron, which I do remember equals 120. I can't remember the copper again. We'll have to check the copper again. I think the copper was 120 as well. We'll check it on our way back. Has minimized my waste by a ton. Yeah, then you add a mega sorter on top of that, the Void Hunter, and forget about it. You just throw all your stuff in there and sorts it off for you, and you just grab what you need in the moment, so you don't have all that extra junk in your inventory. It's the greatest. It's the greatest. All right, let's double check this again. This is a 120. All right, right now it's red though. Why is it red? Is it that it doesn't have any power? No, it has power. It's stopped because it has nowhere else for this to go. That's exactly why that is. Let's take that out. Don't need that. All right, so we're going to run back. And in this case, see, normally I build stuff at the copper node itself, and I probably will come back and do that instead of running just the copper. This is when I was running just the raw resources. You can see I'm running raw copper. I'm running raw iron and whatnot. I highly recommend not doing that because it's just a lot of extra work, especially beginning game when you're running really long lines and you're running them 5, 6, 10 high. That's a lot of work for no big benefit because you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to come back later, upgrade all those lines, or combine all those lines anyway. So it's better to have one line that's an output than have 5 lines of just random stuff, I think, or even have to come back later and recombine it. That's the way I think, but then again, it's your game. You play it however you want. All right, so what do we need to do here? We need to go ahead again just to make ourselves a little bit of fun. Whoa, that was a little far away there, bro. A little far away there, Mr. Happy Mouse. There we go. Okay, so what do we need again to make our aluminum? We need aluminum ingots and we need copper ingots. So we need to basically have some furnaces that are going to be able to convert it. So we're going to do smelter and we're going to see, okay, can we make copper ingots and aluminum ingots? Wait, no, we're going to make deuterium in here. So that's not going to work, right? It'll work for copper ingots just fine. But what's the other thing? That's right, it's the foundry. So we're going to go ahead and grab the foundry and put it down, but we don't have enough frames, so we bumming. We bumming. Let's take this back out, and we need to go get some frames. Now, this is a long way to be walking every time, right? If we're going to be running some aluminum over here, we're going to be running it from over there. We can either run this the rest of the way to match up over there and then run that outside, or we can go ahead and make a transport system here. Now, I would probably do this since I already have a transport system already set up on this side. And this is actually where a lot of that aluminum is going to be coming in. It's pretty easy to take the copper and run it over here and match it up over here versus this running over there. But of course, if you run it this way, guess what you're doing? You're running it closer to your base, right? So you're closer to your base, it's not as far away, which means your factory is closer to your base, which means you don't have to travel as far. It's really however you prefer you do your base. I'm still deciding. I'm undecided. I haven't made anything in stone yet. Let's go over here and take a look. What we got? Holy moly, look at all this silica sitting right there. What do we got over here? Tons of bauxite, which we're going to work on. And tons of quartz crystals. So we're going to work on all of that eventually. But again, say we put it down over here. We say, all right, Kismet, I just want to run that sucker right there. Of course, we turn it around the other way. I just want to run that right there, do the aluminum, do the copper ingot, right? I would say in the long run, we eventually want all of this to run toward the base, and then we can build it over by the base so we don't have to run all the way over here every single time. Now, we also have some oil running over there, and a whole bunch of stuff. We got ourselves a little vehicle sitting around here, too, because we need it. We had a bunch of resources over here. Guess what we did with them? We sent them all the way back over there through the mega sorter. They took care of them, ran all the excess into the awesome sink. We didn't have to do none. It was literally thousands and thousands and thousands of resources that we would have had to sort ourselves, but we didn't. We had it do it instead. All right, another battle. I hope you guys stepped it up. This is going to be a beastly one. Good luck. This is going to be a tough one. Oh no, oh no, look at this guy sneaking by. Oh, good job defending the tower. Their tower is down. Good job. Who was that? Who was that who was hanging out over there? We had Warren Boomer helping out. Good job. Rilvis coming in. We had, yeah, good job protecting our tower there. All right, open the captain's chest. Slide you guys some love. That GG. That was you guys. I had a Kismet. That was easy. You guys did a great job. Granting you guys some rewards. Inner name here just got some Berserker Scrolls. And PJ Nath coming in overall MVP. Nice job. All right, we're going to step it up again, everybody. Now, this one's going to be a bit harder. We get this one done, and then I feel like it's easy sailing to the boss. Are we going to have enough time for that? I feel like we're going to try to do this one. We get this one done. We're probably going to stop there and come back with a 2 skull, 3 skull, and then go for the boss. Later on tonight, we're going to play some 7 Days to Die, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But all right, everybody, this is the one. This is the one I need you guys to step up. Every single person in the chat, click that link right there. Go to Stream Raiders, sign up. I don't care if you're level 1 or if you got nothing but level 30s. We don't need every single person. Now, you can put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. And we're going to need your help to do this one because this one's going to be a 4 skull. Let's take a look. Where's our toughest guy? Ooh, there's a guy right there, level 10. Let's see what we got over here. Level 1s. These are level 10s, level 20 arches. Right there. What do we got down here? Level 20s. Level 10s, level 10s. All right, these are our toughest guys right over here. We could go in this way, but I feel like we'll get pigeonholed there. I feel like the top is the move, right? Because these guys are going to try to run to us, and we'll try to range them. We got this guy who's going to be tossing out a bunch of dudes. So if we all just massive cluster right here, they got to come to us. Now, the biggest problem here is going to be this catapult. I feel like that's going to be the toughest thing, but you know what? I'm going to tank it all. Come on, let's do it. I'm going to go a little bit Harvey right. Let's line that up. Protect that, guys. Maybe even throw a few extras over here. Look at this. Oh, no, not another one. Super smart. Going to keep them busy over there. Down here, Unforgiven, keeping them busy. Keep them busy while we wipe out these guys up here. And then once we wipe these guys out, I feel like we're going to push down or potentially to the left, depending on these guys' movement. And we'll try to take them all out. Again, throw down those epics. Throw down those legendaries. We're going to need every single unit. 1 every 5 minutes you can put down. It is a free-to-play game. Very, very fun. You play in web browser. You can play it in your laptop, in your desktop, whatever machine. Sadly, not for mobile yet, but they're working on it. They're working on it. Well, they'll get it going on, I'm sure. Okay, so we've got our transport here. And I feel like, you know what? Let's just take it and let's just run it, right? Now, what speed is this coming out? Now, we can just look at the belts and see. MK3s, MK3s. So we can just go ahead and run a bunch of MK3s, and we have a bunch here. Now, we can also recombine it into one and then uncombine it when it gets to the end. But I would rather just run 3 separate. So we're going to run those right down the side here. We're going to go ahead and start. Let's start it right about here. Going to offset it 1, 2, 3, 4. I like it to at least start 2 up. And then I'm going to go ahead and do 2 more on the top of there. So this is going to go in here and then all the way down to the bottom. And this will be its output. So we're going to start with our rightmost one, and then our inner one's going to be the lower one, and so on. So let's get back to our belts. Right here. I feel like I should have just made this combo right here, number 1. I don't know. Can I actually change by pressing Alt-2, Alt-3? No, that's changing the thing. Is it Control? 1, 2? No. Alt-Shift-2. Too bad you can't just press a number, like hold down Alt and then press 3, and then it switches this to set 3, or an Alt-1 and it sets that. Right? So when you hold down, when you right-click, you can hold down Alt to shift through these. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's get all the way out to our coffee cup again. And then I'll hit Alt-1. Alt-2. No. Not working. Control 1, 2. Nope. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Instead of me holding down Alt and doing the scroll wheel, I could just hit Alt 1, 2, and 3 because I would know what set it was. If you know how to do that, let me know in the chat. That's okay to tell me that one. Let's see. We need 6. There we go. All right. MK3 belts. We're going to run 3 of them in this case. I wonder if that's really coming down at that speed. Seems like it's coming all the way down as an MK3 belt. I really wonder if the output is really that level. Hold on, let's go look. Because I could potentially combine it into one line, a 780. Look at this. A whole bunch of baddies over there. Or oil refinery over there. So much more to do. There's always so much to do in this game. That's what I love about it. I love about it big time. All sorts of cool stuff to do. We just getting started. All of the resources of this entire planet, we will drain it all and build a gigantic, massive factory that consumes the world for the company to make sure our corporate report comes out good. All right. Patooey. All right, what are we producing over here? Holy mackerel, that's 35. Or 37, I think that is. 37. So let's say that's 40, 80. That's 160. That's just coming out 160. Why am I running that as a 3? I guess because you can't, the 120, it's more than 120, so you got to go to the next belt up, which is the 270, which is why I'm doing that. Same thing here. This probably looks like it's coming out at that higher than 120. This is 22. Yeah, it's 22 there. And then we have 1, 2. Oh, wait, no, we got 2 of those. Got 1 there. 2 over there. And then the third one over there. So that's 20, 40, 60. That's 60. So that could run at 60. Right there. And then our other stuff is coming way from the end here. Let's go look at that. So that's, let's go ahead and look at those rates too. So we have our silica equals 180 roughly. We have our stuff here, our quartz crystal. Equals 60. It's good to know these rates, what you're doing, because I'll forget them over time. The more I do other stuff, the more I forget the first stuff that I set up. All right, this is going to be quite a ride. Let's do it. Look at these beautiful trees. You're like, Kismet, I thought this was all a desert. Nope. It's not all a desert map, as you'll see here in just a second. Watch over here on the left side. Ta-da! Here's a forest! There's a giant forest over here, everybody. There's also a tremendous amount of water down there. As you can see, a whole bunch of lakes and whatnot. A whole bunch of foggy stuff off in the distance. But yeah, a whole bunch of lakes there. We got a really cool waterfalls here going on the way. Of course, we could tap all that water if we wanted to. But we're running it all the way because we're speeding up. Oh, that's my box right there. There it is. All right. And I bet you got some concrete there. Always have a little bit of concrete laying around. All right, let's go see what speed our nodes are at here. I can't remember. All right, we got 60 going there. So this is going to be probably 120. I would imagine they're both very similar. Oh, no, that's 120 there. So this is, that's 120, and this is a 60. So that's 180 coming out of there. Yeah, 180, nice. 180 on that. So now we know what that speed is. And we'll call that box. Box equal 180. I was writing this down on a text document because I forget stuff very, very quickly. So I don't write it down. It's difficult for me to remember. Such is my medical conditions. Take a look at the beautiful view. Look at these beautiful trees. They also have some of the most beautiful looking trees in games, I think. Look at the way it sits on the edge like that. How it sits on the edge of the thing. So cool. Really great world design, too. On top of having a really fun factory design. We haven't even been down there. We just built right over the top of it. Those little spires of, looks like jewels or something. Ah, so much places still to explore. Haven't explored up and all of that yet. Maybe there's something behind the waterfall down there. Heck if I know. I love games that have stuff behind waterfalls. I don't know. That's my thing. Look at this. We can come up here and live. Oh, look. There's a thing right there. Have we gone to that one? I kind of think that we did. If I'm remembering correctly. I kind of feel like we ran down there and grabbed that one. We'll come back and double check it another time. If I remember it's there. We'll run around, grab a bunch of those alternate recipes. I do a lot more building than I do running around, grabbing recipes and doing all of that stuff. I feel like that's my favorite thing, is just building the factory. And of course, using alternate recipes, especially at this stage right now, would be a great time. Because you're going to be using less resources or different resources to produce more resources at this stage. But it's not totally necessary. You don't have to do it. All right, so our box ride coming in and then running around back down to there at a nice brisk pace of 180. And you're like, Kismet, what do you use that for? Well, we'll get into that here in just a second. So I feel like it's reasonable to run them all at level 3 rate. Even one of them is at 60, but, you know, later on we might throw some level 3 over there, and then we'd have it already pre-done, ready to rock. So I feel like 3 levels of level 3 ought to get her done. All right, so let's go ahead and just put down our things first. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 right here. And I've already forgotten how many I did. I think I did it at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm doing it at 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Okay. We're going to go every 6, and we're going to do 4 of these. Now, if we get this math wrong, we'll be redoing this whole entire line. Alright, that's good enough. I think I did 5 on that one. 1, or not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, I didn't do enough on this one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's 4. Alright. Looks good. Looks good. Let's go ahead and run back over this way, and we'll run these babies down the line. Now, you can stack them and run them and stack them and run it, or you can run a whole bunch of things at the same time. It's really your preference. If you're kind of running them as you're going, you don't have to run back, obviously, but, I'm good. Sometimes I change it up often when I'm building. I don't always build exactly the same way, because it can lead to monotony. Watch out for that. Watch out. How much time we got left? 45 minutes. We might be able to get this aluminum going. At least fired up. We're going to feed all this back across here. Now, normally I don't like to feed a lot of raw resources, but these aren't all raw. Some of these are already converted. So at least that's good. There we go. That reminds me of Crystal Islands and Ark. Hey, Kismet, have you ever played Castles on Ark yet? Nope, never have. The trees do look great in this. Yeah, they do, Saltwater Color. They did a really great job, I think. Some of the really super big AAAs have terrible trees. If you think about it, this one has a great one, and this one's a AAA game for sure. This is a really great game. Let's see. I think we're right about there is what we need, right? Right about there. Again, we need our foundry now, right here. But we don't have our frames. I'm going to leave that right there because we're going to probably bridge and build our factory. We're going to need a whole bunch of stuff in a row there. Now, we can build it vertically or we can build it horizontally. I feel like we might just build that vertically way over there. But we might need to come over here and check in on these nodes. So, what do we want to do about our transport? Do we want to put it on the right side? Do we want to put it on the left side? Do we want to just sneak it in at the bottom? Decisions, decisions, decisions. I usually like my transport at the top. So, we'll go ahead and just put a transport at the top of this. Right here. I love how far you can build stuff in this game. It's really cool. And this is going to stop us right here. Oh, we're doing that cool vertical deal, but I don't like it. Let's put it as a noodle. Want high enough to jump in there? Yeah. Put that in there. Pull some power from over here into our entrance. Alright, looks good. Like it. And there we go. So instead of running over here and making the factory over here, we're going to go ahead and go this way. And make it over this way a bit. Patooey! So, you know, why didn't I take damage from that? Because I have the skates on. That's why you'll see me not use the jetpack as much. I use the skates, because the skates don't require any power. Don't require me to make any fuel. And I feel like we can go ahead and move this forward, too. Let's go ahead and take this out. We'll go ahead and make that right here. Yeah, we'll put it right here, but we're going to lift it. Should we lift it, or should we just leave it there? You know what? I'm just going to leave it there. That's fine. You know what? Let's leave it there. We have to walk a little extra. That's fine. We'll bring our resources over later. So that's looking good. Do I want to build it here, or do I want to build it closer? That's always the dilemma. I feel like this is where the two stuff merge, right? So the two things merge here. Our copper is here. Now I could go and do it at the copper node over there, and then bring this to the copper node. That's going to take a lot of work. Or I could take the copper, I can bring it here, and then run it up there where the thing is. But it's one of the few times, because the resources are so separated, that I will actually meet in the middle, where they both come together. Because that's the minimum amount of lines I need to run, because they'll come from two directions into that center thing, and then it will make it there. So right here is actually our optimum spot for combining those two lines together. And so we need a foundry, but we also need a transport system to get us back to the other side over there. So let's go ahead and then again, we'll just assume that we're going to use this as our way of running our final resources back. And so same thing here. We'll go ahead and just make the rest of these. One, two, right there. We'll just put these down first. And I feel like we want to divert. Alright, divert to here. We have a crossroad. And a little bit of road action there. That's not actually our road. This is our road. Yeah, we want to divert. We want to divert off of there back here. Yeah. Back there. All right. I was spacing that out so I could see where I wanted to divert it, because they're going to have this lifted area here. So I want to divert it right there. And again, notice I was only putting one conveyor down just to kind of get that spacing out. And actually, we could just run this all the way along this road like this and divert it here. Kind of like that a little bit better. Let's divert it early, right after the road. There we go. And then this is going to go bye-bye. And we're going to put it this way. Back here. We're going to move it forward by 2, so it helps us a little bit with that turn. Maybe about 3. There we go. I might make it a little bit too far for... If we push it forward and then tried to turn it, it's going to make it more difficult for us to rotate the edge of it. So this one right here is most likely going to come down right here. This one's going to come down and stop, but not obviously not blocking my stuff. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's on top. Okay. Then we can run along that pre-existing road. Let's do it. What we got there? This is 1, 2. That's what I'm counting that in my head, by the way, when I'm going. Huh. Worked out right to the side of that road. That's weird. Sometimes it does that. Works out good. Right to here. Interesting. Alright, now we have a nice transport system close to our hub over here. Where we can make it all the way to that other side without having to run there. On this side, now we also have another one on the other side over there. So we can access either of those. Oh, we need some more copper sheets. Before we run all the way back that way, a little of the copper sheets are right here. We're going to need a lot of those. Snatch a bunch up. Alright. Probably should get some more poles while we're at it. Right here. And a little bit more of these. Alright. Let's do it. Save us from walking back. That's why we got it here. Again, that's why I love the skates. Fall from high distances. Now, hopefully we did the math right. Otherwise, all of our conveyors are going to be messed up. We'll be redoing that again next time. See how it goes. All right, and then this one here, same thing. Definitely going to need some power. Didn't I run the power down the middle? I did. There we go. Those are powered back up. Our transport is powered. That's in our way. We'll fix that later. Okay, we got a transport system, everybody. Look at that. Nice, huh? All right, anywhere we want to go, we can go that way. We can go this way, back to the base. We can go that way to our other resources. Transport system, GG, in place. All right, now we need our resources. We're going to need our foundry. And again, I forgot to grab those modular frames. Let's go get them. I know there was something else I was trying to think of. But now we don't have to walk. Look at that other one over there. Tap that one eventually. If we need to. Alright, have a little sip of coffee. Nom 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 nom. Check out how our plates or our frames are doing. Oh, those are full. I think we checked that before. We got tons of those, that's for sure. And back we go. Now we'll do another 4 minutes on this battle. Oh, wow, perfect. And then we'll do another battle next time. And I think we'll get it going on here. Gotta get it done. It's gonna be tough to get this done in 30 minutes, but we'll do what we can, right? We got all the resources that we need. We just need to get them fired up. That's the main thing, especially the foundries here. We gotta get our foundries down and ready to what? Can't afford. Oh, not enough rotors. It's always something. Yeah, I have it right over there on the right side. It's actually telling me, hey, Kismet, you don't have enough rotors. I guess I could have just looked at that. That would have told me. That would have told me I forgot to look or run back. Inner name here was trying to help me out. Appreciate that. Didn't know you could stack Hyper-2s on top of belts. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I found it out by accident. I didn't even know the Hyper-2s have a stacker when I first started playing this playthrough. But I love the stackers. The stackers are so awesome. I like to put it up on top because it's more cinematic. But you can put it underneath. But then when you're in the tube, what you're seeing is the belt up over the top. So I try to put them at top. But if I can, oh well. It's just a transport tube. All right, let's grab some of our rotors we got sitting over here. We got a ton of those as well. From last time. Let's put this 8 back in there and get 100. Get back in there, you. Get 100. What can we get rid of? What do we got? A crazy ton of in here. Yeah, you know what? We'll just go with that. We don't need that many rotors. We'll go with it. I only need 10 rotors, and I brought 200, so that ought to do it. That was my bad for not looking at the thing over there. But that happens. Now again, make sure to come and join us for Stream Riders. We have about 2 more minutes. Put down your units, everybody. Put down those epics. You got some epics. Throw them in there. We are going to need them. Let's go ahead and call you guys to battle. We got one more battle going on today. It's going to be a 4-skull. We need everybody we can help. Even if you just put down 1 unit at this point, because you only got 2 minutes, click that link right there. Come and join us for some Stream Raiders. It is free to play. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come and join us. Give you something to do while you're also watching me build this factory as well. Okay, after like the 93rd try, let's go over here and get this going. All right, there we go. Aluminum ignite. Now, what do we need for our aluminum ignite? We need aluminum scrap and we need silica. Now, where was our aluminum scrap coming from? Heck if I remember. Heck if I remember where I was getting that from. I was just getting it from somewhere because I was producing some aluminum ignites. Now, if we go ahead and take that, now, of course, no spoilers in the chat, everybody. No spoilers in the chat. Let's go ahead and put this over here. We look over in this one. We say, okay, what can we make in this one? Okay, we can't make no aluminum stuff in there, right? Nothing in there. We go and look in this one. What can we make in here? We can make ignites. We can make steel. All right, but we need that aluminum scrap. Where can we get it? Now, we got our silica, which is what we need, right here. And then also we've got our big manufacturers. We can go and pull that out as well. We can go ahead and pull out our smaller smelters. Let's really take a look. What can we make in here, right? Oh, well, that's none of that in there. Right there. Now, another thing we can do is we can just say, okay, you know what? Tell me where the aluminum is, right? It's like, wait a minute. Which one? Which one is it? Doesn't say aluminum. Huh. I wonder which one's aluminum. Such subtle hints there. Subtle hints there. All right, so we got to take it and we've got to make stuff out of it. This Caterium ore here, which we were doing over there. That's for quick wire and whatnot. So we got to find out how do we make that particular scrap. Now, it's going to be confusing because these things, which you normally use, which is your forges and whatnot, right, to do all that is actually not how you do it. Watch this in the refinery. We're going to go ahead and, oh, wait, of course, we don't have enough motors. We got to go back and get some motors. Here we go. Back and forth, back and forth. Great time for a battle. Let's do it. Battle time. I hope this works out. I hope we win. Let's go to battle. Oh, we're attacking them from all four sides. Got some peeps down here too, battling. Oh, I feel like we got the win. That's it. We got it. Nice job, everybody. Ooh, we got a nice blue chest there, too. Slide you guys some love. Grant some rewards. Whoa! Glassdoor and 8 Herbot getting 200 gold each. Both these peeps just got 200 gold. Congrats. Now you're like, dang, I'm glad I came in the Kismet stream today. Azure Glow's getting some extra scrolls and enter your name here, getting some love. Alcaris coming in overall MVP with the 17 assists. Nice job. Now, we're going to stop right there. This way, because we, sometimes we have a bit of a startup time for the stream tonight. We're going to go ahead and start with this 2 skull later. And then this one, because we're going to run out of time. We're going to about another 30 minutes. So we won't have enough time to get all the way to the boss. So we'll come back to that tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So come back for that, all my Stream Raider peeps. We'll have some fun doing that. So as far as you know, I've been standing here, but I actually ran back there, got some motors, and came back over this way. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our refinery. We're going to throw a refinery down into a little bit more advanced stuff. We're going to take a look. Oh, hey, look at this. We got some stuff going on, and look at this aluminum scrap right over here. What do we need, everybody? We're going to need some stuff. We can do aluminum solution and petroleum coke. Aluminum solution there, which makes aluminum scrap, right? So how do we get that alumina solution? Oh boy, it's always something, everybody. It's always something. We got to figure out how we get that going on. So how do we make the aluminum solution right here? And how convenient. We need bauxite for that, right? Or bauxite, which is the stuff we have going right up there, right? Which is the stuff we had run. So that's actually the first step of doing aluminum, is the fact that you need the bauxite, which is the whole reason I went over there and tapped it in the first place. And then, of course, we need another thing that we don't have, and that is water. So we're going to need some water for that, so we can add. And we're going to need 10 to the third milliliters, or 100 per minute, which is basically just one water thing. This is what we're going to need. per refinery. Now, how much do we want to make? Well, this gets a lot more complex because you're going to be doing a bunch of conversions here. You're going to be doing a bunch of conversions of water, of raw materials, of fluids, of container items, and whatnot, of parts items. So this is going to get very complex very quickly. Well, at least somewhat complex. Not as really complex as the higher end manufacturing, but this takes a lot of extra effort. So again, we have to say, is there any water out here? Right? Is this the place to build? I don't have any water. My water is way over there. So maybe it's a better move to actually run the copper way over there by the water, and we can tap in some water and do it over there. Or maybe we'll want to go closer to our other manufacturing, which is manufacturing some other stuff, right? Which is manufacturing petroleum coke and stuff like that, which is actually an offshoot of rubber and plastic. You can go ahead and convert your excess fluid into that, your heavy residue, into petroleum coke, which then, of course, becomes aluminum scrap, and so on. So this is involved, bro. This is involved. So we need at least 2 of the refiners here, refineries. So we're going to need that, and then that's going to have to go into another one over here, and so on. Though, of course, it'd be better if it was turned the right direction. But there you go. So the first one we'll need, of course, bauxite and water. And then we take the aluminum solution, and we're going to have some excess silica, and we can run it out to here. Now we go ahead and run petroleum coke. Petroleum coke comes from heavy oil residue. So we can go ahead and make some of that way over on the other side to get that residue, or we can bring our plastic all the way over here too. So we could run a bunch of oil over to this side to combine it. And that's why I used to have all of this, by the way. All of this was right over here. And the reason why it was over there is because, one, we were running our water from way over there to over here to see if we could, and we can, by the way, because it's gravity fed. So we don't even need a pump, but I put one pump on it just in case to help a little bit with the head lift, but it goes all the way down to there if you're running the water down, because it actually uses gravity as part of that head lift, or minus head lift, by the way, in that case, because there's no head lift. It's actually just going down and pushing that water all the way to the end, which worked great. And that's where I used to have all of that stuff down there. But we want to move it a bit closer to our factory and a bit closer to our water, so we don't have to run a massive thing of water. So I'm feeling like this might not be the place for us. We might want to keep going and run that way, way over there. And then we can run our oil. Running oil long distances is a lot of resources, but we've done it before. We can do it again, right? If we so choose. Now, I prefer to build all the resources over on that side of the things that I want to build and not have to run all of the other resources down the way. But our biggest hurdle in everything that we're about to build is going to be water. So if we go and we look over here and say, okay, we want to make some plastic, right? And we'll say, okay, we want to make plastic over here. So let's go ahead and click on plastic. Oh, God, what do we need? We need a ton of oil, right? That's all we need. Okay, that's fine. We don't need any water, right? And then we say, okay, we want to make some plastic. Or, sorry, not residual power. We want to make rubber. Boom. What do we need? All we need is oil, right? We don't need water in this case. So we need, that'll do rubber and that. So we could make the rubber and the plastic over at where it is and run the rubber and plastic back for us to use in the rest of our manufacturing. But we still got to contend with our heavy oil residue, which is something that we want to convert into petroleum coke. So we want to do all of that up front, so we don't have to run it all the way to the end and then do it at the end, if we so choose. But what's better to do? Run plastic down a line. We're going to run rubber down a line. We're going to run heavy oil residue down a line. That's 3 lines that we're going to run all the way from over there all the way to our base. Or we can run 1 line of oil all the way to our base and then work it over there, right? So in this case, it's actually better to not do it at the node and do it more at the where you're going to combine it with water, where you're going to combine it with your other resources, right? So it might be better to do our rubber and all of that stuff right here and then run it. Or run the oil all the way down, run our other resources, which are much easier to run, and we're already running them anyway, all the way down, and combine them way over there by the water, including our copper and all of that stuff. We're going to run that down. Of course, we're going to convert our copper first so that we can use it way at the end. So as you can see, when you get to this stage, it starts getting a bit more complex, especially aluminum. Aluminum is one of those ones where you got to, you got to have your silica coming in. You got to have your scrap coming in. And to do the scrap, you've got to do it over here. You got to have the bauxite. You got to have water. And then that is going to convert into your silica solution. And then your silica solution into here. And then, of course, making over here. So silica solution. Wait a minute. Yeah. Silica, we got to make our petroleum coke and then silica solution. Alumina solution. Yeah. So alumina solution into there. So this is actually backwards, right? No, this is here. That's alumina solution. And then this one needs to be aluminum scrap. There we go. Aluminum solution, petroleum coke into there. So again, in the long run, it's probably better to run the oil way over here than to run it over there and then run all the separate lines. So that's really what I'm trying to get at here. And it's really like a situational thing. Is it better to do iron plates at the node? Oh, absolutely. Is it better to do rods at the node? Absolutely. Is it better to do copper at the nodes? Yes. Is it better to do aluminum pieces at the node? No. You want to run that all the way down the line. And the only reason I did it over there is because we were testing how far you could run the pipes if you were using gravity fed. And it's really far. All the way down there, all the way, or zigzag over there, all the way down over to there. And then we built it out. This was what this whole entire factory was over here, was all of this stuff that we had running. So we're going to go ahead and run that oil back. How much time we got left? We got enough time to run our oil. I feel like we're going to go and, I feel like we're dropping stuff. Oh, we're dropping stuff again. We're going to go ahead and run all this back, and we need to think about our copper before we go over there. Hold on a second. Let's look at our copper. Aluminum sheets. So that's going to be at the end. So we can just run our copper ignits across. Yeah, we could go back to the node. We go back to the copper node and convert the copper ignits in, or copper, raw copper into copper ignits and let the copper ignits run down the road. That's something we could do. So let's make a note of all this hard work we're going to need to do next time. Let's see. That's tomorrow, by the way, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we're going to go ahead and do the copper node and build a smelter. Let's start with that. Then we're going to run our oil to our main base. We're going to try to get some of this done. Run the 3 lines of silica, quartz, and box to our main base. Combine all of this with water and rule the world. I just wrote that down. What can I say, everybody? You gotta, now the funny thing is I'm gonna forget about that later on, and then I'm gonna come back tomorrow and I'm gonna read that, and it's gonna make me laugh again. This game looks pretty cool. This is a 10++. This is an insta buy. Don't even think about it. Go to Steam, go to the Epic Game Store, wherever you want to do it, just buy it. If you like to build stuff, bro, this is your jam right here. This is your jam. I am a builder. If you identify yourself as a builder and you are not buying Satisfactory, I don't know what's wrong with you. You better take that label off, because this is a builder's game. If you like building factories and tapping into resources and running lines and figuring out all the math and figuring out how the systems work and all of that, this is your deal right here. Now you're like, Kismet, what do you get if I go buy it? I don't get jack squat. I don't get nothing. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. So you go ahead and get it. It's all about you enjoying yourself. So go ahead and enjoy. All right, so I think we get some of this done. I feel like we could probably start with that over there. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop some of these resources right here in this kind of junction. Oh wow, really? We don't have any bars left? What the heck? Where'd our bars go? We literally used up all of our bars. Wow, okay. Okay. We'll put another constructor down. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'm not over the top. I put some constructor down so I could free up some resources. There we go. There we go. All right, we've got some room. Got some room for my rotors back. Yeah, we're out of poles. You're always out of something, everybody. You're always out of something constantly. Constantly in this game. But that's okay. It's all part of the fun. So I'm going to need some poles. So we got to go back for that first. Let's go. Let's turn the sound back on, too. We're going to go back, grab some poles, put down some of this resource. Then we're going to go over there and we're going to tap that copper node. We're going to convert that into copper ignis. This way we're not running copper ore, then we got to smelt it and do all that. It's a waste of time. Do it at the source, I feel. Because that's all it's going to be anyway. Copper and raw copper doesn't do you any good. They're going to be ignis no matter what. Speaking of, where's my copper running in there? Look at this little factory going on. Look at this. Bada bing, bada boom. Do your thing, bro. Over here, look at this giant stack of resources. These are all the resources in the game, by the way. Check it out. Resources stacked 3 high. Feeding from the top down to here. If there's any excess resources, runs it in the awesome sink, which is basically the garbage disposal, which gives you tickets so you can use this cool thing over here, the awesome shop, and buy yourself cool conveyor walls and different stuff like that. Even different parts, equipment. You can buy statues if that's your thing. Organization stuff like walkways, and there's some vehicles. Foundations and all sorts of cool stuff in there. By the way, this is not a pay to win. It's not like you're paying money to do this. This is just an in-game mechanic that's kind of fun. You run all your extra junk into there. You get yourself some tickets. You get yourself a cool little vehicle. Drive around, have some fun. I find that very fun. And this is my hub right here. By the way, you notice I don't have a space elevator. And the reason why, I've already unlocked all of that. I'm all the way up to tier 7. We haven't done nuclear power, but we kind of pulled on the reins a little bit, and we're rebuilding our factory up to be more efficient, and we're building up it section by section so that we have all the resources that we need to be building those higher end things, which are all of these over here, like computers and all that fun stuff. So let's go ahead and get the thing we need, though. Right over here, we need some poles. What do I got a lot of? Hold on, let's just have it just resort all this stuff for me. That's what I love about this part over here, is when you have too much stuff, you just literally put it in there, and it will go put it back in the box for me. It'll take it and resort it, put it back in there. That's called a mega sorter right there. I love making mega sorters. Takes all the hard work off of me, using your smart splitters. Those are a later game item. There we go. We got some poles. How are we doing? We got a little bit of everything. We got a little bit of something. Oh, look at this. We got a little bit of coal. Hey, do me a favor. Game. Take that coal and throw it in the awesome sink for me. Thanks, appreciate it. Exactly what it's going to do. It's going to take that coal, run it off to the side, run it all the way down, over to there. Boom, awesome sink. It just gets rid of all that trash. I don't have to take my time to do that. Get rid of that. All right, let's run over here. And let's see if we can get at least some of this done here before we run out of time. Let's go. Let's get it going. I'm considering buying it. I just got told. There you go. I'll tell you, it's a fantastic game. It was an 8 when it came out in early access, and then they came out with trains, and then it was a 10, and then they came out with this update, and now it's a 10 plus. Easy 10 plus. 10 out of 10 plus more. The scale only goes to 10. They break the meter in this game. Now here's the thing. If you've ever played any other game, let me just show you one of my favorite things in the game. You roll over here. You want to put one out that way? Here's what you do. You go right there. You're like, big deal, Kismet. That's easy. You know, all games have that. Oh, no, they don't, bro. Oh, no, they don't. You ever play some 7 Days to Die? You ever try to put a box in front of the box you're standing on? You got to lean out, bro. You got to, oh, man, I hope I don't fall off to my death. Let me try to lean out and get that going on. Or you can get that 1 pixel edge and try to get that box in there. It's irritating. Now here, all I want to do, if I wanted to make one of these, I can use my command keys down here, and you can do complete sets of different command keys. You'll see them flipping into different command keys down here, like that. But all I have to do is just hit F, like I'm going to take it out, right? I'm going to remove it. I hit the middle mouse button. It picks that up. It picks it up. Right, you say, hey, Kismet, pick that up over there. All right, middle mouse friend. Boom. Now I'm making a hypertube. I want to make a power pole. Boom, pick that up. Now I make a power pole. Just hit that middle button. I hit this right here. If I want to go that way, I actually aim toward the edge of this metal, and bam, it goes that way. If I go this way, bam, it goes that way. That's it. It knows exactly. Now, if I want to make a huge line of these, bam, 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 done. That's it. I made a huge line of those. Easy peasy. Done. Easy. You're like, Kismet, you've got a huge line there that you don't need. All right, hold on. Let me hold down control like this. And then all of them out. Now, if that doesn't impress you right there, then you're not a builder. You're not a builder, bro. I'm a builder. I've built literally thousands and thousands and thousands of hours worth of bases and whatnot in tons of different games for the last 40 plus years. And I can tell you, this is the sweetest building system in any game, hands down. Hands down. I'm not trying to sell you on it because I don't make a dime and I don't care if you buy it or not, but I do enjoy people going in and say, Kismet, I love that game. That is my type of game. I'm a builder. Thanks for letting me know. That I do enjoy. But if you buy it, well, so that's you. That's your money and your choices. So there you go. You can delete a room with control. That's absolutely true. You hold down control and you can dismantle up to 50 items simultaneously. I can dismantle all of this. In fact, I did it earlier. You missed it. Look, all of that, I could press one button and all that would disappear. Of course, you change your mind. Right click gets rid of that. You should see me tearing down this ginormous factory I had that reached all the way from there all the way to over here. That was a giant factory with literally thousands and thousands of resources that we put in a whole bunch of boxes. We combined all those boxes together and then we ran it down to the end and we said, sort that stuff. And it did it all for me. It was the greatest thing ever. And it went in and it sorted out all the thousands of resources and it either was junk like coal or ran that into the awesome sink or it put it into the appropriate boxes where I needed it to go. And it wasn't really that hard to do, right? You just run a whole bunch of stuff and you're good. Pretty good. Very, very fun. This game looks pretty cool. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this game is fun. It has bugs in it for sure. Well, it's early access. You know, if you're playing an early access, an alpha, or a beta game, don't be complaining about no bugs. By the way, most bugs, if they're in there for 6 months, they're features. There you go. There we go. Yeah, you can delete with control. Hold control and then slide over. Now, by the way, here's a little trick, by the way, with the control. You hit F to take it out. You can actually go onesie-twosie. So you can hold down control. Say you take these three out. And then you let go of control. And then you go over here. Tap on control again. Tap, 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 tap. I just blew your mind. I just blew your mind, bro. You're like, oh, you can take out individual pieces and separate without having to hold down control the whole time? Absolutely. And then I can just keep hitting control. I can take out the one I'm on. I can take out that if I want. Take out this. Take out that thing. Take out one of those poles. Right like that, just by tapping control or hit right mouse click to cancel because I don't want to take any of that out. I just build all that. There you go. There you go. Build everything you can and optimize resources on the planet right now. Wait, you can delete with the control. There you go. I know that. I've been playing the game since day one. Well, there you go. Look at you. Look at you having some fun. There you go. Very, very fun. What is the goal? The goal right now is just to build factories, but they have not put in like an end goal in the game. They haven't even put in the higher tier stuff, the level 8 stuff yet. This is an ever-evolving game, and they've been doing a phenomenal, phenomenal job. Like, you have head lift on fluids. You also have it also takes gravity into account when you're doing fluids in this game. It has trains. It has trucks. It has routes where you can get in the car, drive the car, and it will record where you're driving. It'll record where you're driving in the car. Then you get out of the car and you say, yo, car, go do it yourself. And then it automatically drives itself. The whole time. It'll just nonstop drive as long as it has fuel. Now, of course, if you take it to a truck stop that is being supplied with fuel, it'll refuel itself, drop off whatever it's picking up if it is, or it can just be driving around for no reason if you want. And then you can do smaller trucks, the larger trucks. You can do trains. Trains can be running fluids. They can be running parts. You could be doing all of that stuff right now. So go for it. There you go. Is it multiplayer? It absolutely is. It absolutely is multiplayer. Waiting for private servers. They said they're going to come soonish, eventually. Maybe next year. And we will basically be setting up, of course, a multiplayer mega server where we'll have a bunch of peeps in here, just like we do with Astroneer, just like we're going to do later tonight with 7 Days to Die. You guys are welcome to come join us on the mega server. We're going to have a great time. We had a really fun time on Saturday. Man, we crushed it. We absolutely destroyed it. And we'll be going some more on that. So when we get Satisfactory goes into private servers, get my buddies at Nitrado to hook us up. Now, hey, if you're in the meantime, if you want to save some money, because saving money is making money, follow that link right there. It's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. Drop my name, Kismet. You get 10% off on your server. Pretty good. Pretty good. What do I get? I don't get nothing. I already got servers. I'm good. You get the loots. That's what I'm all about, bringing you guys the loots. So there we go. If you want to buy 2 copies, you can kind of do a server. True, but then it's going to cut into your machine power and also into your internet for everybody playing. And now I have 1,000 up and 1,000 down, so I could easily do it on my end. But I feel like their servers are way better than any machine that I'm going to be running. Because they got some sweet, sweet servers, bro. And they got them all over the place, too, all over the world. So no matter where you are, if you're in Europe or you're in the U.S. or South America or wherever, Asia, you've got some servers hopefully closer to you. So you can use those servers with your friends who are with you, or maybe they're all over the world. I don't know. It's really up to you. You choose where your server where your server goes. Mine's here in the East Coast, so it's nice and fast for me. But people, of course, in Europe, maybe not so fast for them, but such is the way it goes. Such is the way it goes. All right, we got that done. We're still not doing anything. Let's go this way. I'm gonna build this. I got sidetracked. Now again, when you come into my stream, make sure to always be watching those chat rules. Number 1 rule in my stream is to be respectful, not only me, but also people in the chat. That is the fastest way to get out of here. I don't mess around. I ban people instantly for being disrespectful in the chat. Why? Because I feel like if you're going to be disrespectful one time, you're going to come back and be disrespectful again. And nobody wants to hang out in the chat with a whole bunch of people being rude and disrespectful. Any of that kind of stuff. So make sure to always watch those chat rules before you go in anybody's chat. Otherwise, you might get timed out or even worse. If you take it on and start doing homophobic slurs, or you start doing racial slurs, or any of that kind of stuff, discriminating against people in my chat, I don't mess around. I'm 50 years old. I answer to no one. I have 100% real life achievements, bro. Not just in game. I'm talking real life. I've worked for some of the top companies in the world. Stay inspired, everybody, because I'm a 50-year-old disabled partnered streamer here on Twitch. And I can tell you, if I can do it, you can do whatever you want to do in life. Go out there and do it. But don't think you answer to anybody, because you don't, no matter what age you are. You don't have to listen to the music that they tell you to listen to. You don't have to play the games that they tell you to play. You don't have to wear the socks that they tell you to wear. You can do whatever you want in your life. I've done it. I tell you, it's not easy. It's sometimes an uphill climb, especially right about now where everybody's suffering, right? But go out there and chase it, man. It ain't gonna come to you for free. It doesn't cost free, that's for sure. You gotta earn that, baby. You got to earn it. You got to do some work. You got to find what gets you up in the morning. And this is what does. Talking to you guys in the chat and playing some games. That's what gets me up every morning and gets me doing what I love to do. Because I don't mess around. People want to be disrespectful. What I do is on me. Being respectful is on me. Being disrespectful is on them, right? They want to be disrespectful. Boom. I give them one chance to be awesome, and then they gone. I don't need to mess around and play little kid games. That's for people who are still 12, either mentally or physically or both. There you go. I don't mess around. And I suggest you don't either. Don't let negative people bring you down, everybody. There's going to be so many people. And I've had it right here when I first started doing streaming. Like, Kismet, you're too old. You're not a young-looking girl. You're not a young, good-looking guy. You don't have colored hair. You don't have all of that stuff. You're never going to be partnered. And I said, oh, yeah? Watch this. It took me 2 years because I'm relentless, but I did get it. And I have it right now. Now, of course, it's also outpouring of a lot of love from other streamers and from all of you who came in my chat and watch no matter what game I'm playing. They're like, Kismet, I hate this game, but I love hanging out in the chat with all your awesome peeps, and I love hanging out with you, so I'm here watching this game anyway. There you go. Or they're cleaning their house, or they're doing their homework, or they're just listening in as a podcast, as a lot of people do on my channel. That's kind of my style, is that I will, kind of talk through what I'm doing. I'm not necessarily asking the chat, hey, chat, tell me this and tell me that. A lot of this stuff I've already done before, but some people come in my channel, never played the game before, interested in the game, and say, Kismet, what's this game all about? And I don't mind telling you. I'm not going to say, hey, go Google it. That's rude, bro. That's rude. That's one of the rudest things I've ever had say to me here on Twitch. When I came in, I was just asking a very simple question. I was like, oh, man, I missed it. You went by it real fast. What was it you just did? And he's like, go Google it. I'm like, I'm never coming in this stream again. Bye. And I was out of there. I forget who it was. I think it was a Star Citizen streamer, too. I forget who it is, and I'm not going to even guess. I'm not even going to guess. And I'm like, wow, that is not appreciating your audience, for sure. For sure. Do you still play 76, Kismet? Nope. Never played it ever. Never played it ever. Check it out in the chat. Check it out in my schedule down below. We just played it last night. We played it on Sunday. We're going to play it again on Thursday, all day on Thursday. Then we're going to play it again on Sunday because we've been grinding out that event, having a good time. I have been playing Fallout 76 nonstop since it was in beta, way back in the day. I'm a hardcore Fallout fan. It's my favorite series of all time. I've literally played tens of thousands of hours across all of the Fallouts. I've played every single one. And I probably even knew about Fallout before most of you. And you're like, how's that possible, Kismet? How's that possible? Well, first, some of you weren't even alive. Some of you were. Some of you are even older than me. I know you're out there. But I actually work for a graphic design company whose client was Interplay, the maker of Fallout 1 way back in the day. I worked on the box art and all the stuff that goes in there. You know how you get the collector's edition now? Back in the day when you bought a game, that's what you got anyway. You bought it. You spend a regular price. And you got the good stuff. That's old school there. That's why I like CD Projekt Red, by the way. I love Cyberpunk because they're going to give you some extra loot in the normal version. Show them some love. So yeah, way back in the day. So I saw Fallout before it was released, knew about the game, got it the second it dropped. By the way, being a graphic designer at the highest tier in pre-press and printing, you get a lot of free swag. You get free CDs, free posters, free, I got free Kahlua. I got free lots of stuff because I do bottles and posters and cereal boxes and all of that stuff. And they'll just bring it in and give it to all the production peeps. I did not get Fallout 1 for free. That one I did buy, and I've bought all the Fallouts. But I could have got it for free. I guess I could have asked them. But they would bring in free games all the time. Of all the different game manufacturers back in the day, they would drop, stuff in there, and everybody would be like, "Oh man, I want to try this game. Oh man, free games, free games." Really cool. A lot of swag back in the day. I probably owned like, I don't know, 600-700 CDs, and they were all free. All of them free because we did a lot of CD work for Capitol Records and Motown and all that stuff from the companies that I work for. I've worked for some of the top companies in the world. I know, it's pretty lucky, I consider. I'm not saying, hey, I'm the best. I'm AO number one. It's a lot of passion and it's a lot of luck. That you find the right place that works well with you and you put your passion into it and everything works out in the end. It doesn't always. I'm not gonna sugarcoat life because that's not the way life really is. I'm gonna tell it to you straight. Sometimes it doesn't work out. But here's the thing. I find for every failure, there's a reason for that failure that facilitates something else later. Right? The fact that I had to step down from Apple, I was a senior tech over there. I worked from home. So I could spend time with my kids as well as work from there. I was making that big cheddar, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like you work your entire career to make that big cheddar, right? But I had to step down from my job over there because I have sleep apnea and vertigo. I can't work at that level anymore. I can barely put sentences together. I'm amazed I can even still talk after all these years. But for the last 5 years, I've been working on sleep apnea and vertigo and just trying to basically be upright, be not stuck into bed. And I've made a lot of progress. I'm obviously able to stream for at least 5 hours here now, where I couldn't, when I first started happening to me, I couldn't sit for more than 30 minutes, and then I had to lay down. That's how dizzy I would be all the time. Very not good. So I had to reduce my stress. I had to find something that I love to do that distracts me from that dizziness, which of course is playing games and whatnot. That's true. Oh, that one you could have let go. Unforgiven. Yeah, sleep apnea does suck. Coupled with a constant vertigo, which is a middle channel ear imbalance that I have that finally triggered after all these years, probably from all the years surfing and boating and sea-doing and all of that, partying at the river. You always pay a price, everybody. It always pays a price. It might not be at that moment, but definitely down the road, it's going to come back and get you. I'm doing a whole lot of nothing right here. I'm going to leave my guy right here so I remember that we're going to make this into some... we could have had this done by now. We could have had this done. But I love to talk to you guys in the chat. One of my favorite things. In fact, hey, that's it for that. Let's go ahead and save this. And we'll try to put ourselves a reminder for tomorrow morning. We're going to come back 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're also going to come back tonight, 9 p.m., play some 7 Days to Die. Build copper smelter. So I like to leave myself little notes. Little notes for next time so I remember. We'll just stand right there. We'll build a copper smelter. We'll smelt all that, and we'll run the smelted version instead of the raw copper ore. That'll make that easier. All right, over to my overseer's office. Let's go. My wife has been stuck in the bed for the last 2 years for 18 to 8 hours a day. I feel so sorry. I'm very empathetic there, Devlin. I was stuck in the bed for over a year. I saw 11 different doctors, and they basically told me to lay down and die, and I told them to go screw themselves. I said, that's not the way the Kismet goes out. So I forced myself out of that bed every single day, even though I was dizzy, even though I fell many a time. I've even fallen going up the stairs, which, of course, if I had fallen the wrong way, I could have rolled down the stairs and died. Very scary stuff. The thing when you're young, you never think about some things. Like, I never think about going up and down the stairs. I would run up and down the stairs, never hold a handrail, whatnot. Now, every time I see stairs, they're like my nemesis, right? They're like my Red Skull to my Captain America, right? That's what they are. So every time I have to hold on to the handrail, every time I have to have my hand there at any moment. So if I start to feel like I'm falling, because sometimes I feel like I'm falling, but I'm not falling. But sometimes feel like I'm falling and I am falling. That's the problem that I have. So I have to instantly death grip that sucker so I don't fall. Because I have fallen many a times just walking around, just like walking through the park. I just suddenly fall down because I become dizzy. So very difficult. So I got up. I forced my way out of that bed. I stopped eating tons of junk food. I lost 50 pounds, but I stopped drinking soda first. Lost 10 pounds. Then I started eating better. I started working out at the gym with a personal trainer, which is incredibly difficult, by the way, when you are dizzy constantly and you are getting zero sleep because you're getting like what feels like 30 minutes of sleep a day because of your sleep apnea. But you got to will it into existence. Sometimes you got to will it to make it happen. And that's what I've been doing for 5 years straight. Willing stuff into existence, willing my ability to get up out of the bed, willing my ability to work on strength and work it up. So I lost a total of 50 pounds as well. And sometimes, my weight still goes up and down. You gain 5, you lose 5, you gain 10, you lose 5. It's always something in that range. But at least I don't have all that weight, so it doesn't make it as hard for me to sleep as it used to. That's one of the things that definitely good to work on. They told my wife that too, man. Yeah. Wow, that sounds so much like my wife's plight too, man. You gotta support her all the way. My wife supported me all the way. My wife said, okay, after 10 years of not working, my wife said, okay, I'm going to go back to work now that her kids are a little bit older. She's been taking care of the kids for the last 10 years. Before that, and she's been back to work now for 5 years. And my kids are now 16. My oldest one's 15. Sorry, not 16. 15. And my oldest girls are my twin girls are 12. So she went off to take care of that. And she said, I got you back. You want to do this crazy streaming thing? If it gets you out of the bed and you're not going to fade away where I have to take care of you for the rest of your life, because that's what would have happened. I know that's what would have happened. If I had made that choice, I would have wasted away in the bed, became seriously depressed, and then had zero motivation to get out of it. But I'm not that type of person. I'm relentless. I get out of the bed every day saying, this is the day, bro. We're going to get something done. We're going to have some fun. We're going to bring little moments of joy, little moments of inspiration here in the stream, because that's what I do, and I plan to do that for the rest of my life. Just bring you guys some love. And again, I appreciate you coming in, showing the love. Let me do a little kids talk here. This is what we call this part of the stream, by the way, when I just kind of bring you back to reality. When you're worried about the Mercedes and the big car and all of that stuff, realize that the most valuable thing that you have is your health at any given time. That is your most valuable thing other than your time, probably more valuable than time, is your health. Because right now you seem invincible. Never going to happen to you, never going to happen. That's me when I was young. Never going to get married. Never going to have children. Never going to die. That's pretty much me as a child. And obviously, you learn the older you get that those are all not true. Those are all not true eventually. Maybe they're not married and not children in some people's lives, but you find that right person. You're like, okay, I can see myself marrying this person. I've been with my wife 27 years, everybody. That's how you know you're with the right one. Still as beautiful and as young looking as ever. She looks like she's 25. She's married to this old man now. We are the same age, by the way, as well. I'm a person that puts my spouse above everything else. Money, items, work, everything. If someone came to me and said, hey, you need to work all these hours and whatnot, and my wife said, hey, we got this important thing we got to do, guess what? I ain't working those hours. That's just the way I am. I don't need to get my kids no fancy car. You know why? Because you know what they really want? They want me to show up to their recital. That's what they really want. They want me to spend time with them, not spending time at work, buying some stuff to give to them because I'm not around. See the paradox you get there? Right? That took me a long time to learn, by the way. It took me a long time to learn that there's a paradox there. is you go to work to make all this money, to buy your kids all this cool stuff. Meanwhile, you're not around for all the things that they want you around in. And then they become spiteful and they hate you. So I spend time with my kids every day. In fact, this afternoon, I'm going to play some Animal Crossing with them right after this. Right after this, everybody. So again, get that love going. Get people around you who are going to inspire you to do what you love to do. Some positivity in your day. And if you're missing that, come on into the stream. Right? Come into the stream. I'm going to give you lots of love in here because there's not enough people going out there showing some love to all the peeps. All right, now we're going to, speaking of showing some love to the peeps, that was a great transition time. That was like perfect transition. We're going to go ahead and get some love going on here on Twitch. Now, for the last 5 years, I have literally rated thousands of people here on Twitch. Some of those people have gone on to be affiliates. Some of them have gone on to be partners. And some of them have gone on just to be awesome human beings. And those are the ones I like the most. So we're going to go ahead and try to raid somebody. Now I got to click some buttons and wait for some... I should have clicked that first, and I could have had those ads running. I should have thought of that ahead of time. Oh, boy. All right. Oh, we're doing some Satisfactory here. All right. What do we got? Oh, rebuilding his power. All right. That's good. What are we doing over here? We got... Oh, decisions. Oh, better one, better two. I don't know. I kind of like this guy's title better. So I don't choose people by what they look like, where they come from, what color of their skin, whether they're tall or skinny, male or female. I choose it by their title, usually. Unless it's a friend of mine and they're like, hey, Kismet, I'm doing a big event. I might raid him, but I normally don't raid any large streamers. I don't raid a Summit 1G. He don't need me to raid him. He's got 40,000 people in his channel. People got 1,000 people in their channel. They don't need me to raid them. They're doing just fine. You know who's not doing fine? The small guy like I used to be, who had 5, 10, 15 people. Those are the people who need it the most. Those are the people who need a little boost on Twitch. And maybe some other people come in, discover their channel, and give them a little bit of inspiration in their day as well. So that's what we're going to do. Now, that power is going to shift to all of you. It's going to shift to you to get on the Kismet Love Train right now. And I see you guys already doing it in the chat. This is so great about my peeps. They're already doing it in the chat. Let's get it going. Right there in the chat, you can see that Kismet Love Train. Highlight it, copy, paste it right there in the chat. Now, if you are on mobile, just throw an emote in there. Any emote will do. Throw that in the chat. We'll count that as well. And I'm going to go ahead and start up this raid right here. Let's do it. Let's do it right here. Let's help out the little guy here, right? Let's help him out. I got to press so many buttons to make this work. This is what happens when you have a really complex stream. You got to press lots of buttons. Boom! There's that raid is underway. All right, again, now remember to copy that. We're going to take it. We're going to put it over in his stream. We're going to show him some love. We're going to throw that in the chat. We're going to hit the follow button. We're going to help him push him up to the higher part of Twitch. And we're going to show him that love, and hopefully he smiles. If he smiles, then mission accomplished, everybody. He doesn't have to come back and raid me. That's okay. He can take the love, pass it on to another streamer who passes it on to another streamer. See how it works? And passes it on. And that Kismet Love Train just goes round and round Twitch. And it makes it better for everyone. All viewers like all of you. Streamers out there as well. And that is what I started 5 years ago here on Twitch. Because when I used to start back in the day, they would raid and be mean. Right? And people didn't even want you to raid. When I'd go and raid them and say, hey, we're bringing the love or whatever, say, don't raid me, don't spam my chat. And they're like, wait a minute. Oh, wait, no, he's not being mean. He's being nice. I know. Wow. It's so unusual. I don't know why being nice to people is so unusual in today's world. I think there's a lot more of us than people think. I think there's a lot more kind people out there because they don't make a ruckus. They don't cause any problems. All right, everybody. I'll be back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I love each and every one of you. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.